Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 51, Change of Plans. Let's click on the article to read more. The article was on a small blog site where the author interviewed some people who claimed to be present when the assassination took place. According to the unnamed sources, they were present at an auction where an unlisted item was being sold. Supposedly, it was a golden key that unlocked some kind of hidden heritage of an ancient cultivator. Alexander bought the keys, but before he could get his hands on them, he was attacked and robbed before the assailants escaped the auction house. That was how the event started, and in anger, Alexander's family deployed their private military force and were hunting the assassins all over Egypt. F was too afraid to step in. The article continued to speculate on a few other things, but Lex and Larry both were too caught up in their thoughts to continue reading. Lex knew for a fact that Alexander was alive, so he took most of the article with a grain of salt, but he was thinking about the golden key. It had been auctioned, which probably meant that Batet wasn't the one who gave Alexander the keys, but auctioned them off instead. Did a cultivator at her level run short on money? What was going on? "This is much worse than I expected," Larry murmured as he took out his phone and made a call. Unfortunately for him, whoever he was calling didn't pick up, which agitated him further. Lex asked, "Alexander Morrison, do you know who that is?" "He's the heir to Mars. His family literally owns Mars. There's even some speculation that they've already started mining the various moons of the different planets in the solar system as well. Not only is his family rich, they have more golden core cultivators than any other force in the solar system. Of course, combined, all the other forces are stronger, but who would be crazy enough to ally against them? If someone really has managed to kill Alexander, then things won't end as simply as a lockdown." Larry continued to make phone calls, but whoever he was calling still wasn't answering. "Don't put too much trust in this article," Lex said, aware that Alexander was alive. "This isn't even a proper news site. It's just another conspiracy. How can it be easy to assassinate someone that important?" "I hope you're right." Before he could continue, whoever he was calling picked up and started talking. Larry didn't speak and only listened. A few moments later, he shut the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. "You were right. The article wasn't true." Lex raised an eyebrow. "You must have some insane contacts if they can tell you about what actually happened." Larry froze, realizing that he had lost his composure and exposed a little too much. He let out a defeated laugh, and his shoulders slouched, as if letting go of a pretense. "I guess there's no point in hiding anything. It's not like it's much of a secret anyway. The only reason you haven't heard is because you're still too new to the cultivation world. Originally, I come from a cultivation family as well, the Dershaw family. We used to own a few spirit stone mines here on Earth and ran the Dershaw Bank. When I was growing up, I even met Alexander a few times. Our families partnered up in various business ventures. Unfortunately, a few years ago, there was an explosion in one of the mines. A lot of the elders from my family went to investigate, but never returned. I don't know the exact details of what happened, but most of the people in my family died that day. Afterwards, a few sects showed up, saying that the Dershaw Bank had taken loans from them, and it was time to pay it back. All the mines were seized, and my family was imprisoned. They probably would have killed my entire family, me included, but the ICPAs intervened. My family was accused of a lot of crimes and banished to somewhere on the moon. I was left behind because I hadn't started cultivating yet. So yeah, that's my story." Lex froze after listening to Larry's story, unsure of how he should respond. He was not expecting Larry to unload something so heavy. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," Lex said awkwardly, but Larry waved it off, returning to his energetic and jovial self. "It's old news. Don't worry about it. Instead of that, do you know what I found out recently? You remember Matilda? She took a couple of classes with us before she started getting private classes. I heard she's already body tempering 4th level. When I heard, I was completely blown away. What a woman." Larry continued talking about Matilda, and Lex smiled warily. This guy, Alexander, continued to absorb the energy in the core for a few more hours until it was eventually depleted. It took him a few minutes to adjust his state and check his body for any abnormalities. When he finally got up, he was exhilarated, The effects of the core were beyond anything he'd used before. He left his room and returned to the gift shop, where Velma appeared behind the counter as soon as he entered. "Good day, dear guest," she said, her voice soft and pleasant to hear. "I hope you are enjoying your stay with us. My stay has been incredible, but unfortunately I have some tasks I need to complete, so I need to leave." Mary, who was aware of everything that was happening in the inn, told Lex. But with Larry in his apartment, it was inconvenient for him to leave, so he told her to handle the situation. Mary then mentally passed her a few instructions to Velma, who told Alexander, "The innkeeper is away on some business at the moment. In that case, I would like to ask you to take care of Helen while I am away. If she needs further treatment, you can charge it on my card, and once she is better, please allow her to stay in my room till I come back." "Of course," Velma said, handing Alexander the 6 cards containing his items as well as the key. The 5 Tier 3 cores cost 7,500 MP, the Tier 4 core 5,000 MP, and the golden key 100 MP, although since he was technically buying the key directly from the inn and not from Lex would get no profit from it. All in all, Lex received another 12,500 MP from Alexander, though the young man seemed to think nothing of the cost. As for charging his card, even random websites could save credit card information. How could the Midnight Inn not be able to do the same? The query for how would the inn receive the payments from the bank? It was using an ancient mystical technique called "this is definitely not a plot hole" to carry out the transactions. It left no traces behind and could not be tracked. Done with his tasks, Alexander promptly returned to Earth. It was deep into the night in Egypt at this point, and the street where Alexander returned was dark. The streetlights had been damaged in the brief battle that took place earlier, not to mention from the arrival of the Titan's pods. Alexander took out a phone from pocket and made a video call. On his screen appeared a young man, though despite his youth he wore a look of experience and maturity. "You're back," the man said. "When your tracker suddenly disappeared, I was worried." "Yes, I encountered something unexpected. We're going to have to make a few changes to the plan," asked the man, surprised. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, Dad," Alexander said. Surprisingly, the young man in the video call was Alexander's father, though if you consider that when someone reaches a higher cultivation level, their aging seems to slow or even stop, it wasn't that big a deal. "Something big has happened. You can release the news that I've been poisoned with some new kind of poison. Also, let a few rumors slip that Helen is dead. As for the details of what actually happened, I better wait till I reach Mars. You should also call grandfather." When Alexander mentioned his grandfather, his father's demeanor completely changed, and he simply nodded, as if understanding that this matter was unordinary. "Also, have someone look into Marlowe's recent actions." With that, he ended the call and left the area. He seemed completely unaffected by the fact that his previous actions had shaken the entire world. Someone would naturally take care of any fallout. Chapter 52 Gossip. Somewhere deep in the Sahara Desert, a lone stranger was walking in the shade of a dune, following the directions of a strange compass. The compass did not point north, but was instead guiding the man towards something specific. Eventually, the man reached a point where the compass pointed directly downwards. Not wasting any time, the man set up a tent at that exact location before entering. Once inside and out of view, he removed the needle of the compass and let it fall into the sand. The needle, as if sentient, began moving downward, and the man followed using a spirit technique that let him traverse through the ground. After a few minutes of going down, he encountered a strange shield made of energy, formerly known as a formation, but the needle made a hole in the shield just large enough for the man to pass through. Once inside the formation, the man increased his descent speed until he reached an underground bunker. Once inside, he removed the white cloth he had wrapped around his face, along with the other gear he was wearing, and changed into some comfortable robes that he had brought with himself. Not wasting any time, he moved deeper into the bunker to what looked like a conference room. All the seats in the conference room were already filled, mostly with holograms, but a few with people actually present. One of the projected men asked. Yes, the robe man answered. Plan A and B failed. However, according to what I heard, Plan C seems to have successfully passed the initial stage. Alexander has been poisoned and is retreating to Mars in an emergency vessel. probably to treat the poison. The Helen girl is dead, so for now they will turn their attention towards the Sigmund family. The infiltration was done cleanly, so there is no evidence that anyone outside of the Sigmund family contacted her. They will be the prime suspects, which should occupy all of the Morrison family's attention. Greg Benice was also killed, and even though the Benice family has no idea how he got involved in this, I'm sure they won't hesitate in handing over all of Greg's immediate family to the Morrisons and cooperating with their investigation completely. All in all, it should serve to waste more time. The Zeus Leventis kid, however, he has disappeared for now. No one knows where he is, and the Leventis family has reacted unexpectedly. If the Morrisons take their anger out on them, it'll be great, but if they don't, it still doesn't matter, said one of the holograms. They're not connected to us in any way. Matter will be handled. No one expected the kid to directly deploy troops on Earth. I can't even begin to imagine what he would have done had he not been poisoned. The reaction was too swift. I've already handled the matter. Some key personnel have been killed, and it's been made to look like suicide. Upon investigation, it'll look like they panicked when their plan failed, and so took their own lives to hide their trail. No matter how it's investigated, it'll be a dead end. You do not need to waste your time fretting over these details. What matters now is that everyone begins their part in the plan. The top powers on Earth are too secretive. We still cannot figure out how or why. But in the last 200 years, anyone who caused too much trouble on Earth has mysteriously vanished. Taking over Mars is our only chance for freedom, and our only chance to break through. You don't need to tell me, said a lazy voice from a different hologram. You've only been working here for a few years. We've been preparing for this from the day the Morrison family landed on Mars. As for the rest of you, we need to step up on recruitment. The meeting continued as everyone in the room began coordinating on the different steps required for their plan. Unknown to everyone, the fate of billions was being decided casually in this bunker under the desert. Lex and Larry had gotten to know each other quite well in the few hours that they were together in the apartment. From him, Lex had also learned a lot about the different organizations in the spirit world, along with correcting some misconceptions he had. For some reason, he always thought that joining an organization was like getting a job at a company. They would give him benefits, but make him work in exchange. This was true for a lot of them, but not all. One in particular that aroused Lex's interest was called Balor's Castle. This was an organization made by, and solely for rogue or lone cultivators. Their main purpose, first and foremost, was to provide protection to its members, and then secondly, it had a lot of miscellaneous services. Joining also had different levels. If you joined as a basic member, then as long as you were in the territory owned by Balor's Castle, they would protect you regardless of who was your enemy, even ICPA. For this level of membership, you weren't expected to do anything else, but they heavily promoted helping other members if you ever met them. For higher-level members, there were obviously more perks, but then, of course, you had to make a relevant level of contribution. This is what Lex found most interesting. The contribution could be in many forms, and thus it was very flexible. This organization was internationally founded and had almost a dozen Golden Core leaders across the globe. It was something that could be very helpful to Lex, and he jotted down its name in case he ever wanted to join. Larry had also learned a lot from Lex, though Lex sort of regretted sharing. At some point during Larry's incessant prodding, Lex had let slip that he had only ever had one girlfriend during his first year at college. The fact that Lex hadn't dated after that led Larry to weave a tale of a heartbroken Lex, forever pining after his one true love, lost to the materialist allure of modern society. Lex balked, but who had told him to share? Eventually, the conversation changed towards their self-defense class, and then Marlowe. This was when, for the first time in his life, Lex participated in gossip excitedly. The owner of Ultimate Fighting Fortress was Marlowe's wife. It was apparently something that was commonly known, but Lex had only found out through Tempest. Nobody knew why there was apparently such enmity between husband and wife, and Larry shared a few outlandish stories he had heard online. The hours went by quickly, and the two did not even notice their growing friendship, until late at night when Bluebird released another broadcast ending the house arrest and returning things to normal. Reluctantly, Larry left, for he had much work he needed to do. Oddly enough, Lex found that he had enjoyed the company of the over-enthusiastic fellow. But there was no reluctance on his part. He couldn't wait for Larry to leave. He did not miss the new addition to his MP, and he was practically dying to upgrade his inn. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content. Chapter 53, Disappointment. Lex immediately returned to the inn and excitedly asked Mary, "What happened? Where did all this MP come from?" The tiny hologram appeared before, sparkling as she glittered and sparkled while gliding through the air, clearly infected by Lex's emotions. It was Alexander. Lex was slightly disappointed that Alexander had left, but he couldn't care at this point. Finally, he had a decent amount of MP to spend, and he knew exactly how he wanted to spend it. Flying high into the air, he looked down at the inn, deciding where exactly he wanted to make some changes. After a few moments of consideration, he flew over to the west, where he'd created some hills earlier. He made the hills higher and added trees and shrubbery across them, but built a smooth yet winding path through them. At the peak of the highest hill, he created flat land dusted with various wildflowers. In the middle, he put the one building he'd had his eye on for a while now, the meditation room. It cost him 1,200 MP, along with another 300 MP for the remodeling of the hills, but it was a necessary expenditure. All of his guests so far had been cultivators, and though they seemed satisfied with the amenities so far, how could they not be provided a place to cultivate? The meditation room was at level 1, which meant it provided only the most basic of advantages for now, but that was enough for the moment. On the outside, it looked like a hut, but the inside would change according to whoever was using it and would create the most relaxing environment. It provided a higher concentration of spirit energy and made it easier for people to enter meditation and focus. There is a slight boost to the user's comprehension, meaning anything they were contemplating or meditating on would be easier for them to understand. The meditation room could only host one user at a time, but if he ever needed more, he'd create them as necessary. The use of it cost him nothing, so he decided to price it at 100 MP a day. This would be a great attraction, Lex imagined, for his guests. He'd noticed that a lot of them spent some time cultivating or meditating in their room. A specific place that would provide a boost would be even better. Done with his little side project, Lex grinned and did what he had truly been waiting for. He paid 5,000 MP for his cultivation upgrade. His new total was instantly brought down to 8241 MP, but he didn't care. It was still a lot, and he'd really been waiting to elevate his cultivation. He closed his eyes and waited to be transported to the White Room, and nothing. After waiting a bit more, he asked Mary in a confused tone, "What's happening?" "Not exactly," she replied after a moment, as if communicating with the inn. "Your body hasn't settled down from your first procedure. You underwent a major change, and although it seems like you were fine, your body has not reached the optimal stage to undergo the next procedure. Don't think of this as a video game in which you can upgrade whenever you want. Things need to be done step by step. When your body has stabilized and is ready for the next procedure, the inn will let you know. If you want to speed up the process, rigorously exerting yourself and then fully recovering will hasten your body's stabilization." Lex groaned. Of course, his system would never make things easy. Other MCs had systems that made them OP instantly. Other MCs could instantly rule their worlds. He, on the other hand, had to continuously train and get beat up by made giant and fight zombies senselessly. The news was disappointing, and it made a dent in his plans. He needed to consider what to do for now. He could slowly take his time and wait till he's ready and then upgrade before returning to Vegas Minima to drop more golden keys. But he didn't want to go back to that zombie-infested land till he was stronger. Little did he know that he had only encountered the lowest of the low zombies on that planet. If he had landed in the same place as Marlowe, he would never have survived. Another option was to use the third golden ticket when it was ready. It was another thing he wanted to put off till he was stronger, but it seemed that might take too long. Although there was no rush really, Lex could take all the time in the world. He didn't like being excessively lazy. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. He was already experienced at going to another world. He would be better prepared this time around. It seemed like it was time to expand his customer base to another world. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Chapter 54 Shopping. Having made up his mind, Lex first checked up on his guests to see how they were doing. Hugo was still in his room, stabilizing his new realm. Marlowe was still undergoing a process of healing and being corroded by his own blood, while Helen was almost completely cured. The only reason Helen hadn't been cured by now, in fact, was because she'd had the poison in her system so long it had seeped into her brain and affected it, healing which was a slow and delicate process. Still, she'd be out soon. Lex instructed Velma to stay by her side and to give her a tour once everything was done. With that, he was done for now. He considered adding the guild room to the inn as well. It only cost 1,000 MP, but he decided to wait till he had more guests frequenting his inn. There was no shortage of things he could buy. For example, he could make Gerard and Velma permanent instead of keeping them on their temporary 1-month lease, but he still had a few more weeks left for that. He was planning on making the change closer to their end date. That way he'd keep some MP in case of an emergency. Failing that, Marlowe quest really affected him. He returned to his apartment and slept for a few hours before getting up at the break of dawn to go and exercise. He needed to keep exerting himself if he wanted to speed up his body's stabilization process. He strapped some weights onto his body and went out for a run. At around 9 a.m., he messaged Larry, asking him if he knew where he could quickly buy some gear. Larry replied with a location, asking Lex to meet him there in an hour. Unexpectedly, it was the Javits Center. A lot of large events took place there, and Lex had visited the place himself a few times during Comic-Con. He really wasn't expecting such a public place to have anything to do with cultivators. It really took hiding in plain sight to another level. Lex showered and left immediately, quickly reaching his destination, but arriving early was pointless as he still ended up waiting for Larry to arrive. When the exuberant young Larry arrived, he looked much better than yesterday, with no sign of the many bruises he had earlier. Whether it was makeup or medicine that did the job, Lex could not tell at all. Larry asked after they greeted each other. Survival gear, body armor, weapons. I'll have to look at what's available. It really depends on what's available and what I can afford. No, it's a good thing you asked me instead. Not that Marlowe wouldn't be able to help you out, but you really need to mix a little more with other cultivators. Larry led the way, all the while telling Lex that he needed to expose himself more to the cultivation world and not be a recluse. When the two got in an elevator that led them deep into a basement, Lex was not surprised at all, as he seemed to understand that this would be a continuing pattern in New York. When he exited the elevator, he entered a large hall that looked identical to the one on the ground floor, and with the same AR technology used everywhere else, it looked like they were out in the open instead of deep underground. Welcome to the main trading center for anything cultivator-related in all of New York. Here, you can find anything from weapons to armor to med kits, spirit tech, cultivation techniques, spirit techniques, to literally anything you can imagine, as well as many things you can't imagine. The stalls are set up by individuals, organizations, companies, colleges, think tanks, basically anyone with anything to sell. And the security here is all maintained by Bluebird, and they're very thorough, so you don't need to be afraid that you'll be robbed or ripped off. Lex was amazed by the giant underground market. Larry did not embellish at all. Just from where he was standing, he could see more variety in things for sale than he ever saw on the Bluebird portal. Listen, I'm sure you can handle yourself from here. I have a few chores I need to run myself. Larry spoke, less enthused than usual, but Lex didn't mind. Go ahead. Thanks for bringing me here. And indeed, Lex spent quite a few hours there. At first, he only looked through all the stalls. Contrary to what he expected, most things being sold had less to do with combat and cultivation and more to do with luxury or day-to-day convenience. Fashion was also something that was given a lot of importance, as a lot of apparel was being sold, with the added bonus that the clothes won't accidentally rip due to your increased strength. In the end, Lex could not help himself and bought himself a lot of sportswear, as well as camouflaged armor for his legs, as well as his upper body. He bought himself glasses that had automatic night vision as well as zoom, a backpack that could resist ripping from the strength of an average body cultivator, high-calorie rations, a wristwatch that would automatically create a map of anywhere he went when turned on, all-terrain boots, protective gloves, and, unbelievably, deodorant for cultivators. It did not have a nice smell like other deodorants, but instead eliminated any and all smells on his body so that he could not be tracked. He bought various books on combat and survival. And for the cheap price of $12 million, he bought 2 generic cultivation techniques that went up to the peak of chi training. He wanted them for reference so that he could understand how regular people cultivated and how it differed from regal embrace. Finally, he also bought a short sword and a dagger, both strengthened beyond regular cold weapons. He did not have to carry bags as he shopped, as all the items would be delivered to his apartment within the day. So he explored the market freely. When he felt satisfied that he had seen everything that could be offered here, he sent Larry a message and left. Everything he bought was in preparation for his next adventure to a new world. It would only be a couple more days till the next golden ticket was available for use. Deep in a forest in Vegas, Minima, the sounds of battle echoed. A swift and merciless man cut through a small horde of zombies, using no weapons other than his bare hands. His trained body knew exactly how to move to avoid getting attacked, while giving him the vantage to attack as he pleased. In but a few minutes the horde was reduced to nothing but a pile of dead bodies, and the man wasted no time in recovering the cores from their bodies. Just as he was removing the core from the last body, another man appeared behind, emitting an even stronger aura of bloodlust. The first man asked, not bothering to look back. "Nothing yet," the second man answered. If Lex saw them now, he would be thoroughly surprised to find these 2 incredibly ferocious men were Brother Chun and Blaine, his 2 pro bono guests. The surprise would be because while they were at the inn, they behaved so meekly, but once they were back to their own world, their true, battle-hardened selves were revealed. Blaine, who took out the last zombie core, frowned as he heard Brother Chen's words. When they returned from the inn, they came back to the same place that they had made their final stand against the Tier 3 zombie. Finding their way back to the caravan should not have been a problem for them at all, especially since they were both good at tracking. However, the caravan had mysteriously disappeared. No matter how they looked, they could not even find the caravan's trail, let alone the caravan itself. Even if the caravan was destroyed by zombies, there should have been some signs of battle. Yet there was nothing. It was as if they were teleported, much in the same way the 2 soldiers had been teleported to the inn. "Rest up. Come dawn, we'll continue our search. This time, we'll try to be quiet and avoid fighting. It wastes too much time." Blaine only nodded, grimacing. "I hope you're okay, Iris," he thought. Chapter 55, Tom. The next day, during Lex's early morning workout, Mary informed him that Helen had been completely healed. However, since she had woken up, she had not spoken with anyone and had asked to be left alone. She had been sitting in the lawn behind the inn, looking forlorn and lost in thought. Since she wanted to be left alone, Lex did not disturb her, but instructed Mary to have a Saturn cake sent to her when she was feeling better. Lex did not know if there were other things on her mind, but coming so close to death would definitely traumatize anyone. Although he'd be paying for the cake himself, he considered it a little gift to Alexander for all his spending. Not to mention it would give him a good idea of how effective the Saturn cake was at making the eater feel euphoric. With that, he put her out of his thoughts and continued his training. He also tried to look up other information about what happened in Egypt, but there were only rumors online. He also finally met up with Elaine and Harry, his friends from his previous job. Giving as little detail as possible, he filled them in on his new job and asked them how things were going at their old place. He was particularly interested in what Jessica, his old boss, was up to, but his friends mistook his interest as romantic. Elaine and Harry shared a secret look, but Lex missed it and was thus completely unaware that his friends had started considering how to get Lex and Jessica together for a romantic rendezvous. Lex also finally got around to having a video call with his family, taking particular care in letting them know that New York was not a place they'd be interested in visiting and should not consider doing so. His youngest sister, Moon, was behaving especially suspicious during the call, but Lex couldn't be bothered to investigate. Lex was basically checking all the chores he had been avoiding off his list before his travel to the New World. Last time he had been fortunate enough that he returned within a day, but there was no guarantee of such a thing happening again. Finally, after all his waiting, he received a system notification. Host can now use the golden ticket. Without hesitation, he summoned the ticket and tore it in half. The two pieces disappeared in a shining light, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Planets available. Planet. Nibiru planet rating. 1-star planet distance. 3 sectors planet environment. Extremely vibrant planet. Dunya planet rating. 5 stars planet distance. 8 sectors planet environment. Extremely dense spiritual energy. These were the only 2 planets available this time around. But before Lex could get a good read on, he received another notification. New quest. Host has encountered a planet extremely suitable for finding guests. Build a connection to Dunya. Quest time limit. None. Quest reward. 1 free and upgrade. Remarks. Please wash your face before going to Dunya. The system will be embarrassed if it is associated with a dirty-looking fellow. Lex's lips twitched, and he felt like beating someone up. He had been waiting for a quest, but it was a good thing that this quest had no time limit, as there was no way he'd be going to a 5-star world with his current cultivation. A 1-star world had almost killed him. This would be something for the future. Without wasting any further time, he selected Nibiru and disappeared. Lex was extremely tense when he reappeared, and quickly analyzed his surroundings for any threats. Fortunately, his arrival this time was different from last. He found himself standing alone in the middle of a wide, dirt road on a plateau. It seemed like early morning, and the pleasant weather and cool breeze welcomed Lex like a fond friend. Some distance on his left there seemed to be a forest, but on his right down the plateau, Lex could see some farmers working in what looked like rice fields. Lex relaxed a little and moved his hand away from the heavy Harley that he was wearing on his hip. The short sword that he had recently bought was strapped to his back, and his dagger in his boot. He was wearing his defensive camouflage gear as well as his new backpack, so he stood out like a nail in this very rural environment. But he was more concerned with his immediate security rather than attracting attention. Making sure that nothing was amiss, he sent the bathroom slipper back into the system inventory. But since he was wearing boots, how was he also wearing the slippers? Well, Lex had realized that he didn't really need to be wearing the slippers on his feet for them to have an effect, only have them on his body. So he used a spare lace he had in his apartment and tied both ends onto 1 slipper each, then hung the slippers around his neck. It looked hideous, but it was more practical. Not to mention no one saw it, so it didn't really matter. Just as he was about to move, he heard rustling from the forest and looked just in time to see a ruffled young man running out of the forest, completely out of breath. The young man was wearing what looked like scholar's robes, something very unfit for running, and had numerous scratches on his somewhat dirty face. Glee could be seen on his face when he exited the forest and scurried towards the road. Yet when the boy noticed Lex on the road, he froze, gripped with shock and horror. The both of them stood facing one another a few feet apart, analyzing the other. Lex was dressed too peculiarly, and judging by the other face, he could tell that all sorts of assumptions were being made about him. It would be better to take control of the situation before something unexpected happened. "Hello there, friend." Lex spoke warmly with a smile. "My name is Lex. I seem to have gotten lost. Could you point me towards the nearest town or village?" The young man gathered himself up when he heard Lex speak. The fear on his face disappeared, but suspicion clearly painted his face. Clearly whatever he had originally assumed about Lex was wrong, but he could not judge the truthfulness of his words. "My name is Tiff, no Tom. You can call me Tom," he said. Or rather, she said. The moment she spoke, Lex could tell it was a girl, her voice a clear giveaway. She had disguised herself well, not to mention her short hair and dirty face adding to it. But once Lex realized, it became obvious that this wasn't really a boy. "You'll only find farmers here. The nearest village is 2 days away by a donkey cart. You only need to follow the road." Tom fixed up her robes and started strutting down the road as if she had nothing to hide, though her unusually quick pace spoke otherwise. "Are you all right, Tom?" Lex asked, amused. "No. I mean, yes. I'm completely all right. I'm very, very all right. I don't need any help. I completely do not need help at all." Just as Tom was speaking, 4 men dressed completely in black broke out of the forest in a fury. They were holding daggers in their hands, and as soon as they saw Tom and Lex, they yelled and attacked. Before Tom could react, Lex picked her up and started running, a grin on his face. Tom, taken by surprise, yelled, but quickly stopped when she heard Lex say, "Are you sure you're totally, completely all right?" The four pursuers were mortals and thus would not be able to keep up with Lex's pace, so he felt no pressure at all. He could have also fought them, but he didn't want to fight and potentially kill random people for no reason at all. More importantly, Tom's bad acting and disheveled appearance filled Lex with the urge to tease her. But most importantly, he received another notification from the system. New quest. You have encountered someone carrying the will of the world Nibiru. Protect their safety and help them complete their task to gain goodwill from Nibiru. Quest reward. Depends on time taken to complete. The quicker the completion, the better the reward. Quest failure punishment. Drastic drop of luck whilst in Nibiru. -1000 MP. If the host is unable to pay, it will result in immediate death. Chapter 56, Red Nation. Although he was being chased, Lex felt no pressure at all as his physique had improved immensely. Even when carrying the girl in his arms, he felt at ease. Stammered Tom with a flustered expression. "Oh," he asked, smirking. Tom leaned over to look behind Lex's shoulder and saw their pursuers. Although they had started lagging behind, they were very much still in their view. "Kidnap me faster," Tom said finally, deciding that the men in black were scarier. Lex let out an amused laugh and picked up his pace. For some reason, he found this young girl to be very adorable and instinctually wanted to help her. Only a few minutes later, the men in black had stopped chasing as they were completely out of breath, and Lex had left them far behind. "Run into the field," Tom said. Lex listened to the girl's instructions and followed where she directed. Soon he found himself in the wild, far away from any indication of civilization. Ultimately, they stopped by a small creek with a hidden tunnel, and that began from the base of the tree. Tom, climbing out of Lex's embrace, led Lex into the tunnel before covering the entrance with a wooden board. The tunnel was not dark, however, as luminescent flora lined the walls. Eventually, the tunnel opened up to a small yet cozy room with a few chairs, a cot, a table, and a lot of books. Tom sat herself down on one of the chairs before she started breathing raggedly, as if she had been the one running. Then she did an action to indicate she was wiping the sweat off her brow, before turning to look at Lex. "You are welcome," she said, her voice loud and magnanimous. Lex's lips twitched. It seemed he had a knack for finding unusual people. As soon as he said that, Tom's face grimaced, her hands clenched into fists. Lex found himself asking, "Those bad men want to hurt the Lord Protector. Father Henry found out about them, but before he could tell anyone, they came to hurt him. He wrote a letter and told me to take it to the capital, but before I could do anything, those bad guys started chasing after me. In that case, let me take you to the capital." Lex needed to help the girl with her task for his quest. Not to mention, she seemed very upfront, so would be a great source of information about this world. Tom hesitated. "Why do you want to help me?" Lex boldly claimed, having no idea who he was talking about at all. "How can I relax when I know someone wants to hurt the Lord Protector?" Tom was hesitating, deciding whether she could trust Lex, until she finally decided that if he wanted to hurt her, he could have done it already. "Okay, then we should go. But I need to rest a little first. I've been running all night. By the way, my name is Tiffany." "Haha, I can't blame you. I am dressed a little strangely. Anyone would be afraid." After that little exchange, Tiffany let her guard down, and Lex began asking her random questions to try and understand the world a little bit. He could not ask directly, but fortunately Tiffany did not think his questions were strange and answered him honestly. First of all, he was in a country called Red Nation. Tiffany didn't know much about the world, but Red Nation shared a border with at least 3 other countries. Civilization on this planet seemed to be developed at the level of the Middle Ages on Earth, but there was one very prominent difference between Nibiru and Earth. Humans were one of the lowest on the food chain on this planet. This world was ruled by beasts, and humans did not seem to have any knowledge of cultivation at all. The countries weren't dictated according to the will of the people, but according to the territory of the beast alpha that occupied the lands. How the people of each country were treated was completely up to the will of the Beast Alpha. However, it seemed the consensus was that humans made very good workers and soldiers. The people in Red Nation were treated relatively extremely well, but in some of the neighboring countries, humans were completely treated as slaves. This information was extremely shocking to Lex, and it left him with a strange, bitter aftertaste in his mouth. All the humans on this entire planet, or at least in the nearby countries, lived at the mercy of beasts. Of the 3 worlds Lex had been on, he now realized how blessed he was that Earth was where he lived. To distract himself, he asked Tiffany a little more about herself. She was 13 years old, almost 14 now, and was raised by the priest she called Father Henry. Father Henry and his colleagues worked directly for the Lord Protector and were given tasks that helped keep their country vibrant. After asking a few more questions, Lex came to the conclusion that the Lord Protector of Red Nation might not actually be a beast, but some kind of spirit plant that had gained sentience. That was because all the priests of Red Nation were tasked with taking care of all the flora of the country and often performed rituals that involved taking care of forests. From starting controlled fires, eliminating pests, spreading fertilizers, collecting or spreading seeds, to many more tasks that Lex could not understand, all their actions had something to do with plants. Fortunately for him, he also learned that humans were a protected class in Red Nation, which meant that as long as he stuck close to the roads, he would not come under attack from spirit beasts. If they strayed too far into the wild, however, then their survival was in their own hands. As a mere body-tempering cultivator, Lex decided that even if had to risk running into those pursuers, he would promptly return to the main road once they left. Eventually, after all that talking, Tiffany became drowsy and lay down for a nap. As soon as she woke up, they would leave and begin their new adventure. Chapter 57 Idea. While Tiffany slept, Lex went through the books in the small room. Most of them were children's stories about heroic and magnanimous beasts helping and guiding the humans to safety. Others were on random subjects such as herbology or carpentry, to biographies of some beast alphas who had a great influence on humans, both for the better and worse. Naturally, Lex used the books as a database to feed his fancy monocle with some knowledge of this world. Furthermore, while a lot of the stories were surely fictional, Lex was able to piece out the history of this world, at least in regards to humans. They truly were at the lowest step of the food chain, living like nomads in the most desolate places to avoid wild beasts. At some point in history, a few tribes either tried to domesticate or rescued young beasts and raised them as a part of the tribe. The exact details could only be guessed, but the basic story was that the first time humans came out of hiding was when a beast alpha was born that considered itself a part of a human tribe. It gave them territory and protected them, and allowed them to grow and prosper. Under their newfound protection, humans thrived and prospered, and slowly started coming out of the Stone Age. They created villages and communities, and as their knowledge grew, they developed a symbiotic relationship with the beasts that protected them. Their study of different environments as well as farming and medicine allowed them to aid the cultivation of not only the beast alphas, but beasts of all cultivation stages. Slowly, other alphas also learned of the benefits of letting humans manage their territories, and thus humans went from being an almost extinct species on this planet to coveted workers. Of course, each alpha had a different way of using humans, but the trend had been established. This same trend had been going on for thousands and thousands of years, and the positions of humans have been cemented at the bottom. Occasionally, some lucky humans would encounter some spiritual fruits of treasures that would enhance and strengthen their bodies, making them stronger than mortals. But not only was such progress inconsistent and irreplicable, the benefit was not strong enough to give humans independent territory of their own. All these details were simply what Lex had surmised from reading the various books. It could be wrong. He would have to investigate more to find out. And speaking of investigating, "Hey, Tiffany, wake up," Lex said as he woke up the young girl. It had been a couple of hours, and though he had no doubt that she could sleep more, he didn't want to waste any more time. The quicker he helped her complete her task, the better his reward would be. And who knew how long it would take to get to the capital? Not to mention, he doubted her pursuers would give up so easily. Waking up the young girl was an ordeal of its own, but he finally managed to do it by telling her the longer they took, the more danger the Lord Protector would be in. Then came an issue that Lex did not anticipate. The capital was likely far away, so he asked if there was a place where they could get horses. That was where the issue came in. No one on this planet could conceive a human riding an animal or a beast, even if it were a normal animal and not a spirit beast. Riding atop, it would antagonize any beast that saw it. Hunting for food was acceptable. Enslaving or using for domestic purposes was not. That meant he would have to run all the way to the village, from where he could trade for a cycle. After some effort, Lex convinced Tiffany to climb onto his back, as he would be faster, and departed at a light jog. Tiffany tried to guide him through the wild, insisting that she knew this place well enough to avoid any danger, but Lex ignored her and directly returned towards the dirt road. "Hey, wait, head that way," Tiffany said excitedly from Lex's shortly after they left. They head towards a tree with its bark covered in some kind of vine. Not waiting to explain, Tiffany reached out and grabbed one of the vines, ripped one of the leaves in half, and rubbed the sap all over her hands. "You tried as well," she said, sniffing her hand with a smile. Lex, curious as to her intentions, did the same. When he rubbed the sap from the leaf on his hands, he felt a cooling sensation entering his body from his hands, relaxing him. In a few moments, he was completely refreshed, and the slight fatigue he had accumulated completely disappeared. "Smell your hands," Tiffany said, still doing the same. Lex raised his hands expectantly and was welcomed by a pleasant aroma. It smelled similar to night jasmine, but more than the aroma, Lex was enthralled by the cooling sensation he felt entering his brain. It lasted only a few seconds, but he was hooked. Lex asked, breaking another leaf and squeezing the sap into his hands. "I call it Tiffany's treasure, although I don't know what other people call it." She showed him her hand where she previously had a scratch from last night. However, the sap was visibly healing her hand. In a few minutes, there would be no trace of the wound having ever existed. Watching her hand as if he was watching a miracle, Lex suddenly had an idea. The young girl nodded, completely ignoring the fact that she was on his back and Lex could not see her. But at the moment, neither of them cared. They both were distracted by their own ideas. In a dark room, a large, brown fox lay comfortably on an equally large pillow. There were no torches in the room, and the few windows had curtains drawn in front of them. There was no other furniture or other decoration in the room, as if the fox was supposed to be the only and main attraction. The silence was broken, however, by the sound of an opening door followed by a man dressed in black entering and sitting on his knees before the large fox. "My lord, there's a report from the Eastern Temple in the Red Nation. All the priests have been captured, but a human child witnessed the event and escaped." The fox lazily opened a single eye and looked at the man in front of her before saying, "Tell me, are human children traditionally faster than the adults?" "No, my lord. The child was just lucky. My men chased after the child, but in the darkness they were slowed down in the forest. A couple times they almost caught the child, but they happened to run into wild beasts and had to fend them off. In the end, the child ran into another human who we believe has taken a strengthening fruit. They were able to run away faster than my men could keep up. Fortunately, the man did not know how to hide his tracks. My men are chasing after them as we speak." The fox looked at the desperate face the man before her was making and thought for a few moments. Finally, she said, "Send word to the brown Bari wolf pack. Tell them I want the entire pack after the two humans. Also send word back to the Iron Mountains. Tell them moving forward they should assume that details of our actions in Red Nation have been leaked." "But my lord," the man cried out, gripped in fear, "we can capture the two humans." "We can. Even if you capture them now, there's no guarantee that they haven't spread the news already or sent some kind of message. Since you lost sight of them, assume the news is already disseminated. Do not try to cover up your failures, and do not be afraid to make changes to the plan." The man's entire body trembled as he accepted his orders and left the room to carry out his orders. Compared to other spirit beasts, this fox was very calm and didn't bother with unnecessary details. But once news of his failure made its way back to the Iron Mountains, there was no way he would escape punishment, and in the Iron Mountains the lightest punishment for humans was death. Chapter 58 Trouble. It had been a few hours since they left, and despite slowing down occasionally to collect seeds or roots of some plants Lex thought had interesting uses, the duo had made good progress. Lex was traveling at a light jog so as to not exhaust his stamina, but speed up their journey. In fact, they were already in sight of a town from where Lex would be able to purchase a bicycle. As for how to make the payment, Lex was embarrassed to admit that he would have to borrow money from Tiffany, as he had no idea what kind of currency worked in this world. Fortunately, the little girl had already assured him that she would be able to buy it. The town was very different from what Lex was expecting. Most noticeably, it was extremely clean, which was a great feat considering their limited technology. Even a lot of Manhattan wasn't as clean as this town appeared to be. There was no trash anywhere on the ground. The roads and streets were made of stone, and the buildings made out of what looked like extremely large bricks. But despite the apparent urbanization of the area, nature was also dominant in the city, with fruit trees every dozen or so feet and neat, trimmed gardens right beside the roads. The people were all dressed in cotton tunics and dresses, and moved about their way normally. If Lex didn't see the occasional giant beast strolling the streets, he could practically mistake it for Earth. Still, as fascinating as it was, Lex didn't want to waste time admiring the town. The two found their way to the market and bought themselves a cycle. When it was time for payment, instead of paying, Tiffany took out a medallion with the words Eastern Temple written on it. The man was incomparably excited when he saw the medallion, and replaced the cycle Lex had gotten with the best one he sold for no cost at all. Lex wanted to depart immediately, but Tiffany insisted that they stop to eat. Lex tried to insist, but who could win an argument against someone so young? They entered what could be considered a lavish restaurant and ordered a vegetable soup and some fruit. Based on what Lex saw, everyone was eating vegetables or fruit, with no meat to be seen anywhere. It made sense. With no domestication, a stable meat source would be incredibly difficult to find. The two ate while chatting, ignoring all the strange looks Lex's attire was attracting as they had anticipated it. Of course, the temple enacts the will of the Lord Protector, and everything in Red Nation naturally belongs to the Lord Protector. So it is not that I am not paying them, but rather they are just returning to me the property of the Lord Protector. But of course, I can't use the token to just take whatever I want. Tiffany seemed completely fine talking about the priest Father Henry, which Lex thought was slightly unusual. He was the man that raised Tiffany and had been captured by unknown people. Shouldn't she be more concerned? Speaking of Father Henry, do you know why those people went after him? I don't know, she said, taking a bite out of what looked like a purple apple. But they must be working for some other beast. But even so, they can't hurt Father Henry. That explained why she was so relaxed. Anyway, do you know the way to the capital? Or how long it will take to get there? Actually, we don't really need to go all the way to the capital. That would take almost a month, or even more. We just need to travel to the Power City, which is just a few days away, she said, with pride painted on her face. If she didn't have bits of fruit stuck right above her lips, it might have even seemed impressive. Then let's stop wasting time, Lex said, getting up. The longer we delay, the greater there's a chance of something going wrong. Tiffany, the little glutton, seemed reluctant to leave the restaurant, but ultimately followed Lex. Lex got on the cycle, and Tiffany climbed on the small, extra seat attached behind, and they finally departed. The road once outside the town was once again a dirt road, but Lex was impressed by the fact that it was leveled and uniform all the way with no bumps or potholes. He wondered who maintained the roads, but it was just a passing thought. There were no signs anywhere, but Tiffany gave him directions whenever they were needed, and truly did seem to know where they were going. Lex maintained an even pace so that he would not get tired, but they were already much faster than when he was jogging. After a few hours, they stopped encountering farms, and the scenery was filled with verdant hills that were slowly becoming smaller. In the distance, Lex could see a forest that seemed to reach out into the horizon. This place really did have a lot of vegetation, which made him more sure of his conjecture that the beast alpha of his country was not actually a beast but a spirit plant. He wondered if he could get a seed or a cutting. Suddenly, Lex felt goosebumps all over his body, and his body stiffened, as if sensing danger. He looked around to locate the source of his unease, but did not need to look for long. Some distance behind them, Lex saw a lone, brown-colored wolf standing in the middle or the road staring at them. The distance made it hard to tell, but Lex felt like the wolf was at least 5 feet in height, which would make it the largest canine he had ever seen. Tiffany noticed him staring at the wolf and tried to reassure him, "Don't worry. As long as we're on the road, no beast will attack humans. Not to mention, I have the token of the temple. It will be able to sense the aura of the Lord Protector on it." And before Tiffany could finish, the wolf looked up into the sky and let out a loud, savage howl. A tide of wolves emerged from the trees behind it and surged towards the duo. Lex roared and started cycling at full speed. Tiffany was extremely frightened and was hugging his back tightly. Lex also felt fear, but he also felt excitement and exhilaration. Last time with the zombies, he was caught unprepared, but this time he was ready for trouble. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Chapter 59 Zombie Slayer Returns. Chapter 59 Zombie Slayer Returns. Lex was cycling as fast as he could, but he knew that he would not be able to match the stamina of an entire wolf pack. Eventually, they would catch up. Fitting the fancy monocle in his eye, he turned around once more to take a look at his assailants. A single glance was all it took for the monocle to record all the data he needed. The giant wolf, which Lex assumed was the leader of the pack, was at Chi training, while the rest were normal wolves. It was basically the realm where animals first entered into spiritual cultivation and became beasts. The fact that the rest of the pack consisted of normal wolves did not make Lex's life any easier either, as their numbers continued to increase. So far, 60 wolves were already chasing after him, with the leader of the pack still standing in the back. Various thoughts raced through Lex's mind as he decided on the best course of action. The most obvious option was to take out his gun and shoot, but the recoil on that was too strong and would probably knock him off his cycle. He could use his short sword to attack them if they get close, but if they overwhelmed him with numbers, he wasn't sure about being able to protect himself, let alone Tiffany. A few other thoughts ran through his mind before he looked up at the sky. The sun was getting low, but it was still about an hour away from dusk. "Tiffany, do you know any good places we can hide?" he asked, but the young girl was frozen in fear and she was not able to answer. Lex shook his head and swiftly made a plan. He reached a hand into his backpack and rummaged around till he found 2 small cylindrical items. When he pulled them out, he held items that looked like shotgun shells, but they served a different purpose. He cracked one, and thick gray smoke started pouring out, completely covering the road behind them. This was a compact smokescreen maker that he had bought. The smoke not only affected visibility, it would sting the eyes, nose, and throat of anyone in the smoke. Lex was not sure how strong the effect would be on these wolves, but he was certain it would at least slow them down and affect their senses. Waiting till night was a very important part of his plan, and he had to delay things as much as he could. "Tiffany, hold this," Lex said as he handed her the smokescreen maker. He had to repeat himself a few times, but the young girl eventually obeyed and held onto it tightly. Slowly, she was coming out of her initial shock, and, although she was still afraid, she was no longer frozen. "Tell me when the smoke stops coming out," he instructed, and put his hand back into his bag. Some more rummaging, and he took out what looked like an injection. Wasting no time, he stabbed himself in the arm and squeezed the injection. This was a booster that would act like adrenaline, boosting his speed and giving him energy, and it simultaneously relieved the fatigue his muscles built up. With that done, he turned his attention to cycling and sped up even further. After a few minutes, the smokescreen maker stopped working, but Lex didn't immediately use the second one. He only had 2, and he had to use them effectively. The wolves had slowed down, and the distance between them had increased. The pursuit continued like that for another 20 minutes before the wolves seemed to have recovered from the effects of the smokescreen and sped up their chase. He waited till they came closer and used the second smokescreen as well. This was nothing more than a delaying tactic, as he would not be able to go far enough to completely escape them, no matter what he did. Besides, running away was never his plan to begin with. The second smokescreen bought him some time, as the wolves seemed to be affected even worse the second time. They were also hesitant in coming near him, and Lex was sure that if it weren't for the orders of the leader of the pack, they would have stopped chasing after him. Speaking of the leader, it seemed completely unaffected by the smoke, but did not venture away from the pack to hunt Lex alone. That was quite fortunate, as Lex would have to risk using his gun if the large wolf chased. The sun eventually set, and fortunately it set earlier than Lex had expected. He put on his night vision goggles and, to Tiffany's dismay, veered off the road and directly into the forest. His cycle was already the best in the shop that he had gotten it from, but he doubted it would last long with such rough use. Cycling on no clear path, over tough tree roots and various jagged rocks, he expected at least the tires would give out soon. He reached into his bag one more time and took out a flashbang, pressed a red button, and dropped it on the floor. It had a 10-second delay, which should be enough to blind the wolves immediately behind him and give him some time. Not slowing down at all, he made his way through the increasingly dark forest. "Tiffany, listen to me," he said, once again reaching into his bag. "I'm going to hide you and attract the wolves." "What?" the young girl exclaimed in fear and shock. "There's no choice. We can't risk you getting caught. Listen to me, I'll be fine. But you need to run." Lex's words seemed to resonate with the girl, but she had gone completely pale and bit her in anxiousness and frustration. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she did her best to keep them from falling. Finally, Lex pulled his hand out of his bag with his special deodorant. He sprayed Tiffany from top to bottom, making sure to eliminate any and all smell on her. "Get ready," he said when he heard the flashbang go off in the distance. He stopped for only a moment, grabbed the girl with a single hand, and lurched her high up onto a branch of a very tall tree. That should keep her out of sight, and with no smell, the wolves shouldn't be able to track her. But still, despite that, he didn't want to risk going too far. He cycled just a little further and waited till the wolves were in sight. He needed to ensure that they kept pursuing him. He only needed to wait a few more seconds till they came into view. He roared as he started cycling away again. "Do you think I'm easy prey? Keep chasing after me if you have the guts." Lex kept yelling as he cycled away. Coming closer to the inevitable confrontation, Lex was filled with nervousness, but also excitement. Lex the zombie slayer was about to try his hand on slaying some wolves. Tiffany was hugging the trunk of the tree, having covered her body in some leaves she had broken off the branches. In the dark, it was already hard to see, but there was no harm in trying to camouflage herself some more. When the first wolf crossed from near the tree, she almost let out a startled cry, but she was able to control herself. After that, the wolves kept passing her by, and as she saw their vast numbers, fear gripped her. She knew Lex said that he would be fine, but she was not an idiot. She did not believe he could survive all these wolves attacking him. She closed her eyes and tried to distract her thoughts. For the Lord protect her, she had to survive. She couldn't let Lex's sacrifice be in vain. After a few minutes, peace returned to the surrounding forest. No more wolves had run past her tree for a while now, and she could no longer even hear Lex yelling and taunting. As much as she wanted to stay in the tree and continue hiding, she knew she had to move. She stopped hugging the tree and dropped all the leaves attached to her body, ready to climb down, but when she turned, her body froze. Right in front of her, a giant sparrow sat in the tree, staring directly at her. Tiffany gulped as she tried to stop her body from trembling. Chapter 60 Wannabe Tarzan. As Lex made his way through the forest, he could feel the condition of his cycle deteriorating. The tire's frame was losing shape and was becoming bumpy. After a few more minutes, he eventually gave up on the cycle and started running. Now he was really in the thick of things. He was not afraid of fighting a few wolves, but there really were too many after him for him to make a stand. He had to fight them off while he kept running. He held his short sword in his right hand and the heavy Harley in his left hand. When he was cycling on the road, he had managed to pull quite a distance, but in the forest and on foot, it wouldn't be long now till they caught up to him. His aim wasn't that good yet, not to mention with his left hand, but since he would be fighting in close range, he would manage. As Lex jumped over a fallen tree, he entered a clearing. Just as he was planning how to engage, he felt goosebumps on his back and leaped to his side without any delay. A wolf had pounced on him, but barely missed him. He aimed the Harley at the wolf, and without hesitation shot at its body. The wolf was hit, but was only wounded. Lex got up, ready to stab the downed wolf, but 3 more wolves jumped at him from the trees. He dodged to the side, but swung his short sword at the nearest wolf while shooting at the one immediately behind it. The sword slashed at the wolf's face, but because he had swung without any form or force, it only cut the wolf and didn't kill it. While his shot missed entirely, but at least deterred the chasing wolf. The wolves stopped attacking and started arranging themselves in a formation to surround him, but Lex had no intention of waiting. Lex lunged towards the wolf he had shot earlier and stabbed his short sword towards its face. The wolf tried to dodge, but its injury prevented it from moving quickly, and Lex's sword found its way into its neck. The first wolf collapsed, but before he could do anything else, the other 3 wolves attacked from behind. Lex, who had spent some time preparing for fights using some of the most knowledge-rich video games ever, knew exactly what to do. The Dark Souls roll. Coming out of the roll, Lex quickly took aim behind him and shot a few rounds at the wolves before they could reach him. He was embarrassed to discover that even at such a close range, he missed some of his shots. The recoil was nothing to scoff at. Fortunately, he hit enough shots, and he wounded the wolves enough that he was easily able to stab them to death. The small engagement left Lex out of breath, but in actuality, it had not even been an entire minute long. "You should have given up on the quest," said Mary, who had appeared in the air in front of him. She wore a worried look as she looked deep into the forest. Lex didn't wait for the rest of the wolves. He turned and started running deeper into the forest. Truth be told, logically it seemed impossible for Lex to survive this, but he had a gut feeling that he could. It was as if his instincts were driving his actions, leading him onto the path that would help him survive. "Mary, if I make any mistakes, then let me know. The gun has 93 bullets left. When they run out, remind me to refill the magazine. I have a few spirit tokens in my bag. You should also keep an eye out for other beasts," Mary warned, sitting on his head as he ran. Lex took her advice in his stride as he ran. His biggest concern was the darkness. He could only see because of his night vision glasses, but he had confirmed using the fancy monocle that the wolves could see just fine, or at least better than he naturally could in the dark. He could not afford to damage his glasses. He heard the sounds of his pursuers, and he glanced back to see 2 more wolves closing in on him. He turned towards the wolves and put his back against a tree so nothing would sneak up on him from behind. He aimed the heavy Harley, making sure his stance was correct before shooting at the nearest wolf. He didn't know if he was lucky or his aim was good when he actually took his time, but he shot the wolf in the head, instantly killing it. Aware that he didn't have the time to aim properly again, he launched himself towards the second wolf and stabbed at it, making sure to not get hit in return. He managed to stab it above its right leg, crippling its movement. "I do more damage with stabs than slashes," he had a passing thought. But he had no time to waste on contemplation. With the wolf injured and unable to give chase, Lex left, not bothering to finish the kill. Every second was important to him right now. He had to make the correct decision at every turn. He had to stay ahead of the pack. The young man ran aimlessly through the woods, completely lost, but behind him he left a trail of dead or wounded wolves. With each encounter, he became more familiar with how the wolves attacked. With each encounter, he learned the limits of his ability. With each encounter, he became more deadly. Given his untrained and amateur state, were anyone to see him, they would be taken aback by the fact that he had yet to be hit even a single time by the wolves so far. His aim with the gun improved, and after a while he began adjusting for the recoil instinctively. Eventually, he reached the point where he became better with the gun in his left hand than he was in the right. Like on Vegas Minima, his actions became seamless and his body knew exactly how to move. At a certain point, he ran into wolves, but this time they were coming at him from the front as well as from behind him. They must have surrounded him, but he was completely unaware. Without a moment's hesitation, as if that had been his plan all along, he holstered his weapons and climbed up a tree with the speed and efficiency of a monkey. But that was not an escape. The wolves would find a way to reach him. So he leaped from the branch of one tree to the next. But how could running in a forest be so easy? He leaped onto the latest tree branch, ready to keep moving. But instead of the firm bark of a tree, his foot handed on something squishy causing him to lose his footing and fall out of the tree. Panicking a little, he raced to get up. The wolves were right behind him, but his thoughts were interrupted by a loud and angry screech. He looked up to see a barrel of angry monkeys jumping up and down ready to attack. Before a complete idea could even form in his mind, Lex was racing away from the tree and towards the wolves. He shot the Harley a few times at the wolves, injuring them and causing them to stumble, before he ran right through the small pack. From the howling and screeching behind him, Lex was sure that two groups of animals had started fighting. He smirked and looked back once to ensure that they were indeed fighting and not chasing him together, before continuing his escape. It was at this moment, when a small amount of pride and confidence were beginning to fill Lex's heart, when he saw the largest wolf, the alpha, standing right in his path with a dozen or so wolves behind it. He exclaimed as he started shooting the Harley as quickly as he could manage. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Chapter 61 Can't Catch a Break. The first shot hit the alpha directly in the face, but the alpha did not even flinch. The shot barely broke its skin, and after a couple of drops of blood, the wound completely healed. Lex felt like cursing, but instead focused his fire on the other wolves behind the alpha while retreating. He had retreated only a few steps when he felt his body tense, his instincts screaming at him to dodge. Lex did not hesitate in throwing himself to the side, but he was still too slow. He felt something hit him on the chest, launching him off to the side. The air left his body, and he puked all over the ground as soon as he landed. He did not let that stop him, however, as he reached into his bag and pulled out his last flashbang. He pressed the button on it and started running, or stumbling, away from the wolves. The 10-second delay seemed like infinity, and he kept shooting towards the wolves to try and keep them at a distance. When there were only a couple seconds left, he threw the flashbang towards the alpha and bolted away. He heard a bang behind him, followed by the howling of wounded wolves. He exclaimed internally as he ran. He had no idea what had hit him, and he just realized that he had lost his grip on his short sword when he was hit. Fortunately, the gun was still in his hand, but there was no way he could go back for the sword. Hopefully, he bought himself a few. Lex felt his body tense and immediately rolled to the side, just in time to see a large object fly by where he was just running. He looked back and saw the alpha standing in the distance, launching some kind of air blast from its mouth towards him. Lex rolled again to dodge and immediately aimed the heavy Harley towards the alpha. He tried to shoot in the mouth, but he was too disoriented to aim properly and missed all his shots. He screamed internally, and he threw himself behind a tree to break line of sight with the alpha and kept running. You have 20 bullets remaining. You should also drink a bot lamb dew in case you have internal injuries, said Mary, but stayed out of his sight to avoid distracting him. Immediately, Lex bought a bot lamb dew mentally and drank it, ignoring the familiar taste. He was in trouble. Reloading his magazine took a couple of minutes. He needed to get somewhere he could hide for a few minutes. But how could the wolves give him any time? The few wolves left that had been accompanying the alpha ran in front of him, cutting off his escape path as the growling alpha slowly made its way towards him. Lex backed up against a tree once again to keep the wolves from attacking him from his back and focused on the alpha. Never gonna wish for some more excitement ever again, he said to himself internally. His initial excitement for combat had worn off, but it wasn't fear that replaced it. He was filled with immense focus and determination. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't still nervous, but he had his nerves firmly in control. Right now, he was in a tough situation, but not an impossible one. He already felt his body recovering. Not to mention, he was sure that his body armor had reduced the damage he had taken from the alpha's projectile attack. When it was about 15 feet away, the alpha lurched at him, ready to bite his throat off, but Lex was also ready. In one fluid motion, Lex raised the heavy Harley and shot one single bullet straight into its open maw. Before the shot even connected, he'd already aimed the gun away, shooting continuously at the other wolves around him. The alpha was injured and it fell on the ground, but it was far from weak enough for Lex to take advantage. Lex bolted into the forest once again, his gun finally out of bullets. He removed the magazine and threw the empty one into his backpack, hoping the close proximity to the spirit tokens would work in refilling it while he took out the magazine with the iron-ranked low-caliber rounds. He really hoped he could find some time to rest. The recoil from these bullets was still too strong for him. Mary exclaimed, "It could be a river. You coils use it to hide." "That way," she said, pointing Lex in the right direction. Panting heavily now, Lex forced himself to run where Mary pointed and hoped the wolves would give him some time. But the very next second, an angry but somehow gargled howl from behind him let him know that the alpha had started the chase again. Lex grit his teeth and forced himself to run faster. Fortunately, the river was close by, and Lex reached it quickly. Unfortunately, so was the chasing alpha, and its speed had picked up beyond anything it had shown before. Its speed really was too fast, and before Lex could aim his gun, it was almost on top of him. Lex's body tensed again, and for the first time Lex felt like he was staring death right in the mouth. To be more specific, the open mouth of the wolf that was lunging towards his throat once again. For an instant time, seemed to freeze, and Lex's thoughts froze as well. He could only see the sharp and bloody teeth of the wolf, each one as big as one of Lex's fingers. He absolutely could not get bitten. Without planning or realizing, Lex raised his right arm defensively, blocking the wolf from reaching his throat. The angry alpha chomped down on his arm, and Lex felt insane, unbelievable pain as he felt his muscles rip and his bones shatter. The boy and the wolf fell into the raging river, but even as their bodies were carried by the cold, rushing water, they did not separate. Angry, incoherent, and exhausted, Lex did the only thing he could think of. He fought against the force of the water to bring the gun up to where he assumed the wolf's eyes were, and shot. The recoil hit him like a hammer and threatened to tear the gun out of his arm, but he held on. The pain of his wound, the vertigo of being flung around like a rag doll by the water, the exhaustion of running and fighting all day threatened to knock him unconscious, but he fought to keep himself awake. The wolf, still biting into his arm, flailed its paws around in an attempt to find something to grab onto, to pull itself out of the water, but to no avail. Lex brought the gun to the wolf's skull and shot one more time, finally prying its jaw loose and separating the two. But Lex did not have any time to celebrate. The force of the river was beyond what he had anticipated, and he had absolutely no control over his body as it was rushed downriver. He moved his one good arm around to try and maneuver himself, but there was no luck. Just as he was beginning to lose hope, what little hope he had left, he felt something grab his leg and pull him aside. He felt a tinge of panic and readied himself to shoot, but then he realized that he was being pulled out of the river. Hallelujah! It only took a few moments, but felt as if an eternity had passed by the time he was pulled out. He raised his head to see a giant turtle with a horn on its head staring fondly at him. "Silly humans, why are you always so helpless?" Lex heard a soft voice in his head and almost chuckled despite his condition. "Stop chuckling and bandage your hand," told Mary, appearing above him. "Can't catch a break," he murmured to himself. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content. Chapter 62, Oh Dear. Taking a deep breath, Lex forced himself to sit up, a task that was monumental given how exhausted he was. Nonetheless, he pushed himself upright and holstered his gun before taking off his backpack to search for his mini medkit. The giant turtle watched him with great interest, as if he were watching a pet perform a trick. Lex withdrew the medkit and took out the gauze to wrap his hand with, but when he took a look at his right arm, he was extremely alarmed. There weren't just a few bite holes like he was expecting. His entire right arm was disfigured and ripped in various places. In normal cases, a wound like this would require major reconstruction surgery or even amputation. The recovery pod should be able to handle it when he gets back to the inn, but he had to make sure he didn't bleed to death before that. "That doesn't look like a wound from the river." The giant turtle spoke in Lex's head again, bringing its head closer to his arm for a look. "Oh dear, that does look really bad." The grass from the ground started growing rapidly and started gently wrapping itself around his arm. Lex winced, a sharp pain shot through his entire body, but suddenly he felt a cooling sensation run through his right arm, which was followed by his entire arm going numb. Oh dear, this is very bad. This is very, very bad. The giant turtle withdrew its head into its shell and made a few mumbling noises, as if talking to itself. Then, unexpectedly, from its shell, Lex started hearing the sound of various things being moved around, as if someone were rearranging stuff in a storeroom. Finally, it brought its head out again with a large fruit hanging in its mouth. It brought the fruit over Lex's arm and crushed it, letting the juices fall on the cast made of leaves. The leaves greedily sucked all the juices without letting a single drop fall, but Lex felt no difference. His entire right arm was numb, but as long as the bleeding had stopped, he was content. He'd let the recovery pod handle whatever the injury was. How did you ever get yourself into so much trouble? The turtle gently asked, sitting down in front of Lex. I was being chased by a pack of wolves. They chased me from the road into the forest. Wolves? Oh dear, why would wolves be chasing you? Lex looked at the harmless-looking giant turtle in front of him and suddenly became slightly wary. It had saved him and even helped him, but did it truly have no ulterior motives? Whether it did or did not, Lex was in a bad condition right now. He was in no shape to protect himself. He reached his left hand into his backpack and bought a golden key from the inn, pulling it out for the turtle to see. He held it up so the turtle could take a good look at it. The turtle looked strangely at the key, and for a moment seemed attracted to it, but as soon as the moment passed, it returned to normal. Oh, dear little human, I don't want your treasure. I was only asking why you got in trouble. You humans are so interesting. You're always running around doing different things. All I ever do is tend to the forest. Lex was taken aback at the fact that the turtle resisted the temptation of the key. Based on his understanding, it should be very attractive to anyone who sees it. But still, since he had already bought the key, there was no point in wasting it. No, please, I insist. You should take it. The turtle was silent for a while and stared at him. I know you're just saying that, so I accept the gift. Oh dear, you are such a kind human. I suppose I can accept your treasure. But I have no use for treasures anyway. The turtle reached forward and picked the key up with its mouth before retracting its head back into its shell, placing the key somewhere in there. When its head came back out, the turtle was smiling. Why don't you come with me? I will take you somewhere safe. The wolves won't find you there, and you can eat some food. Without waiting for Lex to reply, the turtle lifted Lex off the ground with its mouth and placed him gently on its shell. The turtle then lifted itself off the ground and slowly started making its way into the forest. It was still dark, and Lex had lost his night vision glasses somewhere in the river, but his eyesight had acclimatized enough for him to be able to vaguely see around himself. This is free territory. No one can claim the land right next to the river. But right after this is my garden. I'll let the rabbits and owls live in my garden, and they take care of my things for me. It's a little trouble keeping the rabbits safe, though. They're so mischievous. The turtle began telling Lex about the forest and the creatures that lived in it. The turtles seemed to have a good relationship with all of them, and treated all of them as children. Lex tried to keep listening, but found the turtle's voice carried a certain charm that was making him drowsy. Eventually, he could not help himself and dozed off. The turtle, as if unaware, kept talking as it slowly made its way deeper into the forest. Eventually, it reached a treehouse built on a large oak tree and lifted Lex up, placing him inside one of the rooms through a window. Then the turtle continued its stroll through the woods, still softly talking even with no one around. Lex slept soundly through the night and woke up the following noon to the sound of a notification from the inn. Quest update. Quest complete. The host has helped the carrier of the will of Nibiru complete her task. The host reward is being calculated. Quest completed in 26 hours. Host influenced the carrier's personality. Host has influenced certain events, affecting the trajectory of Nibiru's development reward rank. B+ reward. Mystery Trials. 0,000 mepe. Lex was pleasantly surprised. The quest was already completed. To be honest, he never doubted that Tiffany would be safe. She carried the will of the entire planet. Although Lex did not know what that exactly meant, he could at least guess that she was extremely lucky. The way she had escaped her pursuers when she was alone was already very telling. Not to mention the fact that Lex teleported directly in her path when he reached the planet. He was sure that this was by no means a coincidence. Still, he wondered how she was able to complete the quest so quickly. He asked in a good mood. His right arm was still numb, and he was grateful for it, as he assumed otherwise he would be in excruciating pain. The tiny floating assistant appeared before him, but she didn't immediately answer. She stared at the young man with a very serious look, as if contemplating something. "Lex, let me ask you a question." "Huh?" "Because I was confident in myself, not to mention all the preparations I made beforehand." "No, based on your personality, you would never take such a huge risk like that. Since you've gotten the inn, your first priority has always been protecting yourself. Your cultivation is based on defense, and you've even registered for self-defense lessons instead of direct combat training." Lex was stunned. What she said didn't make sense, but he was free to decide to do things differently whenever he wanted. Just because he did things a certain way previously didn't mean he couldn't do them differently in the future. "I have a feeling, but it's best to be sure." Lex shrugged and pulled up his status. Name: Lex Williams. Age: 23. Sex: male. Cultivation level: regal embrace. Body tempering stage 1. Health: suboptimal, enlarged brain tumor. Crippled right hand, bruised torso, bruised legs. Midnight points: 17,961 midnight in level. 3 inventory: bathroom slippers, self-defense butter knife. Host attire. When Lex saw the tab about his health, he froze. He was not concerned about the hand or his body. The recovery pod could take care of that. He was focused on the part that said enlarged brain tumor. It had grown. Chapter 63: Mystery Trials. Name: Lex Williams. Age: 23. Sex: male. Cultivation level: regal embrace. Body tempering stage 1. Health: suboptimal, enlarged brain tumor. Crippled right hand, bruised torso, bruised legs. Midnight points: 17,961 midnight in level. 3 inventory: bathroom slippers, self-defense butter knife. Host attire. After recovering from a shock, Lex focused on his health tab for more details. Health: enlarged brain tumor. After growing a certain amount, it has started affecting the host's decision-making capabilities. It may result in headaches, blackouts, mood swings, impaired decision-making, memory loss, and more. It says my brain tumor has grown and will affect my decision-making process, Lex told Mary seriously. It's what I was afraid of. This might be an inadvertent effect of the first procedure whilst cultivating regal embrace, which causes all your bodily functions to become more optimized. It even optimized the growth of your tumor. Lex tensed up in frustration, but after a few moments let out a sigh and relaxed. There was no point dwelling on things he could not affect. He would focus on other things. He asked again. It's an upgrade for the inn. Guests can enter and undergo a trial based on their cultivation as well as their personalities. The mystery in its name comes from the fact that no one can know what kind of trial they will encounter. So a soldier or someone who enjoys fighting will have a combat trial, but someone who likes carpentry will have a trial based on building or fixing something. The trial allows you to discover your flaws and grow your skills. And if you succeed, then there are even small prizes. Lex and Mary kept talking, as Lex was in no mood to explore the planet further and was simply waiting till he could return to the inn. Hopefully it won't be much longer. Hugo Laurent left his room, and for the first time in many years felt a sense of contentment. He had reached the peak foundation realm and even stabilized his cultivation in only a few days. For the first time in years, he saw hope in his future. Although far off, his cultivation was going smoothly enough now that he imagined that he would be able to enter Golden Core sometime in the future. Once that happened, even if the Bentham family could not help him find his enemies, he would have enough influence to find out on his own. A part of him wanted to continue cultivating in this place, but his soul contract mildly influenced him to let him know that he should either continue investigating or return to Old Man, well, with his information, as quickly as possible. Still, he was content with his gains. He was planning on visiting the gift shop once, and then returning to Earth. But as soon as he ventured outside, he noticed that the area surrounding the inn seemed to have changed. Not only did it seem bigger and fuller, but a few hills appeared in the distance. He went to Gerard to ask about it, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that a meditation room had been built on the hills in the distance, which aided one in cultivation. Still, as much as he wanted to go test out the new addition, his soul contract kept reminding him to focus on what was important. He went directly to the gift shop and carefully went through all the items, memorizing their effects. He only bought a bottle of Bottlum's Dew, however, as he assumed that it could be useful to the old man. When he received it in card form, he was extremely shocked and impressed. If he could learn how to store items in cards, it would be immensely useful to him. With that done, Hugo left the building to explore the rest of the inn. He saw a new guest sitting in the garden, a young girl. At first, Hugo was tempted to go talk to her, but then remembering that he was armed to the teeth, he thought it might not be such a good idea. He explored the grounds and then ventured towards the hills. When he finally reached the meditation room, he took his time to admire it, but ultimately resisted his urge to venture in. Making sure he had seen everything at least once and remembered all the details, he summoned Gerard and asked him if the innkeeper was available. He wanted to say his farewell before leaving, but unfortunately was told that the innkeeper was away on some business. With nothing left to do, he thought about returning. The way Gerard told him he could leave, and felt himself being transported away. Slowly his surroundings faded away, and he found himself back in the hall in Will's house. He found a couple people waiting for him in the room, and as soon as he appeared, they rushed to him to ensure that he was all right. After making sure that he was hurt anywhere, one of the staff members ran off to report to Will, while the other led Hugo to a clinic. Even though he said he was unhurt, tests needed to be conducted to be sure. A team of doctors was ready waiting for him when he arrived. They took blood samples, conducted x-rays, MRIs, eyesight tests, psychological tests to determine his mental state, and many more. Hugo went along with all these, as he had already been through them once before he ventured to the inn, so that the doctors would have his baseline. Eventually, while he was still being tested, Will was brought into the room on a wheelchair. His skin had paled even beyond what it was before, and he looked incredibly weak. He was wearing an oxygen mask, and it was clear that his situation had deteriorated drastically while Hugo was gone. This could also explain why his soul contract had been prompting him to hurry so much lately. The old man didn't speak, but he looked at the mercenary with hopeful eyes. "I believe you'll be very happy to hear what I have to report," Hugo told the old man as he kneeled before him. He handed the old man the golden key he had received when he returned from the inn and began his tale. Chapter 64, Spirit Energy Poisoning. It only took a few more hours, but the connection to Nibiru was complete. Lex did not wait any longer and immediately chose to return to the inn. He had a few things he wanted to do, but the first and foremost was recovering. When he went to the recovery room, he found that Marlowe was still in his chamber, eating up his MP, not any better than before. Well, technically his vitality and spirit had recovered a lot, but was not fully healed. It seemed like it would take much longer than Lex guessed to heal the man. It could be because of the recovery room's low level and Marlowe's high cultivation, but Lex paid no mind to that for now. Without hesitation, he lay himself down in a recovery pod and allowed the healing process for his arm to begin. He asked mentally, while they both have strong healing capabilities, they only provide basic healing. There are many kinds of wounds that they cannot heal. Your tumor, for example, is something that needs to be removed from your body, so it does not come under the purview of this kind of healing. Similar to how they could not directly remove the poison from Helen's body, or the zombie mutagen from Marlowe. Once you start dealing with higher-level cultivators, their injuries will carry a hostile spirit energy, which is again not something these rooms can heal. For something like that, you would have to look out for talented doctors or healers across the universe and hire them. In that case, the benefits the inn provides will improve their inherent capabilities, but can never replace them. Lex nodded, understanding that hiring a worthy staff was an important part of running the inn. Lex closed his eyes and allowed himself to fall asleep while his hand was being fixed. At some point, the numb feeling had faded, but instead of pain, Lex felt hollow and drained. He was too afraid to remove his grass bandages to actually look at the condition of his hand, but fortunately, it would not be a concern much longer. A few hours later, he was woken up to the notification that his hand had been fixed. He jumped out of the pod and squeezed the fingers on his right hand, feeling his strength. It still felt a little tired, but at least he was better now. Then another problem occurred to him. The recovery pods were right in the recovery room, and anyone could see who was being healed. If a customer ever saw him recovering, it would mar his image. He needed to make a few changes to keep the privacy of his customers as well. For example, Alexander had seen Marlowe and recognized him. That was all well, but what if the next person to recognize him was not on friendly terms? He went into the design interface and began making changes. Each pod was put in an individual room, the small change costing him 200 MP. While he was making changes, he might as well add the mystery trail as well. While all the additions he'd made to the inn so far were far away from the main building, he decided to add the mystery trail close to it. He flew to the back of the inn's building and chose a suitable place 500 meters away. When he selected the spot for the mystery trail, a mound of earth rose up from the ground 15 meters high and 10 meters in diameter. A large metallic double-faced door was fixed on the side of the mound facing the inn. The door gave off an ancient feeling, as if it had withstood the flow of time for eons, undisturbed and unaffected. Lex frowned a little and used the interface to make the mound of earth a little neater, and then chose to grow some grass over it. He didn't understand why the door had to be connected to the mound, but he could not remove it. He asked. He had to decide how much to charge his guests. For any guest who has used any of the inn's services, the first entry is free and costs you nothing either. Each consecutive use will cost you 500 MP. The mystery trial is unique, and you will not be able to buy more of those from the inn in the future. Its level is also linked to the level of the inn. So, as the level of the inn increases, the trial will give better feedback to its users as well as better rewards. I understand, he said, turning his attention to the next matter. From Nibiru, he had brought back a bunch of seeds. Although he was sure many or all of them may have died tussling about in his backpack while he fought, this might be a good time to set up the greenhouse. There was one catch, however. While he was not planting anything too precious right now, he wanted to keep the greenhouse somewhere secure so that guests would not barge in. What if they stole or damaged his goods? He was planning on using or selling whatever he grew. He could not afford to leave them out in the open. Before he could make any decisions, however, he felt someone using a golden key to enter the inn. Lex smiled, made sure he looked presentable, and appeared at the entrance of the inn awaiting his new guest. From a flash of light, 2 guests appeared, and Lex was surprised to see a familiar face. But before Lex could greet the guest, he came to a horrible, awkward realization. He was standing at the entrance of the inn, right at the end of the stairs that led up to the inn. His familiar guest, Hugo Laurent, was standing at the foot of the staircase. The problem was, in front of Hugo, the second guest was sitting in a wheelchair with no way up the stairs. This was also when Lex realized that most of his guest rooms were above the ground floor, and a person in a wheelchair would have no way of getting to them. It was a good thing that the host attire kept his image calm and presentable. Otherwise, his guests would be exposed to the visage of him blushing in embarrassment. Still, Lex recovered quickly. Before Hugo had a chance to say anything, Lex quickly accessed the design interface and waved his right hand as he willed a ramp to appear beside the stairs, giving the image that he had made the change himself. Hugo froze, shocked by the sudden change, which gave Lex the chance to quickly mentally add an elevator inside the inn right beside the stairs for guests to use. From the outside, no one was able to tell anything had changed at all, and no one was able to see the image of a tiny, floating Mary giggling at Lex's embarrassment. Or at least, the guests weren't able to. Welcome back, Hugo. Hugo, who snapped out of his surprise, smiled at the mysterious innkeeper. Of course, your inn is impressive beyond all of my expectations, even beyond all of my wildest dreams. Who wouldn't want to go on vacation, heal from their old wounds, and even elevate their cultivation level while they were at it? There's nothing that can compare. In fact, that's why I brought my boss this time as well. Lex turned his attention to the man in the wheelchair, and indeed his condition didn't look good at all. In fact, it could be said that he was almost at death's door. He checked the man's status. Name, William Bentham. Age, 59. Sex, male. Cultivation details, Initial foundation realm species. Human midnight in prestige level. Not yet available conditions. Fatal spirit energy poisoning report. The patient is cultivating spirit energy with an affinity that directly clashes with his body's affinity. The more spirit energy he absorbs, the faster the rate of poisoning. The only way to treat the patient is to completely dissolve his foundation realm, and then use the recovery pod to slowly heal him. It is recommended that the patient also drinks botlums due immediately following the dissolution of his foundation to prevent dying before recovery can begin. Patient is on the verge of death. Immediate treatment is recommended. Chapter 65. Old Man Will. Lex frowned as he read the report on Will. Spiritual affinity was something he'd never heard of before. He wasn't exactly sure what that meant. He was also confused by what the system meant by saying dissolve the foundation. Was a person's cultivation realm something they could just give up? He asked Mary about the details. Originally, this is something I did not know, but as you've elevated your authority by a few levels, I have received the answer from the system. Spiritual energy originally is neutral, but it can gain affinities. For example, if a person is using a cultivation technique that is based on fire or relies on heated environments or natural treasures that have the fire element, then when that person absorbs spiritual energy, his cultivation technique will give it a fire affinity. That means the spiritual energy that person has stored in his body will have the characteristics of fire, and he can use spiritual attacks based on fire. The case with Will is similar. The cultivation technique he is using is based on fire, but his body inherently has an affinity for water. Not everyone has natural affinities, and people who have them can be considered to have special constitutions. As a result of Will's natural affinity clashing with the affinity of the spirit energy he is absorbing, instead of becoming stronger, he is being poisoned. As for dissolving his foundation, that is an easy way of describing it. To understand, let me explain to you how the different levels of cultivation work. Body tempering strengthens the body to absorb spiritual energy within it without being hurt by it. Qi training, which also has 9 realms, involves absorbing spiritual energy in the body and then pushing the limits of how much energy the body can store. Each time a cultivator breaks through a sub-realm in Qi training, their capacity for spiritual energy is increased. But where in the body is this energy being stored? Later, in the Golden Core realm, the energy is stored in the core. However, before that, the energy is stored in the muscles, tissues, and organs of the body. In simple words, Qi training only focuses on the quantity of spirit energy that the body can hold. It forces the body to absorb as much energy as possible. Suffice to say, the better the cultivation technique or the talent of the cultivator, the more energy they can absorb. However, this changes in the foundation realm. The spirit energy that has so far been absorbed by the body is neutral and of very low quality. In fact, if spiritual energy that is purer or higher in concentration can actually harm the cultivator. The foundation realm starts building a foundation in the body to sustain higher concentrations as well as quality of spiritual energy. One of the steps involved in this naturally changes the neutral spiritual energy in the body to that of one with an affinity. How that works is irrelevant to you right now. What you need to know right now is what dissolving the foundation means. It's a nice way of putting it, but basically if all the muscles and tissue in the body simultaneously sustain enough damage without directly killing the cultivator, then the spiritual energy in the body will be released and the cultivation realm of the person will drop. Usually, if a person survives such an ordeal, their body is so damaged that they can never cultivate again. You should be able to avoid that happening by immediately putting him in the recovery pod so that his body heals correctly. However, the old man is weak. I don't know if he can survive such a shock. Also, even weak, he's in the foundation realm and you're in the body tempering. There's no way you can help him dissolve his foundation. That was a lot of information to absorb, and he had silently been staring at the old man for a bit now. Hugo was starting to get worried, but just as he was about to ask a question, the innkeeper spoke up. His condition is complicated. Hugo looked down at the old man with a questioning gaze. Even though he himself had a higher cultivation than Will, The old man's family had been in the cultivation world for centuries and had a lot of influence. Hugo needed his help to find his family's murderers, so he really hoped that Will could be healed. Will, who had been silent so far, removed the oxygen mask from his face and gave the mysterious innkeeper a weak smile. For some reason, Will felt like he could trust the old man unconditionally. If he wasn't in unbearable pain, he would have liked to have a chat with him. For now, though, he would trust his gut and put his life in the mysterious man's hands. I have nothing left to lose. Lex nodded at the old man's determination. Then he explained Will's problem exactly as he read about it in the report. He did not know if affinities were common knowledge, and would only explain if asked. When the old man heard what the issue was, he suddenly came to a realization. It's as if the pains of his entire life suddenly made sense to him, as well as why his condition had suddenly deteriorated. Originally, he was going to wait for Hugo to return and see if there was a way for him to heal, but after feeling spirit energy from the key, he thought maybe he was getting better and tried to absorb energy from a medium spirit stone. His condition had drastically gotten worse since. He chuckled to himself. He didn't know about affinities, as well as special constitutions. Who could have guessed that he was someone countless people considered a genius? But he made a mistake right at the first step and chose the wrong cultivation technique. Lex explained the procedure that Will needed to undergo, and while Hugo was startled, Will did not have much of a reaction. He was too exhausted, mentally and physically at this point. Since Hugo had already bought a bottle of Bottlum's Dew, they went directly to the room with a recovery pod, RP. "Yeah, are you sure you want me to dissolve his cultivation?" asked Hugo, reluctant to hurt Will. He didn't want to use too much strength and accidentally kill him. Lex shook his head and answered, "I apologize, but I cannot harm a guest, even to help them, unless they break a rule of the Midnight Inn." That was the excuse Lex had thought up, and though it was flimsy, it would have to do. Will lay down in the recovery pod, and Hugo put his hand over the old man's chest. Slowly and carefully he channeled his spirit energy all over the old man's body, till a thin layer of it covered him. Looking in the eyes of Will one last time, Hugo gave him a nod, to let him know he was about to do it, and then let his spirit energy attack Will. In an instant, the old man went from being pale and trembling to covered in blood and completely still. Using his fastest speed, Hugo chugged the bottle of Bottlum's Dew down his throat and closed the lid for the RP. The RP started working immediately, but the old man lay still and unresponsive. He looked like a corpse being poked and prodded, but Lex could use the system to monitor his status. The old man went to within an inch of his life. To be more exact, his heart stopped beating for a few moments, and his brain activity started to decrease, but the Bottlum's Dew kept him from completely dying for a few critical seconds. Just because he was in the pod did not mean he could not die, as was the case with Marlowe as well, but fortunately after a couple of minutes, he went out being in a critical condition. At this point, the spirit energy was leaking out of his body, his cultivation falling, and the RP was more focused on keeping him alive than healing him. The Bottom's Dew, which normally took a long time to show its full effect, had already been used up in keeping him alive long enough for the RP to take over. If nothing unexpected happened, he would survive, though he most likely would have to start cultivating from chi training again. It's okay. He's past the critical stage. Hugo let out a breath of relief. He thought he had killed the old man. Lex left the two alone. The healing process would take a long time, and no doubt Hugo wanted to stay with Will a bit longer to ensure he was okay. But instead of returning to previous activity of improving the inn and considering where to add the greenhouse, he walked in a particular direction. He remembered that he had another guest at his inn, and he had previously sent her a Saturn cake. Lex wanted to check up on her, and if the opportunity presented itself, learn more about her famous friend, Alexander. Chapter 66, Spendthrift. Lex asked as he walked towards the hills that carried the meditation room. His host attire, which was in sync with the inn, let him know where all his guests were at all times, so he had no problem locating her in the large area of the inn. But while normally he teleported directly wherever he wanted, this time he chose to walk. Firstly, it was because he was considering a good place to place his greenhouse, and secondly, he wanted to understand how his guests felt walking around. Her mood did seem to improve when she had the cake. and instead of sulking in one place, she's been wandering around the grounds of the inn. Lex nodded as he continued to stroll through the inn. For now, the grounds around the inn weren't too big, just a few acres in fact, which meant you could see end to end easily. However, walking from one corner to another, such as the recovery room to the meditation room, still took a bit of time. It was fine for him, but he had to keep in mind that not all of his guests could traverse the area easily, such as Will. He twitched his lips, but mentally bought a golf cart from the midnight market that he parked beside the manor. To offer to drive his guests around whenever they saw them walking to a specific destination. Eventually, even with his slow pace, he reached the hills and found Helen sitting in the grass with a couple of rabbits playing around her. She also had one in her lap that she was gently stroking, her gaze off into the distance. She was brought back from her thoughts by the sound of someone approaching, and looked to see the innkeeper. She had seen him when she had just arrived at the inn, but since then the mysterious man had disappeared. She had been too preoccupied with her thoughts and had completely forgotten about him. "Good afternoon." The innkeeper greeted her, his voice smooth as butter. "Yes, it has been great. You're very welcome. It is a delicacy from the Jotun system that is fairly popular." The innkeeper spoke softly and calmly, with a warm and easygoing presence. He sat down in the grass nearby, and a few rabbits hopped on over to him, as if attracted by his aura. He gently petted them, as if he were meeting an old friend after a long time. "If you don't mind my mentioning," he said, turning his gaze from the fluffy animal to her, "my staff told me that you haven't eaten much. Although you have been healed from your poisoned state, it has extracted a lot of strength from your body." Helen blushed, and for the first time in a long time, she felt like an admonished child. She felt like she had been behaving like a spoiled little girl, throwing a tantrum at being treated unfairly. "I will take better care of myself," she said meekly. Helen was not a meek woman. She was confident and strong, and while she gave respect to her superiors, it was not out of weakness but from her upbringing. As someone being raised for a political marriage, she was not raised to be only a pretty face but a strong asset, an ally for whoever she ended up with. She was extremely capable and was always treated as such. Even Alexander, who generally treated her very well, knew that she was more reliable than most, and so treated her as someone strong and someone who did not need to be looked after. After all, treating someone strong with delicacy was not care, but disrespectful. However, for some reason, she did not seem to mind it when this mysterious man was looking out for her like this. "I'm glad to hear it," the man said, a smile appearing on his handsome face. "If you have any other troubles, feel free to talk to me about them." Various thoughts ran across her mind as the innkeeper made his offer. She was not having a small crisis, but one that overturned her whole life. Even though she knew she was being raised for a purpose, she loved her family dearly. Yet she had been thrown aside, and there was nowhere left for her on earth unless she returned with a new identity. And even if she returned, what would she do? She had lost her direction in life. She did not want revenge, but she also did not know what she did want. "I understand," the innkeeper said, getting up. "If you need me, feel free to reach out through one of my staff. If you get bored during your stay, I recommend you try out the mystery trial behind the manor. It is something I just added to the inn." The innkeeper smiled at her one more time and then disappeared. Helen felt a sense of loss when he left, but she picked herself up and started walking back to the manor. She would eat something, and then she would continue to think. Moping was not her style, but she needed to figure out her new direction in life before she would feel better. Lex was slightly disappointed when the girl refused to confide in him, but he could not insist on getting her to talk. He had to maintain his mystique. He reappeared at the northernmost point of the inn and prepared himself for some heavy spending. Spending 5,000 MP in the midnight market, he bought himself a relatively powerful array that was arranged from trees. As soon as he made the purchase, pine trees started growing around and ultimately covered an entire acre of land around him. Then in the center of the new forest, he chose to purchase the greenhouse for another 425 MP, transforming the land 5,000 square feet around him into arable land. After all his expenditure, he was left with 11,836 MP. That was still quite a lot, But did it really allow him to spend his MP so randomly? The answer was this was not a random purchase. The forest array served an important purpose, which was that it would redirect anyone who entered away from the center without letting them realize. The effect was very simple and did not harm anyone in any way, but it was exactly for that reason that the array could affect even those of a very high cultivation level. This way his greenhouse, which was directly in the center of the forest, would be out of reach for the guests. Of course, as the owner and controller of the array, Lex could choose to allow someone to pass through if he wanted. What was an array exactly? Similar to how spirit techniques use spirit energy to give rise to different effects, and talismans use spirit energy as well as the complex science of spirit engineering to give birth to seemingly magical results. Arrays used natural treasures and spirit treasures to have different effects over a certain piece of land. By arranging treasures, or array flags, spirit treasures that serve a single, very specific purpose, in a complex design, one could arrange an array that served various purposes. It could be a protective array that stopped incoming enemies or attacks from entering an area. It could be an attacking array that attacked enemies with it. It could even be a spirit-gathering array that gathered spirit energy from the atmosphere and filled the area of the array with concentrated spirit energy, a boon for cultivation. In short, it could have various effects and all depended on the user's purpose. Worker for the greenhouse. Eyes that Lex purchased could only be human-shaped and could have no special abilities, only a certain amount of knowledge regarding certain fields. And instead decided to just call in the gardener, to keep it simple and easy to remember. He handed the gardener all the seeds and cuttings he brought from Nibiru and told him to begin planting them, and try to save as many of them as he could. As he watched the gardener begin to work, he came to the painful realization that he may have to hire an actual living person with an affinity or ability for raising plants, as then let him know of the various special needs of each plant that was being planted, and they were not simple, to say the least. Chapter 67, Protagonist Halo. Lex watched silently as the gardener carefully started digging potholes for the cuttings he had brought. The greenhouse had few special features that greatly aided in the growth of plants. Firstly, the soil was filled with concentrated spirit energy, which would not only increase the speed of growth of plants, it would also improve their quality. Even common plants grown here would absorb spirit energy. Secondly, the chances of transported plants or plant cuttings dying was reduced drastically. However, this was only the first level of the greenhouse, and the benefits it could provide were limited. It pained him to learn that for more valuable plants, such as those that granted humans extra strength back on Nibiru, he would need to provide special fertilizers and spirit water. Both of those things would cost him a lot of MP. Fortunately, for now he could make do without them. He told the gardener that he wanted him to focus on growing a lot of the vine Tiffany's treasure. Using the system, he could get the proper name for the plant, but he decided to stick to the name the little girl had told him. He was just about to leave the garden when he received another notification. New quest. With a garden available in your backyard, it's time to improve the quality of your food. Grow spiritual vegetables for the inn's kitchen. Quest time limit. 2 weeks. Quest reward. Rare plant seeds. Quest failure punishment. -1000 MP remarks. In certain parts of the world, common farmers have abs, but you even as a cultivator only have flab. Roll up your sleeves and put some work in. Lex was incensed. He had abs, okay. Maybe not to the level of Instagram models, but he was getting there. Anyway, he ignored the ignorant, insensitive system for now and focused on the time limit. 2 weeks. It was too short. Could he grow anything in this time? You don't need to worry and just plant normal seeds. They will grow quickly enough. You don't need to even have a large variety at the moment. Even if just a couple of ingredients in a dish are spiritual, then it will have a completely different result. Lex nodded and decided to make this his first priority. This was a relatively easy quest. He wanted the quickest reward he could get, along with hopefully some upgrades. He returned to his apartment, already planning on getting seeds with same-day delivery. But the moment he returned, all thoughts of vegetables were thrown out the window. He was standing in his room, but everything had been overturned. His mattress had been ripped up, his things were cluttered on the floor, and his clothes thrown out of his closet. Warily, he crept outside his room to find the rest of his apartment in the same state. His first thought was robbery, but that didn't make sense. His TV and gaming consoles, the easiest items to steal, were still there. They were just broken. His furniture was either broken into pieces or ripped through with daggers. Someone had clearly ransacked the place. He was standing still, trying to figure out what the most appropriate reaction should be. He couldn't report this incident to Bluebird. His token was at home, but he was not there during the incident. That could only mean that he had left his apartment without the token. Whether Bluebird would be able to find the culprit was an entirely different matter. They would most likely prosecute him first. For the same reason, he couldn't go to the police. He was still thinking of what to do when he heard his ringtone and traced the sound of his phone, which had fallen underneath his bed. A glance, he was able to tell that he had missed a few calls, all from Larry. He picked up and heard an urgent voice from the other end. Lex? Lex, is that you? Are you all right? I'm fine, he replied. I ran into some goons from Ultimate Fighting Fortress, and suffice to say they roughed me up. So did Matilda, and that ended really badly. She's in Bluebird custody right now, and I heard quite a few people were sent to the CCU and a hospital. Lex frowned. What did Ultimate Fighting Fortress want with them? Their fight should be with Marlowe, and he hasn't even been on Earth in a while. I just got back to my apartment, and the place has been completely trashed. I was wondering what happened. It looks like they paid me a visit as well. I looked into it. Apparently Marlowe has disappeared, and that's caused some people to worry. When he didn't reappear after the Alexander incident in Egypt, some of his enemies started worrying that he was planning a move against him. They picked a fight with his family as well, and I heard there was even an incident with his mother. Someone is trying to provoke him into reappearing. So what now? You don't understand. He's a very high-leveled cultivator. His sudden disappearance makes all the ICPAs nervous as well. But God only knows how long Marlowe will be gone, Lex said, exasperated, for more than one reason. Every day that former giant stayed away cost Lex MP. What were we supposed to do in the meantime? I can't get pulled into a fight like this. Before Lex could continue, someone kicked in his door, and 3 shady-looking men walked into his apartment. Well, look who's finally returned, said the short man who was in the lead. He was wearing a tracksuit and a few chains and was covered in tattoos. Lex didn't mean to stereotype, but the guy definitely looked like trouble. Who are you? Lex asked forcefully. Deep down, he really wanted to avoid trouble. Earth was supposed to be the place where he laid low without attracting any attention. He didn't mind getting into trouble in other places, but his family was on Earth. He absolutely could not risk them. Before the man could reply, Lex reached into his backpack and pulled out the heavy Harley. He did not aim at anyone, but the threat was evident. The 3 men stopped in their tracks when they saw the gun, but didn't leave. The short man let out a whistle as he admired the weapon. You know, it's pretty hard to get a carry permit for one of those in New York. You must have friends in high places. Lex eyed the 3, still a little hesitant. He wanted to avoid a confrontation if possible. He shut the phone and threw it away, his stance still hostile towards the 3. I'll ask again, who are you and what do you want? The short man was still looking at the gun. You know, I vaguely recall that Marlowe registered one of these guns recently. That's a pretty strange thing, that he would do it himself. He's a big man. He has secretaries for stuff like that. Even minions. I wonder, could it be your gun that he registered? The short man was smirking now and looking at Lex with eager eyes. I sold him a treasure. In exchange, he gave me a weapon. However, that's none of your business. Please leave before I get agitated. Hey, all right. We're leaving, the man said, signaling his men to slowly back out. But I believe we got off on the wrong foot. We only want to be friends and have a little chat if at all possible. You know what? I'll give you a call sometime. We'll meet outside, somewhere in public, so you don't need to be nervous. I believe it'll be in your interest as well. After all, you don't want rumors spreading around about yourself. Buddy, I don't know if you're saying that I have kids or that I'm someone's illegitimate child. This time, Lex aimed the gun directly towards a man. The man didn't retort and left the apartment, giving Lex a wink right before he left. Lex waited a while and then checked the hallway outside to find it empty. He let out a sigh. Was this the famous get into trouble for no reason protagonist Halo he'd read in so many novels? Chapter 68, Marital Problems. A tall, beautiful lady sat with her legs crossed on a sofa, her long blonde hair falling over her shoulders. She was wearing a suit, but had taken off her shoes, but the casual look did nothing to diminish her overwhelming charm. She was sitting in a private lounge, the table before filled with various sushi dishes. She was listening to a man making a report, and she leaned forward and grabbed a California roll with her chopsticks and ate. Guards were standing in the corners of the room, all extremely serious. The setting right now seemed quite harmonious, but everyone knew that the truth was contrary to how it appeared. The woman's name was Sofia Ramos, formerly known as Sofia Bravi, Marlowe's wife. Officially, the two were still married, but their separation had been quite public and, in the original sense of the word, epic. No one knew the exact reason for their separation, but the consequences were so drastic that multiple ICPAs had to get involved. A small town had been destroyed in their fight, and the officials had to report it to the public as a sudden earthquake. It was said that when they were together, no one had ever been in as much love as Sophia was with her husband, and when they separated, no one could hate someone the way she did. Like her husband, she was a golden core cultivator. She was also the head of one of the largest and most influential cultivator families in Europe, the Ramos family. However, she did not live in Spain, where her family's strength was focused. She lived in New York, where she could keep a close eye on her dear husband. Some time ago, the man disappeared from the public eye. It was not surprising, as he was one of the strongest members, if not the strongest member, of the Bravi family. Although he had long since paid back whatever he owed that family, there were times when the family requested him to use his specific skills. This was not to mention that Marlowe himself ran multiple enterprises, and sometimes they would require him to handle sensitive matters. But matters became different after the Egypt incident. Even ignoring the serious political waves the incident brought throughout the cultivation world, Marlowe himself had a relationship with the Morrison family. An incident of that scale did not simply finish. There were repercussions that would last years, if not decades. Everyone would have to make their stance clear. Alliances had to be made or broken, forces strengthened, protections and precautions had to be taken. Yet the man still had no response. Even the Bravi family was alarmed by his absence and quietly started looking for him. If he kept his silence for too long and did not reappear, people might even begin to suspect that he was directly involved in the assassination attempt, as he had disappeared right before it. Whether other people were beginning to be suspicious of his actions or not was still unclear, but Ultimate Fighting Fortress, Sophia's personal organization, was very open in their search for him. When traces of him could not be found using official methods, they started getting aggressive. A distant observer might think that perhaps the wife was concerned about him, that he needed to clear his name before the Morrison family took notice, but at least the people standing in this room did not think so. A phone rang, breaking the subtle peace in the room, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Sophia picking her own up and answering. We've finished looking up all of his recent students. He's had a closer relationship with two of them, a Matilda Ross and a Lex William. The scope of his extra interactions with them has not been too unusual, but it's still a lead. A background check of Lex revealed to be quite ordinary, but Matilda's background is clearly forged. She also sent some of our men to the hospital. His other students said he gave them a week off before leaving, but they don't know anything else. Matilda attacked our men as soon as they tried to intimidate her, and Lex pulled out a gun. As soon as he made contact, both of them showed a very aggressive response, which does not reflect their social standing or cultivation level. Keep investigating. Understood, said the man at the other end of the phone before hanging up. For a few moments, Sophia was still, as if thinking, before her face warped into a grimace, and she crushed the phone in her hand. She threw the broken pieces across the room before screaming, "That scum is cheating on me." The men in the room trembled, but said nothing. Marlowe himself had a fearsome reputation, but Sophia was the name people used to scare their children at night. Lex propped his broken door against the entrance where it used to reside and returned to his apartment. He took a look around before saying, "Mary the First, don't trust my judgment right now. I can't tell you what to do, but I can give you a few suggestions based on what you want to do. I need to decide how to respond to this." That's too vague. In that case, you should plan according to what you want. Although originally a self-defense class was not a bad idea, right now it has caused you problems. Drop out of the class immediately, and then figure out the easiest way to get out of the public eye. Focus only on your cultivation and the inn. In fact, you should know that the inn will allow you to have your own home in a separate space from the inn. You should complete quests till you unlock that, and then completely move away from Earth until your cultivation is strong enough. There is no reason to put yourself in unnecessary danger. As for your family, simply introduce them to the cultivation world, and then tell them to remain low-key as well. Dropping out. Let me guess, Mary said with a knowing look. You don't want to drop out because you'll feel guilty or because you don't want to compromise your relationship with Marlowe. Lex didn't answer immediately, but eventually gave a reluctant nod. Lex, you can't risk yourself for such a stupid reason. You may like Marlowe, but his complicated life has directly caused you to be in danger, or at least some trouble. You have to get your priorities straight and act accordingly. With the system, and then you can grow so much stronger and be exposed to so much, but that doesn't mean you're immortal or won't die. The system may feel like a cheat or a shortcut, but if it's not used properly, then that's on you. Lex felt like he was getting scolded, but ultimately agreed with the tiny floating projection. He was making things more complicated than they needed to be. He should focus on the inn and his cultivation, and once he was as strong or even stronger than Marlowe, he could do whatever he wanted on Earth, and he would have no worries. Just as Lex made his decision, there was a knock on his broken door before someone moved it aside and entered his apartment. Lex, to his great surprise, saw his old boss Jessica entering his apartment followed by a few men. She was dressed formally, in a beige dress, but the men behind her were in police uniforms. "Are you okay? We were told there were intruders," she said with some concern in her voice. Lex, however, was not buying it. Even if she worked for Bluebird, it was too coincidental that the one person he knew answered his distress call. Larry told him that even Bluebird was concerned about Marlowe's whereabouts, and it seemed they wanted to try and see if they could get any answers from him. Chapter 69, Capitalistic Mentality. Of course there were intruders. Lex said between bar teeth. Someone had come in and trashed his entire apartment, and then came once again to threaten him. But Bluebird delayed their response to find Jessica because she had a connection to him. He was feeling pissed at Ultimate Fighting Fortress, UFF, and annoyed at Bluebird, and it was coming out right now. "Lex, calm down. You're being too aggressive," Mary told him. Lex realized his words and tone were too strong. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, holding in for a few seconds before breathing out. "I apologize," he said, looking at Jessica again. "I was a bit emotional." "It's completely understandable," Jessica replied, looking around the apartment. To be honest, handling incidents of cultivator violence was not her domain in Bluebird. Her work was more logistical, and she rarely ever entered the field. It was true, however, that she was called on an emergency basis to handle this case because of her connection with Lex. She had been on a date that had to be cut short, which annoyed her, but she maintained her professionalism. She had been briefed that other than handling the immediate incident, she should try to investigate Lex's relationship with Marlowe, as well as if he had any information on him. No one expected Lex to know, but there was no harm in being thorough. "Before anything else, are you hurt?" As the two of them talked, the two police officers were looking around the apartment to get a clear idea of the scope of the incident. There wasn't a single part of the apartment that hadn't seen some damage. 3 guys broke into my apartment and started trashing the place. Lex lied through his teeth flawlessly, as if the truth was exactly as he described. He didn't want Bluebird to know he was gone for a while, and the apartment was destroyed behind his back. They seemed to be looking for something. When they couldn't find it, they came for me. "Fortunately, I have this for self-defense," he said, pulling out the heavy Harley. "As soon as I took out the gun, I threatened them to leave." Jessica took a look at the gun and said, "Yes, we saw that you had a registered weapon. But you should be more careful. If they had weapons as well, it could have turned into a confrontation." Although Lex was trying to control himself, it was apparent that he was agitated, though no one thought that was unusual as he had just been through a traumatic experience. Jessica asked him a few more questions, but Lex would always answer that he did not know anything. He did not know who these people were, why they were after him, or what they were looking for. He was completely attempting to distance himself from the situation. Finally, with no actual information on hand and no way to lead the conversation, Jessica had to ask the question she was wondering up front. It says on your profile that you've registered for self-defense classes, but your trainer took a leave. No, not much. He just gave us a week off. Wait, was this because of him? Lex asked, feigning his shock and anger extremely well. No, of course not. I just thought that if he were around, you could ask him what to do in a break-in situation. Jessica covered herself really well, but Lex showed a doubtful look. They asked him a few more questions until they finally left. They told him they'd contact him again if they made any progress on the investigation, and asked him if he wanted to follow them to a safe house. Lex naturally declined to follow them as he had other plans. He took Mary's suggestion and decided he was going to drop out of Marlowe's class and leave for a while. As for his family, he decided that he'd tell them about cultivation whenever he met them personally next time. Actually, there was a Bluebird program that helped new cultivators explain to their immediate families about the cultivation world. This was so that there would be a bit of credibility when these people talked to their families, and to avoid accidents. However, Lex didn't want to think about that right now. Dealing with family was always complicated. He wanted to avoid thinking about it. Leaving Marlowe's class was not normally an easy procedure, as it was in his contract that once you started you could not stop or you would be prosecuted. It was an unusual clause, but in this situation Lex had an easy out as he could claim his life had been endangered because of Marlowe. He wrote up an email and sent it to the official email attached to the self-defense class before he left his apartment. He only grabbed his phone, wallet, Bluebird token, and heavy Harley that he stored in his backpack. Nothing else in the apartment was worth putting any effort into. He hailed a taxi and told the driver an address he'd looked up online. He arrived at a skyscraper and quickly made his way in. The receptionist scanned the token and, after checking if everything was in order, told him to take the elevator to the 20th level. Of course, the 20th level she was referring to was the basement level, not the floors in the high-rise. Lex, already used to this system by now, and directly went underground. The reason why he was so decisive about coming here was because he'd done a lot of research on Balor's Castle since Larry told him about it. They took their role of protection quite seriously and had a very positive reputation in the cultivator community. He would relocate using their help and also finally gain an affiliation with an organization on Earth. Although he wanted to avoid doing so, it couldn't be helped. At least this one was not so demanding of its members. When he reached the floor, he was greeted with a bold Balor's Castle imprinted on the wall, along with various images of its leading members. Lex only glanced at it before heading towards the reception on this level. Joining an organization was not as quick and straightforward as he had seen so many characters do in books. After scanning his token and checking his profile on the Bluebird database, they checked his criminal history. Once they were done with that, they checked his social media to check if he had any extremist views or dubious connections. Then came the paperwork. Oh Lord, there was so much paperwork. Lex felt like he'd spend hours filling out forms, answering questions, and then redoing some parts that the receptionist told him he did wrong. They wanted to know everything about him, from his academic records to his professional experience, his medical history to his political affiliations, if he had any. When it came to his cultivation, it was mandatory to list his level as well as how long he had been cultivating for, followed by optional questions where he could write down the details of his cultivation technique. Lex left all the optional questions and then submitted the paperwork and began waiting for the final process, the personal interview. Under normal circumstances, he was told that the interview would be scheduled in a few weeks, but he told them that he was in an emergency, after which they revealed to him the option to pay for an express interview. He didn't know if he should be cursing or grateful for the capitalistic mentality. Naturally, he paid the $5,000 express fee and was led to the interview room, where he waited silently for his interview to begin. To be honest, he was surprised by how thorough the organization was in its joining process. He assumed it would have been easier and more straightforward. The receptionist then told him that because Balor's Castle took their roles so seriously, they were also very selective in who they allowed in. Criminals or people with potential ulterior motives were not allowed to join. He supposed that was good for him, as long as his interview went smoothly and he could join. For now, all he could do was wait. Chapter 70 Teenagers. Two men and a woman entered the room, all holding folders Lex assumed held information about him. They all looked relatively relaxed and gave off friendly vibes that made Lex feel more confident about his chances. They sat down across from him and introduced themselves before diving right into the interview. Mr. The Freedom and Safety, Lex answered promptly, especially the safety part. Since I accidentally learned about the cultivation world, the strongest impression I've gotten is that it is very unsafe. Well, we would like to thank you for your confidence in us. We try our best to uphold our standards to the best of our abilities. No, I haven't tried joining any organization before. I am very new to the cultivation world, and considering how dangerous it seems, I've tried to minimize my contact with other cultivators as much as I can. Mr. Lex, you've mentioned a few times that you are concerned about your safety. No, of course not. Mr. Lex, I hope you don't mind, but it is standard procedure to run background checks on our applicants. According to our research, there was an incident report at your apartment just a few hours ago. There was a break-in at my apartment. They completely destroyed everything I own and even threatened me. Yes, of course, I can understand how such an incident can be traumatic and make one want to protect oneself. Mr. Lex, I don't know if you're aware, but the cultivator community in New York is very tight-knit. Rumors get around quickly, and rumor is that a lot of people have been investigating your self-defense instructor, Mr. Marlowe. He is my instructor, and other than that, I have no connection to him. The three investigators looked at one another before pulling out a picture to show Lex. As soon as Lex saw, his lips twitched. It was a picture of him when he was going to Marlowe's apartment, right after returning from Vegas Minima. He was battered and bruised and completely covered in dry blood. Suddenly, he felt his chances in this interview had dropped drastically. Mr. Lex, this picture was pulled from security footage of you entering Mr. Marlowe's building some time ago. Having no context about this picture at all, it does not seem to me that your relationship with Mr. Lex gulped as quickly started thinking of a good excuse. Velma was standing silently in the gift shop. That worked at the Midnight Inn. However, that did not mean that she was an emotionless and cold machine. It just meant that she was created and given intelligence artificially and not born in the usual way. Although technically her age was less than a month old, she was mentally around 17. She was extremely disciplined and obeyed orders, so her mental age never compromised her work at the inn. But when she had no work to do, she felt extremely bored. Gerard had the mental age of a 50-year-old man, so the two of them could not relate very much at all. The new addition to the inn, the gardener, was very boorish, and Velma did not get along with him at all. All he wanted to do was dig and dig and dig. Her second boss, the tiny floating projection called Mary, was a little more fun. She would occasionally gossip with Velma about her first boss, the innkeeper. Speaking of whom, the innkeeper was incredibly handsome, and Velma always felt very shy around him. A few times she wanted to strike up a conversation with him, but every time she wanted to, she could not make herself do it. She let out a sigh. She was really bored. But right then her second boss appeared before her. Velma, the innkeeper is busy and some new guests are entering the inn. Immediately, she answered as she disappeared, reappearing at the entrance. From a bright light, a young man ran out, holding the hand of a young woman. The pair of teenagers looked very troubled. Asked the young woman, panting, "I have no idea, Aisha, but I think we've lost them for now," the teenager replied, wiping the imaginary sweat off his brow. Aisha, who was relieved to hear that they had lost their pursuers, threw herself into Horace's arms and started sobbing. "Oh, Horace, what are we going to do? They're never going to let us be together. Then I will swim the oceans if I have to." The two lovers continued to talk to one another, professing their love and imagining the various struggles the world would throw their way, denying them the one thing that they both wanted, love. It was as if it was predestined that they were not to be, their difficulties far beyond the petty hurdles of Romeo and Juliet. Velma, who was waiting for a chance to introduce them to the inn, completely forgot her purpose and was listening to their sweet nothings with glowing eyes. I was getting a taste of teen romance, and she was hooked. But long distance never works, said Aisha, breaking free from his arms and looking away. Their extremely cheesy lines and over-the-top emotions held Velma in a vice, and at the thought that the two lovers would be separated, Velma suddenly remembered her job, and along with that she came up with an idea. The two teenagers turned their attention to Velma with a frown, but then suddenly realized that they were not alone. Aisha quickly pulled herself out of Horace's arms. He had hugged her once again, and quickly straightened her clothes, as if removing all proof or memory of the lover's embrace. "Our humble and caters to people from across the universe, wherever they may be," asked Horace, intrigued. He accepted Velma's words quickly, as if traveling the universe were the most natural thing, and started rubbing his chin as if he were coming up with a plan. Aisha asked, curious. Velma lost a bit of her composure when she heard the inn being called a dating spot. If her bosses ever found out, she'd be too embarrassed. Well, no, the inn doesn't cater to just lovers. Anyone who wants to enjoy our services can come. Poor Velma did not know that to some people what she was saying could be taken as the description of a love hotel that charged by the hour. It truly was a good thing that neither Mary nor Lex were here to hear this. Aisha's eyes started to slow as she looked at Horace excitedly. The both shared a look, and it was as if they both had found the solution to their problem. "Why don't you show us around?" said Horace with a smile. Just as she began to lead the two towards the inn, she came close to Horace and whispered, "You should buy her a Saturn cake, trust me." The three teenagers excitedly made their way into the manor, all of them thinking of their exciting futures. Chapter 71, Lovebirds. Velma led the two teenagers into the manor, and after providing a quick summary of everything they offered, she quickly took them to the gift shop. Since Velma was giving the tour, Gerard was behind the counter, awaiting his customers patiently. The gift shop was small, and with only 11 items on display, the shop looked almost empty, but each of the items was very eye-catching. Aisha and Horace looked at the items with interest, and were amazed when a description of each item appeared directly in their minds when they focused on them. The baby's candy and zombie cores were dismissed by them directly. The golden key, however, attracted their attention immediately. A key that let them enter the inn as they pleased, from anywhere in the universe, was exactly what the duo needed to organize their secret reunions at the inn. Without any hesitation, Aisha bought 2 keys and gave one to Horace. Instead of paying with a credit card, as the guests before her had been doing, she opened up her purse and took out a jade bottle. She opened the top and with a dripper took out a single drop of a clear liquid from the bottle. Before she could explain what the liquid was, the single drop mysteriously disappeared from the dripper. Gerard smiled and said, "Your payment has been accepted, but you have a remaining credit balance of around 10,000 MP. You can keep it for now," Aisha said, putting the jade bottle along with her golden key back. "Hey, Aisha, look at this," Horace said with excitement in his eyes. He was looking at a pair of prosthetic wings. In the display case, their size had been reduced, so they didn't attract too much attention. But once Horace learned what they did, he was enamored. Aisha looked not at the wings, but at the silly, excited boy, her gaze soft and loving. "We'll take 2 of those as well," she said, pointing at the wings. Once she received the wings in card form, the two lovers looked at everything else the gift shop had to offer. Botlam Dew, one of the most popular items and Lex's personal favorite, was dismissed by the kids as none of them were hurt and didn't really have a need for it. The Serene Whistle, the item that helps with taming beasts, aroused some interest but not enough to purchase. The Whistle of Barcelona, however, attracted Aisha's interest and she bought it for herself. The Whistle of Barcelona was a one-of-a-kind item that summoned a wisp named Barcelona, which was a popular pet for children in the Jotun system. At least that's what the description said. Horace bought the Saturn cake, but with his credit card instead of using Aisha's tab, and put the cake that had been turned into a card for convenience in his pocket. With that, they had seen everything in the gift shop and left the manor excitedly. Horace asked Velma, "Of course, please enjoy yourselves." "Thanks, we will," Horace said politely. He turned to Aisha, who handed him a pair of Icarus wings, and he quickly attached them on his back. Putting them on was easy. All he had to do was touch his back to them, and they would automatically attach themselves. They linked themselves to his mind, so he could control them seamlessly, and before you knew it, the pair was ready to take flight. The pair looked at each other and smiled. They were feeling slightly nervous, but also extremely excited. They were going to take each other's hand before taking off, but Velma suggested they get a hang of flying before trying something like that. It would be embarrassing if they crashed into each other right at takeoff. Aisha stuck her tongue out and then took off. The speed of her ascent was phenomenal, and it was as if she had spent her entire life flying. Horace took off as well, chasing after her as if they were playing a game of tag. The two young lovers soared through the sky, grinning and smiling as they chased after one another. The two were quickly joined by a pandemonium of parrots who flew around them, gazing curiously at the two new giant birds. Aisha laughed as she saw the parrots flying around her, and she started leading them around. They did barrel rolls and nose dives, experimenting as their skill in flight grew. The sounds of laughter filled the inn, and Helen, who was sitting in a lawn chair with a rabbit in her lap, looked up to see what looked like two humans with wings flying around, playing in the air. Her jaw dropped in shock as she tried to absorb what she was seeing. The two kids were too far away for her to see properly, so she could not tell that what was on their backs were prosthetics. She imagined that these were visitors from somewhere else in the universe who looked like angels. Hugo, who was still with Will, heard the sound of laughter as well and came out to investigate. He was taken aback when he saw two kids fly in the air, but not as much as Helen. He already accepted that the inn was a magical place, so he would not be surprised even if he saw stranger things. Right now, what he wanted to do was to continue cultivating, but it was important he be there when Will recovered, so returned to the RP room. When the two kids were done playing in the air, they started flying over the inn grounds, admiring the scenery, hand in hand. Holding hands in the air was much harder than they had imagined as their wings kept colliding, but ultimately they got the timing and rhythm required to do so. From air, the inn looked very simple, yet beautiful. There were only two significant landmarks that attracted their interest. The hills, covered in a field of flowers which gave off a feeling of seclusion and serenity. The meditation room on top of the hill looked interesting as well. The second landmark was the forest. The two flew towards the forest and were interested when they saw a clearing in the center. But for some reason, as they started to fly towards the clearing, they would always diverge. It was strange. All they had to do was fly straight. But somehow, whenever they got close to the middle, they would turn away without realizing and somehow wind up at the exit. After trying a couple of times, the kids gave up and started looking for a nice spot for a picnic. They chose a spot underneath the shade of a tree, and the two kids, exhausted from their adventure, sat down side by side. Horace took out a card from his pocket and summoned the cake. Aisha called Velma, who brought them a blanket, some plates, utensils, and drinks. The two kids had never tasted such freedom before and would remember this relatively simple day for the rest of their lives. Velma, who left the two kids to enjoy each other's company, kept looking out towards them, hoping that the kids would call her so she could hear more of their cheesy lines. Lex sighed as he stepped out the skyscraper, feeling tired. As one could imagine, his interview did not go too well. He was unable to answer why he was covered in blood, why he registered so many weapons under his name, why he bought so much tactical gear, or what his relationship with Marlowe was. To be honest, even he started to think of himself as a suspicious character after realizing how much information they had on him. He thought he was being sneaky, but there was a very clear trail of all his activities. Of course, there was no proof he had done anything wrong or unlawful, otherwise Bluebird would have called him in for questioning the way they had taken to Matilda. But Lex did not know that. The interviewers did not reject him outright, but only said that they would contact him after reviewing his profile, but he was under no delusion that he would be able to get in. If he had been paying attention, he would have been clued in on how his interview was going to go right at the beginning. After all, his three interviewers had introduced themselves as Irrelevant Character B, and Irrelevant Character C. For some reason, he had casually accepted their names, as if there was no obvious fourth wall being broken right there. Asked Mary, with a concerned look. Well, I'm a little disappointed, but there's an even easier solution than looking for someone else. I'll just live at the inn. Who says I need a home on Earth? I can just come back whenever I need to do something." Mary nodded, as if she liked his answer. Lex grinned to himself and then disappeared. Chapter 72, Bonus Chapter, Upgrade the Dating Spot. Horace and Aisha were both lying down on their picnic blanket, looking up at the parrots in the trees above them. All the parrots in the inn had gathered on the tree above the teenagers, as if acknowledging the pair as their leaders. After flying around everywhere, they were already exhausted, and once they had their little picnic, the duo felt sleepy. They didn't actually go to sleep, but they lay there, enjoying each other's company silently. As compared to their earlier enthusiastic and cheesy selves, they were a lot more somber. "We should head back," Horace said eventually, his voice reluctant. "They'll probably send me to some academy." Aisha didn't reply, but only nodded. Horace spent a few more minutes struggling. He had something he wanted to say, but he couldn't bring himself up to say it. Despite all his earlier bravado, he was still just a teenager, and his experiences in life were limited. He could not help but be afraid of certain things. Even without looking at him, Aisha could tell there was something on his mind. She waited a few minutes to see if he spoke on his own, but when he continued to hesitate, she said, "Don't keep your thoughts hidden." Horace turned to look at his beloved, and she turned to look back at him. The two kids stared in each other's eyes in silence until Horace finally spoke. "Aisha, do you think we're making a mistake?" Just Aisha chuckled. "Who put these doubts in your mind? Was it your parents? Or was it mine?" Horace didn't reply, but the worried look on his face said it all. "If I can be with anyone, then why can't I be with you? What's the point of being rich, of being powerful, if you still can't do what you want? If you're forced to do things you don't want to do just to keep your status or power, then aren't you just a slave to those things? My parents think I don't know better because I'm young, but just because I'm young doesn't mean I'm wrong. Or are your concerns different?" Aisha smiled as she caressed the young man's face with her hand. The two kids smiled as they finished pouring their hearts out to each other. It would be a while before they got to spend time with one another again. Eventually, the two left, and both received a key additional to the one they had bought because they both had made purchases in the gift shop. Mere moments after the duo left, Lex arrived back at the inn. He took in a deep breath and, after holding it in for a few seconds, let out a relieved sigh. "The air is so much better here," Lex commented to the flying hologram around him. "The only reason there is any focus on me at all is because of Marlowe. I'll wait till he returns and have him clear everything up. Once the focus is off of me, I'll think of something." "Makes sense," Mary said, nodding. "I see my MP has gone up again." Mary summoned Velma, who gave Lex a detailed report of Horace and Aisha. She did not get any additional information about them because only Lex could see his guest statuses, but Lex was sure that there was more than met the eye with the teenagers, especially considering that Aisha left a tab of 10,855 MP. Lex would not have access to that MP till she actually used it up, but her balance would be saved and she could use it at any time. When he learned about their flying adventures, he was slightly surprised, and then relieved to hear about the fact that they could not enter the greenhouse, even while flying. It would take someone who had a deep understanding of arrays to maneuver through the forest. Lex also had some ideas when he thought of his guests flying around the inn. Using the design interface, he added a few permanent clouds in the sky and introduced a looping air current. If his guests ever flew, they could ride the air current and it would be like a ride. Having a few clouds in the air would also add a little more variety. He also decided to introduce a few more animals and birds. Lovebirds, pigeons, and peacocks appeared magically throughout the inn. But he wasn't done yet. He created a small, crystal-clear lake near the recovery room and introduced some cute-looking fish. He didn't know many fish except for goldfish and would need to research about which would be a good addition to his lake. For now, the lake was small and shallow, as he didn't have much space, but in the future he planned on expanding it. He placed a rowboat in the lake and then smiled to himself. If the two teenagers came back for another date, at least they would have a few more things to do. All the upgrades cost him 1,500 MP, but it was totally worth it. Lex could not help but imagine himself bringing a girl to the inn for a date in the future, unaware that he wore a silly grin on his face. Everyone who saw him could guess exactly what the innkeeper was thinking and resisted the urge to facepalm. Chapter 73: The Reclamation has begun. Once Lex was satisfied with his changes in regards to making a dating spot, he turned his attention back to the inn. Currently of his rooms, 2 were still booked under Batet and Falak's name. One was booked by Hugo, and one was booked by Alexander. That left only one regular room free, which he was planning on booking for himself in the short term, but he didn't want to leave the inn with no free rooms available. He spent 1,000 MP to buy 2 regular rooms, but instead of the first floor with the rest of the rooms, he placed them alone in separate parts of the inn. He got this idea when he thought about Helen, who seemed to want to stay away from everyone. A secluded room would award her and anyone else who wanted it with their privacy. Lex asked Velma to ask Helen if she'd like to shift her room to one of the secluded ones. Once that was done, he booked a room for himself for a week. Like regular guests, he had to pay 50 MP per day for the room. But since the profit from each room was also 50 MP, he suffered no loss. It was a strange loophole which would allow him to have a room for himself at the inn forever, but the downside was he would have one less room for his guests. He teleported to the room directly and lay down on the bed. He was exhausted, more mentally than physically. He went through all the things that he needed to do in his head. Bastet's and Falak's rooms only had a few more days until their reservation was over, which would free up 2 of his rooms. It was disappointing. Lex was hoping to get closer to them, but probably for the best as well since his cultivation was too low. Speaking of cultivation, Lex let out a sigh and picked himself off the bed. Reluctantly, he spent another 1,500 MP and bought the training room, leaving him with a total of 16 MP left. He thought about where to place it. He didn't want to put it close to the meditation room or cultivation room, as he wanted to keep traffic in those places at a minimum. After thinking for a short while, he created a walkway near the manor that led towards the main gate. When he was satisfied with the distance, he put the training room at the end of the path. He decided that all future additions to the inn would be close together. In the future, he would eventually form a street with all his main attractions on both ends. Maybe if the inn grew big enough, he would redesign it to the shape of a town. The training room was a plain-looking, square building. On the inside, it was well lit despite the lack of any windows, and had a wooden floor. There were 5 wooden dummies in the shape of humans standing on the far end, 5 wooden dummies in the shape of wolves on his right, and 5 wooden dummies in the shape of giant birds on his left. He set the price for the training room at 200 MP with a profit of 100 MP, and became his own first customer. He needed to exhaust himself continuously for his body to adapt to his cultivation, and could no longer afford to laze around. He started his combat training fighting against 1 human dummy for now. He could select the strength of the attacking dummy all the way to the peak of chi training, but for now settle for the dummy being slightly stronger than himself. He also had the option to use wooden weapons, but settled for hand-to-hand combat. Even now, he was not actually combat trained, but this training dummy would automatically train him. Somewhere on Vegas Minima, 2 men stood with arms folded in front of a small team of soldiers. The soldiers all had their guns pointed towards the 2 men, yet it was the team of soldiers who were more anxious. The soldiers were all on various levels of chi training, while the 2 men were in the foundation realm. The soldiers had no way of knowing how strong the 2 men really were, but it was fair to say that the soldiers basically stood no chance of winning a fight. At most, they would be able to injure or wound the 2 men. One of the soldiers was wearing a gold ring on his hand, with a ruby carved in the shape of a dragon on it. The man speaking was Brother Chun, and the reason he had his arms folded was to keep himself from attacking the soldiers and ripping them limb from limb. The ring used to belong to Brother Chen's father, but after his father passed away, his sister took it and started wearing it on a chain around her neck. The 2 soldiers had been searching for their lost caravan since they had returned from the inn with no luck. Their tracks had been destroyed, and there was no sign of them anywhere. Despite searching for days, the 2 had no luck, right up until they ran into these soldiers while scavenging in the ruins of an old town. Meeting unfamiliar survivors was always a risky business on Vegas Minima, as humans were just as dangerous as zombies, if not more. These soldiers, however, attracted the 2 men's attention because of their unusually neat gear as well as advanced weapons. They even handled themselves with a coordination that spoke of military training. Such things were so rare that Brother Chan and Blaine had never encountered them their entire lives. This was because there was no actual military to speak of. Each settlement only had a ragtag bunch of people who had somehow managed to raise their cultivation. When they approached to make inquiries, both of them immediately recognized the ring. That's when the confrontation started. "I'm telling you, I bought it at the reclamation outpost." The man spoke, hiding the nervousness in his voice. Despite the fear he felt, his training prevented him from backing down. "This land is being reclaimed by the Jotun Empire, and all settlements and survivors are being relocated. Since you have not encountered the Brother Chin roared. Lily would never sell her ring, and I've never heard of this Jotun Empire." The soldiers tightened their position and kept their aim, ready for combat at any moment. "I'm telling you, follow us to the reclamation outpost, and you can see for yourself. A new country is being founded on this land. Reclamation work has begun." Blaine and Brother Chin shared a look, as if unsure whether to believe the soldier or not. A country being formed? That was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. No one had the strength to fight off the zombie hordes that would be attracted to such a massive gathering of people. Under normal circumstances, they would have already labeled these soldiers as liars and attacked them. Yet these circumstances were anything but normal. The two had just returned from a mystical land that could transport guests from all over the universe, and met the most ridiculously powerful people. If that were possible, a country being formed didn't seem so far-fetched. The question now was, should they follow the soldiers to confirm their stories? If they were lying, the two would no doubt be led to a trap that would spell their doom. But the two had golden keys that would allow them to escape any trap, so they were considering it. Eventually Blaine was the one who spoke. "All right then, take us to the reclamation outpost you're talking of." The soldiers finally relaxed a little at hearing the news. The captain of this squad, who had been speaking with Brother Chin earlier, took out a transponder and said, "Home base this team, Reclamation Team 6. We have found 2 Foundation Realm survivors." The soldier put the communication device away and looked back at the 2 angry men. "There will be some paperwork when you enter the outpost, and you'll need to fill in your data. If the person you're looking for, this Lily, has been to the reclamation outpost, then her data should also be in the database." The 2 nodded, but still kept their guard up. The story these soldiers were telling was too fantastical. They had spent their entire lives fighting and running, with only very little time spent in settlements because of how rare they were. Now they were being told that an entire country was being established. Despite their recent experiences, they found it a little hard to believe. Chapter 74, First Trial. Lex continued to fight with the training dummy for hours. After his initial burst of energy, he stopped trying to learn combat from it and simply just focused on survival. Every now and again, he'd take a break due to exhaustion, but after lying down for around 20 minutes in the training room, he'd get back up again. By evening, he was so physically drained that he decided to end it for the day. He teleported to his room and drew himself a bath, falling asleep almost the instant he lay down in the tub. Only a few moments later, he disappeared from the bathtub and reappeared in the white room where he first cultivated. Even though he was already asleep, a sedative was injected into his arm to ensure he did not wake up during the process. Instead of tubes connecting to his body like last time, a metallic helmet was attached to his head, which began softly vibrating. The first procedure he underwent affected his body, while the second one would affect his spirit. The third would affect his soul, and the final procedure would merge his body, soul, and spirit into one entity that had the characteristics of all 3. After the 4th procedure was complete, Lex would finally gain control of his cultivation and would have to consciously cultivate to grow his strength. That, however, was a matter for a later time. William Ben then, for the first time in many, many years, woke up without the sensation of pain in his body. It was so surreal that initially he did not even realize he was awake and that this was not a dream. When he finally did realize what was happening, he raised his arm and looked at it in disbelief. He pinched himself, just to ensure this was real, and when he felt the sharp sensation of pain run through his body, he did not wince, but instead laughed. He felt light as a feather, and in better health than even when he was young. His cultivation had regressed, yes, but with his resources it would take him no time at all to restart. He exited the recovery pod, RP, and found Hugo patiently waiting for him on the side. The man asked, "Like a young man?" Will replied, jumping onto the ground. Then, so amused by the sensation, he jumped a few more times to test his body. His back wasn't jolted by the shock of the movement. His knees didn't hurt and his muscles didn't ache. This truly was much better than he even hoped for, Will said as he exited the room. A part of the soul contract for Hugo was to explore whatever the golden key led to, but afterwards he would become Will's bodyguard. Hugo's temperament and experience didn't really make him suitable as a bodyguard, but he was strong enough for the job, and that's all that really mattered. "This place has changed somewhat," Hugo commented, looking at the small lake outside the recovery room, RR. With that, he called for Gerard to give him and the old man a tour. Gerard showed up driving the golf cart, secretly quite satisfied with the opportunity to drive this vehicle around. "This lake is for resting and for fishing," Gerard commented as he began his tour. "The innkeeper is usually busy off visiting other worlds, but every time he returns he improves the inn to better cater to his guests." Gerard drove them around to the training room, the meditation room, the forest, and finally the mystery trial. Along the way, they encountered Helen as well, who was surrounded by peacocks. Will asked about her, but Gerard commented that he is not at liberty to discuss other guests. Gerard did let him know that if he was interested, he could go and talk to her, but will put it off for later. He was curious about the mystery trial and decided that he would enter, but decided to wait till he saw the gift shop. As expected, he was very interested in the items he saw there. He had no use for the zombie cores as he was not a body cultivator, but he knew their value. Besides that, Bot Lamdu attracted his attention, and he directly bought 10 bottles. He also bought 7 golden keys and a Saturn cake. With that, he was quite satisfied. He asked Gerard. The fact that they were not shown in the gift shop did not mean they weren't available. However, he was destined to be disappointed. "Unfortunately, at the moment we do not have any." No need to trouble the innkeeper," Will said cheerily. He would have been happy if he could find a cultivation technique here. He expected it to be better than whatever he could find on Earth, yet he was not disappointed by the lack of one. It would not be troublesome for him to find one on his own. Once he was done seeing everything, Will retired to Hugo's room, where he set the cake and invited the bodyguard to have some as well. The two ate in silence. For Hugo, it was simply a delicious cake, but as Will had dropped his cultivation and was no longer even in chi training, he lost himself in euphoria. It was not a physical sensation, as if it was like a drug giving him pleasure, but it brought his mental state to a peak, and slowly he went through all his pleasant memories. At some point, the man dozed off and took a short nap. He woke up completely refreshed and feeling good. Hugo returned back to Earth and summoned all my children. Tell them they need to be physically present when I return. Also, summon Hera as well. It is time I let her know the worth of her gamble. Also, contact Bluebird. Me? I'm very curious about the mystery trial. Gerard said that there is a reward if I'm able to pass. Hugo nodded and left the inn. This time, he didn't get a golden key since he himself didn't actually purchase anything or avail any services. Once Hugo left, Will walk towards the trial. A large metal door awaited him, giving off an ancient feel. It was as if the door had existed since the beginning of time and had trapped behind it an ancient power. As if the door knew his intention, it slowly opened, revealing a dark hall behind it. Will mustered up his courage and stepped through, and was taken aback by the sudden change. The moment he stepped through the threshold of the door, his environment changed. He found himself dressed formally, surrounded by various dignitaries and noblemen at a ball. He did not recognize anyone there, and yet he knew everyone. To be clear, he had never met anyone here before in his life, but somehow he knew the name and details of everyone here. He also found that he knew that he was not here as William Bennan, but under the guise of another strange identity. The ball was being hosted by the king of whichever country this was, and everyone was speculating as to the reason for the ball. Somehow, Will knew that his trial was to befriend as many people as possible and learn the truth of what was happening behind the scenes. This was a strange trial, and completely different from what Will had been expecting. Yet on some level, it made sense. If Will had to define his strongest ability, he would say that it was networking. Despite his feeble cultivation and illness, he boasted a large financial empire and strong contacts in both the mortal and cultivation world. He knew how to win hearts and how to influence people when he wanted something. Since Will knew the details of his trial, he saw no reason to delay. He approached a middle-aged old man who was sporting a rather handsome handlebar mustache and said, "Bernie, it's good to see you here." The man Bernie recognized Will and laughed as he reached out for a hug. Will thought everything was going well until he saw a red-colored +1 appearing above Bernie's head. When Will focused on it, he learned that Will had negatively impacted Bernie's mood by reminding him of something unpleasant. Although the middle-aged man didn't let it show, he did not appreciate Will's comment. A smuggling ring had been caught by the local authorities in the area under his charge and was now under investigation to see if he had any connections to the smuggling ring. While such a small incident would not affect their relationship, nurturing positive feelings was the most basic rule of networking. It seems Will had made a very basic mistake. Will continued to talk to the man and realized that his attention would somehow be naturally attracted to small gestures the man made or minor details about his behavior. When he associated those gestures or behaviors with the blue numbers that would represent positive feelings or red that would represent negative, Will found himself learning a bit about how to anticipate the other's reaction. Soon, he found himself experimenting with the others as well as he tried to charm them. He was already good at socializing and grasping at people's hearts, but now he found his skill improving. Soon, he forgot all about the purpose of his trial and was more absorbed in improving his networking and reading people as much as possible. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 75, Getting Serious. As soon as Lex woke up, his mind was clear, without the usual grogginess that comes after a long nap. He noticed that he was not in his bathtub, the last place he remembered being. He was in the familiar white room. A grin painted his face when he realized what had happened and jumped off the table, ready to test out his increased strength. The focus of the second procedure was his spirit, but naturally an increase in his cultivation realm would also increase his basic physical capabilities. He felt stronger, but he would need to test out his strength in the training room to get a clear understanding of how much stronger he really was. The change that felt most obvious to him was his mind. He could not say that he had gotten smarter, but that he could do more. An easy way to explain it was that if Lex had to do a math equation mentally that would take him 5 seconds to solve, he could now solve it one. His mental capability had improved, but if Lex did not know how to solve that math equation in the first place, no amount of improvements would change that. Although, perhaps he'd be able to learn how to solve the equation with greater ease now. He should test out the theory by going over some of his old college material. Since he'd forgotten almost all of it, it could be treated as if he was learning that stuff for the first time. It would give him a decent benchmark to test how much his learning capability had improved. Naturally, there was more to his improvements than just that. With an increase in his spirit, he would be more resistant to spirit attacks or invasions, and would more easily be able to see through illusions. It would take time and experimentation to learn exactly what else his increased spirit allowed him to do. "Congratulations," said Mary, appearing before him. Something that surprised Lex was that Mary had changed her clothes and now appeared to be wearing the white Taekwondo uniform. "Thank you. I'm relieved that the upgrade happened. Haha, your training is far from over, young man. After your latest increase in cultivation, your spirit is unstable. Before you can increase your cultivation again, you need to wait for your spirit to stabilize. You can speed up that process by meditating, so that'll be your next task." Lex groaned, thinking about that. He had never tried meditating before, but he couldn't imagine it would be easy. He checked how much his next upgrade would be, and predictably the price had increased to 10,000 MP. He needed to figure out a way to increase his income. "Mary, how can I increase the number of guests that I receive?" If you want to increase your income, your focus should be on completing quests. You haven't even started the farming quest yet, let alone the one for repeat guests. Completing quests will directly help you improve the inn and increase your authority. Lex cursed. He had completely forgotten about getting the seeds. He would return to Earth as soon as possible to figure that out. But the other quest. But how am I supposed to get repeat guests? That's too passive. Yes, some guests will eventually come back, ultimately fulfilling the requirements for the quest. But if that's all it took, then why would the inn give you the quest? You have to be more active and figure out how to bring those customers back. You always wait for the system or the inn to give you things, but never take initiative to figure things out on your own. The Marlowe quest was the only one you put any effort into at all. Be more imaginative. To be honest, this quest was so easy. I don't want to give you any bad ideas, but all you needed to do was find some poor sap on Earth, give them keys, and make them come back to the inn repeatedly. Lex frowned, realizing that he really had been too nonchalant about the quests. Mary was right. His quest that he had been treating as difficult had such an easy loophole. He pulled up his status to look at his ongoing quests. Quests. Having a guest come once can be an accident. Only repeat guests can reflect an institution's prestige. Have 5 individual repeat guests. Progress. 1/5 repeated guest. Hugo. Host has encountered a planet extremely suitable for finding guests. Build a connection to Dunya. With a garden available in your backyard, it's time to improve the quality of your food. Grow spiritual vegetables for the inn's kitchen. He was happy to see that Hugo returning counted him as a repeat guest. He was expecting Alexander to return soon, and those 2 teenage lovebirds definitely planned on using this place as a rendezvous, but it was unknown when exactly they would return. He could wait a little to see if he had any repeat guests, but at the moment he was inclined towards using the loophole Mary told him of. Of course, he had to carefully plan out how to do it, so that he would not be connected to the inn. He was already surprised at the extent of surveillance he had encountered on Earth. As for Dunya, forget it. The 2 planets he had gone to were only 1 star, and yet he had nearly died on both of them. There was no way in hell he would be going to Dunya right now. Even his brain tumor did not make him stupid enough to do something like that. The easiest one for now was the vegetable one. He would complete it as soon as possible. By the way, while you were asleep, Will recovered and has entered the mystery trail. Oh, interesting. No, but you can ask him about it when he's done. I'll think about it, but not now. Lex exited the White Room and returned directly to Earth. He took out his phone and turned it on, only to receive a dozen or so notifications. He directly ignored most of them, responding only to Moon and Larry. He told his youngest sister by telling her he'd be going on a trip for work, so he'd be outside the service area. So if she is unable to reach him, she should not be alarmed. He messaged Larry thanking him for calling Bluebird, and then messaged him that he dropped out of Marlowe's class, and that he'd be leaving for a while. He Googled the closest farmer's market and went there directly and bought a few packets of every kind of seed they had. Then he put up an ad on eBay for 4 people to help him make a special delivery. He only listed the payment for the ad as $50 per person. He wanted to attract the kind of people who would not ask too many questions and were desperate for cash. He would check the response on the ad tomorrow and promptly return to the inn. Of course, before returning to the inn, he went to a discreet location without any cameras. He didn't want to leave behind any evidence of him appearing and disappearing, especially since he was walking around without his Bluebird token. He didn't want his location being tracked. He returned to the inn and teleported directly to the greenhouse. The gardener had done some decent work and prepared some support beams for the vines to grow on. He divided the area into 4 different sections, 1 for vines, 1 for precious herbs, 1 for trees, and 1 for the vegetables that Lex would bring. So far the growth was not too prominent, but it had barely been a day. It would take some time at least for the cuttings to regain their vigor. Lex handed over the seeds and was about to discuss the growth plan with the gardener when Velma appeared beside him, telling him that Helen was asking for him. Apparently, she had an important request. Chapter 76, Morrison Family. Lex walked to the young lady who always seemed to be surrounded by animals. Currently, Helen had a rabbit in her lap, a pigeon on her shoulder, and several peacocks surrounding her. Her affinity with animals was remarkably high. "I see you are enjoying the company of our new residents," Lex said with a smile. "Helen, who was sitting on the grass, looked up at the mysterious innkeeper. Although her mood had been down lately, the innkeeper somehow always had a warm and welcoming feeling around him. Just his presence was so relaxing. He would make a good body pillow, she thought to herself, before turning her attention to the matter at hand. It's an unusual request. I hope you don't mind, she warned hesitantly. Not at all. I noticed one of the new guests earlier and recognized him. William Bentham, CEO of Bentham Corp. I'm sure there is no reason he would recognize me, but I was worried that you may have other guests who might recognize me in the future, which might cause some problems. Is there any way for you to hide my identity? If not, can you give me a mask? This was an unusual request, but made Lex realize that this was another aspect of the inn he had not anticipated. In the future, guests may come to the inn to hide from their enemies, in which case it would be important to hide their identities. Something Leo wearing a mask would not fool everyone, since not everyone could have the Clark Kent effect. He needed a better solution. I suggest you tell her to wait a bit. Once you unlock the inn prestige for guests, hiding their identities will naturally be a perk for them, said Mary, who was still dressed in her Taekwondo uniform. Your uniform looks nice, he commented mentally, before looking towards Helen and saying, I am working on something for that. It should be available for you by tomorrow. Thank you, Helen responded. After that, Lex teleported to his room and looked at his system. Only a few days were left till the end of his contract with Velma and Gerard. He wanted to wait as long as he could before he changed their status to permanent, but at this point he guessed it would be better to just change it lest he miss the deadline by accident. Paying a hefty 4,000 MP, Lex changed their status to permanent, leaving him with only 3316 MP. He was once again feeling poor. The innkeeper let out a sigh before he sat cross-legged on his bed and started trying to meditate. He had never done it before and had no idea how to successfully meditate, and to be honest, didn't really want to try either. But he still had to do it. He wanted to upgrade his cultivation as quickly as possible, and with his life on the line, he had to be a little more disciplined. While Lex was learning the art of meditation, Wolf finally exited the trial. It was fair to say he had failed spectacularly. Till the end of the trial, he did not learn anything about the true purpose behind the ball at all. He did, however, learn a lot about the different ways in which people behave. When up against an ordinary man, it was easy to read what he was thinking or feeling simply from his facial expressions and body language. Against the cream of the crop of an entire nation, however, it was much harder. They had a mastery over their body and expressions and only showed what they wanted the other to see. They could be smiling and laughing, but cursing you on the inside, and you would never know. In fact, Will encountered a particular lady who took up most of his time in the trial. He was ashamed to admit that he had ended up spending a good amount of time flirting with the woman. The interesting thing was, when confronted or even insulted, the woman's impression of Will increased. Of course, not all insults improved her impression, and some just plain made her mad. But within a certain boundary, the more aggressive Will was, the more she appreciated him internally. But externally, no one could tell. He also met a rather interesting fellow who, without letting Will realize, got Will to disclose a few of his own secrets, or rather the secrets of the character he was playing. When Will realized what was happening, he was quite shook. It then dawned on him that while he was trying to gauge others were doing the same to him, perhaps with even a greater mastery than himself. It was an important lesson. All in all, even though Will failed the trial, he found the experience very insightful. He would take some time to digest everything he had learned and then return. With that done, he left for Earth. He was about to be a very busy man once again, and he could feel the excitement coursing through his veins. Alexander got off a space shuttle and onto the Red Planet. He did not need a spacesuit, as the atmosphere on Mars had been completely altered using arrays and technology to make it suitable for human habitation. His travel time from Earth to Mars was one of the quickest ever recorded. One, because the two planets happened to be near each other in their orbit, and two, because he had used hundreds of spirit stones to speed up his flight. He was normally not impatient, but this matter was important. Alexander, welcome home, said a well-dressed man who approached him with a smile. His name was Percy, and was one of Alexander's personal assistants. It doesn't matter. Of course, replied Percy, and led him to his car. Alexander was silent all the way home. Something unusual, Percy thought. But then this was an unusual time. Percy, of course, did not know that Alexander had anticipated the assassination attempt, so he thought the young man was in a bad mood because of it. His home was surprisingly not a large mansion, but was a small, single-story building surrounded by a vast forest. The Morrison family home was a very private building, and they almost never received guests. Other than a few very old and trustworthy staff members, everyone in the building was a Morrison. The first thing Alexander did when he got home was meet his mother, to assure her that he was unhurt from the recent incident, before quickly entering his father's study room. Two young men who bore a strong resemblance to Alexander were sitting in the room chatting when he arrived. If anyone saw the three of them together, they would assume they were brothers, but no, they were son, father, and grandfather. Alexander's father and grandfather both had a very high cultivation level, which drastically slowed down their aging process. "Oh, my dear Alexander, you've grown so much since I last saw you." Alexander quickly and unceremoniously rejected his grandfather. Who the hell was he kidding? His grandfather was at the peak of golden core and body cultivation. The last time Alexander hugged him, he broke a few ribs. "I see you've gotten a new tattoo," Alexander said, looking at the crow on his grandfather's neck. Unlike the other two, Alexander's grandfather was covered in tattoos from head to toe. They came in every shape and size you could imagine. Alexander remembered that once when he was very young, he played a game of tic-tac-toe with his grandfather on one of his biceps using an ink gun. The evidence of that game was still there. "Don't encourage him," said Rorik, Alexander's father. "Your grandmother has introduced the old man to anime. You don't know how much effort it took me to stop him from getting a ninjutsu tattooed on himself." Alexander's grandfather, Brandon, grinned and activated a technique to show him when Rorik was referring to. Alexander immediately dismissed the chain made of fire that appeared in Brandon's hand. His focus was on the golden, glowing aura around his grandfather, as well as his suddenly spiked hair. He was both impressed and embarrassed. Alexander shook his head in defeat and quickly took out the Tier 4 zombie core and threw it towards his grandfather. He knew that unless he intervened, the two would keep antagonizing each other. His grandparents were both very free-spirited people. They wore their hearts on their sleeve, weren't afraid to show exactly how they felt, and did exactly what they wanted. His parents were the exact opposite. They were extremely formal and disciplined, and paid great attention to propriety. Other than when they talked about cultivation, they never got along with each other, mostly because it was his grandfather's passion to irritate his father. When Brandon held the zombie core, his casual smile completely disappeared, and he looked at the item in his hand with doubtful eyes. "I think you should listen to what happened on Earth." Chapter 77, Harry Styles asked Alexander. "Yes. When you told us to look at Marlowe's recent actions, we noticed that he disappeared shortly before the assassination. We did not suspect his involvement at all until then. It's a good thing you tipped us off. We haven't started looking for him directly, but we've already hinted to a few organizations on Earth that we want to know his whereabouts." No. He was not involved at all. That's not why I told you to look for him. I already know where he is. I wanted to know about his recent actions because I wanted to know who could hurt him so badly. This is what happened. Alexander began explaining to his family where he saw Marlowe, unaware that his casual remark had inadvertently caused the mysterious innkeeper to move out of his apartment and escape Earth. The next day, Lex woke up, unrest and groggy. He was not in his room, but in the meditation room instead. Yesterday, he had tried meditating, but found he could not stop himself from having random thoughts. After trying to avoid daydreaming for 30 minutes, he had accidentally fallen asleep. When he woke up, Mary told him that mediating would be harder for him than others because his spirit was currently unstable, but that was exactly why it was so important that he keep trying. After another short period with no success, it occurred to him to try the meditation room. The change was drastic, and he immediately felt much calmer once inside. Lex was not sure exactly what state constituted his meditation, as he never fully went without a few random thoughts crossing his mind, but he had a firmer grasp on his thoughts at least. Still, it got boring pretty quickly. However, the young innkeeper persevered. At some point, he had once again fallen asleep without realizing and was only waking up now. He got up and stretched, cracking his various joints as he stood up. Sleeping whilst in a sitting pose was not comfortable at all, even with his improved physique. He had breakfast in his room and then teleported back to Earth. It was time to complete his quest. He made his way to the particular coffee shop he had requested as the meeting location on his eBay ad. After exchanging various messages with the people who contacted him and waiting for a few hours, he finally selected 4 men to help him complete his task. 3 of them were older and wore old, worn-out clothes. The 4th looked like a teenager, and though he was also wearing old clothes, looked very presentable. Your task is simple and should not take more than 20 minutes. I'm shooting a film, and you'll be helping me during a scene. You'll all wear blindfolds, and I will lead you somewhere. I'll give you all a check, which you'll have to hand over to someone in exchange for a bottle of bot lamb dew. Once you've received the bottle, I'll bring you back. We may shoot the scene a couple of times. The 4 men didn't seem too bothered by his instructions and were just impatient to get started. Lex led them to a secluded area in Central Park and handed them all blindfolds and handed them signed blank checks, as well as a golden key each once they were wearing the blindfolds. Action! Lex yelled loudly while pretending to record them from his phone. He helped them activate the keys, and they were all teleported to the inn. Lex used his control over the inn to teleport them directly to the gift shop. He didn't want anyone to see what was happening. Velma greeted them all, and one by one they handed over the check and asked for a bottle of bottom dew. Once they all had their bottles, he ejected them from the inn. When they all returned, they all received a golden key each for buying something from the inn. This way, Lex didn't need to buy them for them himself again, which was a hefty cost. The base price for a golden key was 100 MP, but every time he bought the key again during the same week, the price would double. This double price wouldn't count if a guest would buy a key themselves in the gift shop, but for Lex, buying these 4 keys had already cost him 1,500 MP. Fortunately, even though the checks these 4 people used to buy the bot lamb dew were from Lex's own account, the system did not discriminate and accepted the MP, so he recovered 480 MP. With one successful transaction, he told them they were going to shoot one more time and quickly repeated the process. As soon as the 4 returned back to Earth, he got the notification for quest completion. Quest complete. The host rewarded is being calculated. No upgrade applied. Reward rank. D reward. Midnight in prestige remarks. If you put in all your effort, work hard, and focus with all your might, somehow you might succeed at being even lazier than you are. New quest. Hire a permanent employee. Quest details. Due to the system's serious doubt in the host, no restrictions are being placed on the kind of employee. Please hire anyone who will not somehow harm the inn, and you will be rewarded accordingly. Quest reward. Subject to change based on performance. Lex's lips twitched once again at the heavy criticism, but he had come to expect it now. Why was the system so much more annoying than Mary? She was so cute and adorable. The system should be more like her. At least with that out of the way, Lex turned his attention to his actors. He quickly took back the blindfolds, keys, and bot lamb dews as the props he had given them and paid them all $50. Some of them tried to argue for more, ready with the intention to create trouble, but Lex was a cultivator now. As soon as he frowned, his intimidating figure promptly shut them up. The last actor, the teenager, didn't leave immediately after receiving his money. Lex said, not expecting such a remark. When you get your hair cut and the hair is freshly cut, it may not look so bad, but once a few days pass and your hair becomes more natural, the look changes. Your current haircut makes your face look round and bigger than it is. You should try out a different style. Lex smiled, amused at the boy's attempted hustle. He asked, not dismissing the kid immediately. The first time is free. If you like the haircut and decide in the future that you want me to continue cutting your hair, you can give me a call. You should also get a shave too while you're at it, by the way. I can tell you shave using a trimmer instead of a blade. That causes your hair to be cut unevenly and doesn't give you a clean look. A close shave will improve your look and make you more presentable. Originally, Lex wanted to leave immediately as he was in a hurry to see what the prestige system did. However, the prestige system had been unlocked and implemented, so whether he learned about it immediately or a little later did not matter. Lex asked, Harry, just Harry. All right, Harry, I could go for a haircut. No, I don't have my equipment with me. Lex didn't mind, and he liked Harry's enterprising attitude, so he followed him back to his apartment. Harry lived in Harlem, so they had to take the subway, but it did not take too long. Lex walked into the small studio to find a messy but cozy place. In the corner, Harry had set a barber's chair in front of a full-sized mirror. Although the place was small, it did not look like something a broke teenager should be able to afford on his own. He asked, curious if he shared the place with someone. Pretty much, he said, gathering his supplies. I cut hair for the whole building, Harry replied casually, and some of the neighboring buildings as well. Don't underestimate my skill. Trust me, you'll look like a whole other person once I'm done with you. He dusted the chair and welcomed Lex to sit down as he filled his spray bottle with water. Lex sat, impressed by the child. Now all that was left to see how good he actually was. Chapter 78, Rose Society. Harry wrapped Lex in the barber's cape and sprayed his hair with cool water. Harry nodded, and as soon as he began, his expression abruptly changed. Lex was staring at the kid in the mirror and saw his focused and serious look as he combed Lex's hair into various styles. Once he decided what he wanted to go with, he started snipping. The teenager was snipping at an even pace, as if he knew exactly how many times he needed to cut in one area and by how much. With his comb in his hand, he would measure Lex's hair length and then cut it as was required. After a while, Lex stopped paying attention to Harry and just relaxed. For some reason, Lex always found the process of getting a haircut very relaxing. The gentle combing, the snipping sound of the scissors, the occasional cool spray of water, all soothed him. Without realizing it, Lex closed his eyes and slowly started meditating. His thoughts didn't wander towards the inn, or his guests, or his cultivation. He was simply existing. The sound of the cutting and the feeling of Harry moving around him kept him from falling asleep, but the gentle rhythm relaxed him. Time passed, and eventually Harry finished grooming Lex's hair. But Lex himself was completely unaware, and he was already meditating deeply. Harry noticed Lex's peculiar state, but did nothing as he had many customers who had inadvertently fallen asleep while he worked. He took it as a compliment, and was proud of his skills that would allow his customers to enjoy so much. Harry gently took Lex's head and had him rest it backwards on the neck rest to get him ready for the shave. At some point earlier, he had placed a face towel under hot running water, which he now grabbed using tongs. He placed the towel of his forearm once first to ensure the temperature was not too hot, then gently placed the towel over Lex's cheeks and neck. The warm, wet towel heated up Lex's face and opened up his pores. The sudden high temperature almost woke Lex from his meditation, but Harry quickly started massaging Lex behind the ears, which helped calm him down. After a short while, he stopped the massage and prepared the lather, before removing the towel and applying it to Lex's face. Once that was done, Harry took out a fresh blade and started to shave Lex. The shave itself did not take too long, and once it was done, Harry took out another face towel that he had placed in an icebox and put it on Lex's face like he did previously. This time the cold woke Lex up from his meditation, but the man discovered that he was feeling extremely refreshed. He felt even better than after waking up from a short nap, and was genuinely amazed at the experience. He had never gotten someone else to shave him before, but now he could say that the experience wasn't bad. Removing the towel, Harry messed up Lex's hair once with his hand, before using a blow-dryer on it. Afterwards, he quickly styled it, and then retrieved a mirror to show Lex's hair from the back. Lex was surprised by how much he liked the new hairstyle, and enjoyed the experience. He decided right there and then he must hire Harry for his inn. He was sure his guests would enjoy the experience, and even if they didn't, he definitely would. "You're better than I was expecting," Lex said as he took out another $50 from his wallet. "I said for the first time there's no charge," Harry said, as if very disciplined. Although Lex tried to say it was a tip, the young man was proud and refused to submit. For some reason, that made Lex like him even more. They exchanged contact information so Lex could contact him in the future, but Harry was unaware that Lex was planning on seeing him much sooner than he anticipated. Lex exited the building and returned to the inn from somewhere nearby. He would wait a few hours before secretly sending Harry a platinum key to recruit him so that he does not associate Lex with the inn. Back at the inn, he teleported directly to his room and investigated what Prestige did. Prestige gives guests different levels of perks based on how much MP they spend at the inn. Perks at Prestige Level 1 can receive glasses equipped with Clark Kent effect. Only work while at the inn. Perks at Prestige Level 2 can instantly teleport to the inn from anywhere in the universe once. Great for escaping enemies. Perks at Prestige Level 3 can travel to a world connected to the inn, raise host authority for higher prestige classes. All guests who arrive at the inn would automatically reach Prestige Level 1. But to reach Level 2, they would need to spend 10,000 MP and then 100,000 MP for Level 3. Since the Prestige system was just unlocked, it only just started counting the MP expenditure and did not count any MP anyone had spent prior to this. Lex was quite happy with this, as it gave his guests an incentive to spend more while at his inn. With nothing else to do now, Lex really wanted to just relax and game for a bit, but for now he could not let himself relax. Once his cultivation was raised, he could afford to take a few more breaks. He promptly returned to the meditation room and spent the next few hours both succeeding and failing at meditation. Once it had been long enough, he teleported back to Earth, ready to send Harry the Platinum Key. Something interesting he learned was that he did not need to wait for people to use his keys. As long as they were holding them, Lex could remotely activate them. This way he would not need to wait for Harry for a few hours or days or weeks like he did with Marlowe. How would he reach Harry's apartment? Of course, the easy way. It was already night, so after making sure no one was in the area, Lex equipped Icarus wings and quickly flew to Harry's apartment window and snuck in. He had made sure to secretly unlock the window while he was at Harry's apartment. The teenager was asleep at his desk. On his laptop in front of him, a video about styling hair was playing. Lex nodded in appreciation at the dedication and dropped the platinum key in the kid's hand before sneaking back out. As much as Lex felt the urge to fly around the city, he knew he would get into trouble, so he resisted. As soon as he returned to the inn, he mentally activated the platinum key and was once again teleported to the familiar white room. Soon Harry appeared in the room as well, still in a half-asleep state. Drool was dripping down his chin, and though he was standing, it looked like he himself was unaware that he was awake now. Lex viewed his status to check for any unexpected information before he began. Name: Harry. Age: 17. Sex: male. Cultivation details: none. Species: human. Remarks: seems extremely ordinary, so already better than the host. Once he was sure all was as it seemed, he was ready for his performance. Welcome, young Harry, to the Midnight Inn. A booming voice shook the poor teenager awake from his reverie. The teenager was alarmed when he realized he was in an unfamiliar place, but before his thoughts could stray further away, his attention was attracted to the man standing in the middle. I am the innkeeper, and I have summoned you here because I've had an eye on your talent. The universe is a vast place. It would be a shame if your skills would be left unearthed. Lex was using the full might of the host attire on the young man so that he could make a strong impression on him. He did not want to lose another potentially great employee due to carelessness. Hera was still dazed as she stood beside Will, who was welcoming a few guests to his house. Yesterday, when she saw him looking so young and energetic, she did not recognize him at all. The old man looked as if he had never been sick a day in his life, and as if he were the model for good health. Just as Hera was dealing with the shock of his recovery, the old man introduced her to the world of cultivation. He told her the repayment that he had promised her that was worth much more than money was cultivation, for her, and when he came of age, for her son. Since then she had seen countless amazing things, and the old man had already gotten an instructor for her and her son. She had started training her body today, but since she was not too athletic and completely out of shape, it was very tough for her. Yet the old man promised that soon he would help her overcome that barrier. Once the last of the guests entered the room, the doors were firmly closed, and Will's bodyguard, Hugo, stood at the door. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rose Society, where we left off so many unfinished things long ago. With a wide grin, Will took out 7 shining, golden keys from a pouch and started passing them around. Chapter 79, Glamour Sorcerer. Harry was in awe of the man before him and all the amazing things he told him. Cultivation? Multiple worlds? The whole universe? These things were too vast and vague for him to comprehend. But the one thing he did understand was that this was an amazing opportunity for him. Harry had a hustling attitude. Every minute of every day his mind was either on how to make money or how to improve his skills and make connections. Truth be told, the apartment he was living in wasn't under his name, even though he paid the rent. Harry was an orphan, and at the age of 15, he ran away from his foster home and came to New York. It took him some time, but eventually he worked his way into a decent life. His apartment was under the name of a rich student Harry met at an event at NYU. He liked Harry's skills and had him cut his hair every 2 weeks. He even did all the paperwork to help Harry get the apartment, though he was very clear about the fact that Harry would have to pay the deposit and rent himself. He was able to achieve all of this because he availed every opportunity that came his way, and he wasn't about to miss this one either. But before he could officially become a member of the Midnight Inn, he had to undergo a test. And what were the details of the test? He had to completely restyle some girl named Velma's hair. Harry was a little nervous as he usually cut men's hair, but he had seen a lot of tutorials online on cutting women's hair. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing his nerves. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with focus and determination. He would not fail. Lex watched as Harry worked. He only set the test that he wanted to have Harry cut some hair. The system decided that the test would be cutting Velma's hair, but just the haircut wasn't enough. It would test various things, such as professionalism, knowledge, skill, Velma's satisfaction, her charm factor, whatever that was, and many more. To be honest, he wanted to use some loopholes and just hire him directly, but the system would never relax its standards for anyone, even its host. The equipment was provided by the inn, and the haircut took place in the White Room. When Harry asked what kind of a look Velma wanted, she said that as she dealt with guests, a lot of formal look is what she wanted. Other than that, she did not have much in mind, as this was literally the first makeover of her very short life, and she knew nothing about them. As Harry worked, everyone waited, filled with anticipation. Brother Chun and Blaine had been through a lot the last couple of days. When they reached the reclamation outpost, they were shocked to see that this simple outpost was already bigger than any settlement they had ever seen. They were led to the registration and background check department, where they were questioned by Golden Core cultivators about their past in general, such as if they had any affiliations with other settlements, if they acted against any settlements, and what kind of crimes they had committed. They were hooked up to lie detectors, so they could only tell the truth. Fortunately, although the two had killed humans before, it was mostly against bandits, and they never attacked settlements for resources or committed heinous crimes. Once their background check was completed and they were approved for registration, they were sent to a rehabilitation and re-education center. The purpose of the Rehabilitation and Re-Education Center was to diagnose what mental health issues they had, what disorders they had developed, and determine if they were suitable to join society. The Jotun Empire took it as a foregone conclusion that living their entire lives in survival mode, attacked at every opportunity, all natives of Vigus Minima would have some mental health issues and disorders. Not that they would be discriminated against for having disorders. They would receive the appropriate help. Once they were diagnosed, they eventually learned why all this was happening. The Jotun Empire was not an empire founded by anyone on Vigus Minima, but was a galactic empire that had many solar systems under their domain. They were in a massive war against demons that spanned the entire known universe. It wasn't just the Jotun Empire that was at war against them, but various other empires, sects, families, organizations, and powers. The war was a complex issue, and the two did not get too many details about it. But they were assured that as recognized citizens of the Jotun Empire, they would be protected and no longer needed to fight, unless they wanted to. The two could not believe it and were in shock. They didn't know what their lives would look like now that they had a chance to live peacefully. Before they could wrap their heads around it, they decided to look for their lost caravan. It must be said that the people at the reclamation outpost were extremely organized. As soon as the two provided information about their caravan, they were informed about their whereabouts. The caravan had actually split up once they reached the outpost. The Jotun Empire offered them homes, security, and jobs, as well as professional training as to how to fit into a peaceful society and live meaningful lives. More than half the caravan took that offer and were relocated off-planet. Among these people was Iris, Blaine's girlfriend. Others, who had a strong hatred for zombies which were identified as lesser demons, joined the war efforts. Lily, Brother Chen's sister, was among those people. The two soldiers looked at each other with mixed feelings, as they knew that soon they would have to split up. For now, however, they decided to go find Lily as she was nearby. She no doubt thought that Brother Chen was dead, and they had to let her know they were alive, as well as about the inn. Even with the Jotun Empire bringing change to Vegas Minima, it was true that the Midnight Inn would be the best way to raise their strength. The Rose Society was an organization Will and his high school friends had formed. It was meant to signify that they looked harmless like a beautiful rose, but their thorns could cut if you try to pluck them. It represented a fanciful dream, but to them, it was their lives' work. The cultivation resources of Earth were limited. That much was evident. But how exactly were they limited? The actual fact of the matter was there was an abundance of cultivation materials for cultivators at the Foundation realm and below. However, the real scarcity was for Golden Core cultivators. In fact, most of them never make any progress after entering the Golden Core realm at all. Yet because the world was controlled by these cultivators, a resource shortage was artificially created so that fewer people would ever even reach the Golden Core realm. The Rose Society was supposed to be a secret organization that worked behind the scenes to slowly take control of the resources from a few. Even though Golden Core cultivators were the strongest, it wasn't as if they could stay on their farms, mines, and manufacturing plants all the time, or that they had a good or even adequate understanding of business. These things were managed by those at lower cultivations. So, taking control of the flow of resources slowly but subtly was entirely possible. Yet the dream was cut short because the society could not garner enough momentum and keep their activities secretive enough. Now, however, Will wanted to restart the organization. The 6 other members, as well as Hera, looked at Will curiously, wondering what he wanted to do. "Thank you for trusting me," Will said with a smile. "I know you all have questions, but this is not the place to answer them." Will smiled as he picked up the golden key and activated it. "If what you're saying is true," said Brandon with a rare, serious expression, "then this truly will change a lot of things. We should go investigate this Midnight Inn with you." Alexander and Rorik nodded and began waiting. Everyone in the room was filled with anticipation. Somewhere in a forest in Nibiru, a giant turtle finally ended its daily tasks and stopped to take a rest. Unexpectedly, in a rare occurrence, the turtle actually fell asleep. It had recently experienced a breakthrough in its cultivation, so its control over its spirit energy was shaky, and in one of those moments where its spirit energy broke free of its control, it was attracted towards a golden key it had placed in its shell, activating it. Cried Russian Princess 77, but her mother would have none of it. "I've told you 1,000,000 times, you're not allowed to touch the Book of Prophecies," the young girl exclaimed and started running and laughing. The mother roared as she took off her slipper in an experienced manner and threw it towards her fleeing daughter. Like a homing beacon, it followed Russian Princess 77 until it gave her a solid whack on her bum. The girl fell over, accidentally releasing some spirit energy and activating the key. Somewhere on a space shuttle near Vegas Minima, a lone man was meditating in a prison cell. His body was impaled with various chains that restricted the flow of spirit energy, yet the man did not seem to mind. The pain in his body did not torment him. It only served to strengthen his will and solidify his focus. Suddenly, a floating, golden door appeared in the cell in front of him, offering him freedom. The man did not even hesitate. Before anyone on the ship could realize what was happening, the door was gone and the prisoner along with it. Lex was grinning as he read the notification. "Quest complete. The host rewarded is being calculated. Reward upgraded for completing the quest in less than 24 hours. Reward upgraded for locating employee with unique talent reward rank. B- reward. Heritage for glamour sorcerer given directly to employee. 1 barbershop. 1 employee residence. 1,000 MP. Event manager panel. The little innkeeper was too excited about his recent success, with no idea that he was about to welcome more guests than he'd ever had before. Chapter 80: Eccentric Guests. Lex tried to view the details for Glamour Sorcerer, but unfortunately all he could see was that sorcery was a different school of power elevation, increasing one's strength than cultivation. It would be too awkward if Lex, as the innkeeper and his boss, had to ask Harry what it was, which is why he would have to investigate in some other way. The newly unlocked panel allowed him to easily organize and manage events at the inn, whether they were hosted by himself or his guests. After all, even common fast food restaurants hosted birthdays. Why couldn't the inn? The organizing included setting up temporary venues that were much cheaper than establishing permanent buildings, hiring temporary staff, arranging prizes, and many more features. The most important feature, to Lex at least, was the auto run, which entailed that if Lex was too busy to personally oversee an event, the system could manage the event based on a set template. As for the shop and residence, well, the name was pretty clear on what they were and what function they performed. Since he had decided earlier that all his next expansions would be near one another, he placed the barber shop opposite the training room. It was a quaint little shop with a large window that let you see inside. A small red, white, and blue barbershop pole was spinning next to the door, which Lex found amusing. Inside on the left, there were a few sofas for people to sit. On the right, there were 3 barber chairs placed in front of full-size mirrors, and in the far end of the shop was the till. Originally, that was all there was to it, but Lex had an idea and placed the employee residence right on top of the barber shop, with an entrance directly from the back of the shop. Technically, the employee residence was in a separate space, and no one would enter it other than the employee or anyone the employee invited in. However, Lex thought linking it to the shop and having it physically manifest here might not be a bad idea. It was just visualization, and he suspected Harry would like it. Though at the moment the residence was empty except for a bed, Harry would have to populate it with furniture himself using MP. Speaking of which, since Harry worked with guests directly, Lex did not need to pay him. Instead, 40% of whatever Harry charged his clients would go to Harry, and the rest would go to Lex. "Welcome to your barber shop, Harry." The young man stood frozen at the entrance. A building appearing out of thin air surprised him, but it was being told that this shop was his that froze him. He had tears in his eyes, and his mind had stopped working. Even though he was doing well on Earth, he couldn't even get a job as a barber until he got a barber's license, and now he had an entire store of his own. Before Lex could tease the young man, he realized some guests were about to enter the inn, so he left Harry to enjoy this moment on his own. Lex appeared in front of the inn just in time to see a young girl picking herself off the ground, rubbing her rear as if she had just been hit. Behind the girl stood a tall, mature lady who looked absolutely outraged. Lex noticed the two were wearing glasses with the Clark Kent effect, which would work on everyone else in the inn except him. He looked at their statuses before saying anything. Name: Christine Joel. Age: 99. Sex: female. Cultivation details: insufficient authority to view. Cultivation sealed. Species: human. Midnight in prestige level. 1 remarks: hello mama, whistling noise. Name: Vera Joel. Age: 16. Sex: field. Cultivation details: foundation. Initial species: human. Midnight in prestige level. 1 remarks: she has the aura of a new oracle. Stay away. They're all scammers. Lex raised an eyebrow. There were multiple things in their status that caught his eye, yet it would be rude to keep his guests waiting. However, before he could say anything, the older lady waved her right hand, summoning what looked like a bathroom slipper. She roared as she threw the slipper, yet the young girl dodged effortlessly. "What's so good about behaving?" she roared once as she began sprinting after her running daughter. Lex stood there frozen, unsure of how to respond. The mother and daughter pair were actually running in circles around, yelling at each other. Lex coughed loudly and used a bit of the power of the host attire to attract their attention. "Welcome guests to the Midnight Inn," he said, smiling warily. "Midnight? Such an ominous name," said the mother, who finally stopped. "It's not ominous, it's romantic," replied the daughter confidently. "Innkeeper, I would like to travel to a different planet." Lex instantly froze when he heard what the mother and child were saying. They seemed to be familiar with the concept of the inn, but did not know the details. If you want to travel to another world, you would need to increase your midnight in level to 3. Currently, you are at level 1, he told Vera. Please ignore her nonsense, innkeeper. Her father has spoiled her silly, said the mother with an apologetic smile. Haha, it's all right. As soon as Lex said that, both the mother and daughter froze. Clearly that was supposed to be a secret. Lex was curious about what an oracle was. He could venture a guess based on the name, but it would be nice to know the details. Yet he couldn't ask directly, so he thought he'd stir the pot a little by mentioning it. But it seemed to have a different effect. The mother coughed as she straightened herself up and looked at the man in front of her as her daughter quickly stood behind her. She could not determine his cultivation, especially since hers was sealed, but based on what her daughter had read in the Book of Prophecies, he was not a simple man. She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could utter a word, a bright light flashed, and a giant sleeping turtle appeared in the middle of the road. The three of them looked at the turtle, unsure of how to react. Lex recognized it from the horn on its head and checked its status. Name, not available. Age, 2017. Sex, male. Cultivation details, inner core species, galactic sovereign turtle, infant, midnight in prestige level. One remarks, it's a newborn baby, so get a babysitter. Lex stared at its age for a bit, trying to digest what he was seeing. But then, this was the cultivation world. He should get used to it. He used his suit's powers to gently lift the turtle and place it in the shade of a tree. Clearly, responded the mother, still looking at the turtle. Please excuse our earlier display. No, not at all. Such a close family relationship is quite enviable. Would you like a tour of the inn? Lex was about to take them on a tour himself when he felt more guests entering the inn. This was quite a surprise. It was rare to have guests, let alone so many at the same time. Gerard, why don't you show our guests around? He said, summoning the old man. Gerard quickly led the mother and daughter duo not to the manor that was right in front of them, but to the golf cart nearby. It seemed he had discovered passion. Just as the two left, a bright light shone, after which Will appeared at the inn along with Hugo, who still had a room rented, as well as 7 other guests. Welcome to the Midnight Inn, the old man said excitedly to his guests, who were looking at their new surroundings in alarm. Will, you seem to have stolen my life, Lex said, approaching the crowd with a smile. Will was the first person who had brought so many guests to him at once, which drastically improved his impression of the old man. Haha, my apologies, innkeeper. I was too excited, said the old man, grinning like a child with his favorite toy. With that, the man began leading his guests, as if he was extremely familiar with the place. Lex was amused at his expression and was about to return to the mother and daughter before he realized even more guests were on the way. What a busy day. Lex stood patiently as he awaited the arriving guests. This was by far the busiest day his inn had ever seen, and he had to be ready to face any kind of hurdle. Assistance, or do whatever else was needed to make sure everything went smoothly. A bright light flashed, and Lex saw a few familiar faces. Brother Chun and Blaine appeared, followed by a lady who bore a sharp resemblance to Chun. Innkeeper, the two soldiers acknowledged together as soon as they saw Lex. The girl looked at him with curiosity. Welcome back, said Lex with a smile. I did not expect to see you so soon. Lex had heard enough of their conversations with Phallic to know a bit about them and what they were going through. Yes, fortunately they were all safe, and we were able to locate them. I hope you find it to your liking, he said, looking at the girl. Name, Lily. Age, 24. Sex, female. Cultivation details, Chi training 7th realm species. Human midnight in prestige level. 1. Brother Chun and Blaine looked each other in the eye and instantly knew what the other was thinking. And no thank you. Very well. The three walked towards the manor, leaving Lex behind. When they had walked some distance, Lily whispered, I've never seen you behave like that. You have no idea, her brother replied gravely. Last time we were here, we met another guest who was so powerful that we cannot even guess his realm. And even that guy was polite to the innkeeper. He can open portals all over the universe to retrieve his guests from whichever planet they're on. Lily gulped, as if understanding what her brother meant. But even so, said Blaine, he is running this inn and takes care of all his guests very well. Lex, who was completely not eavesdropping on their conversation, accidentally overheard what they were saying and chuckled to himself. "Ah, it's nice to be respected." With all his guests taking care of themselves, Lex turned his attention to the napping turtle. A part of him wanted to let the turtle sleep, but God only knew how long a 2,000-year-old baby's nap would be. "Wake up," Lex said gently, but with his voice infused with the power of his suit. The turtle that had no name lazily opened its eyes, but as soon as it saw its new location, it jolted awake. It looked around confused and kept sniffing the air. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn." The turtle wore an alarmed look on its face, and hearing Lex's worry did not lessen, but increased. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You silly humans really give me a lot of trouble," the turtle said before it started walking hurriedly towards the forest. "Do you know all the animals here are hungry and are forcefully feeding on spirit energy to survive?" The turtle lectured Lex as it paced forward. How the turtle knew this was a mystery, but it was confident that it was right. There are no insects around, no worms, no seeds. What are they supposed to feed on? Upon hearing the turtle, Lex was embarrassed and alarmed. He had gotten the animals from the system, so he naturally assumed the system would feed them as well. He never considered the lack of their natural food in the environment. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the reason Helen might be so popular with the animals was because she was probably feeding them. He purchased various kinds of animal food and mentally commanded Velma to feed the animals every day. No, wait. Velma was usually busy with guests and other duties. Maybe you should get another assistant to help with the animals and maybe even the environment. As Lex was thinking of a solution, he did not realize he had followed the turtle into the forest, nor had he realized that wherever the turtle would step, wild grass would grow. Mushrooms, small shrubs, and different wild plants all started appearing in a trail behind the turtle, and before long, small animals could be seen eating them. Lex was woken from his thoughts, however, when he realized that the turtle had walked directly in a straight line right to the greenhouse. The array seemed to have no effect on it. Before he could say anything, though, he heard a worried voice. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, you silly, silly human. You are drowning the plants. They don't need so much water, and the soil is all wrong. Too much fertilizer can be poisonous. Not all plants need the same things," the turtle told the gardener, and started using its ability to rearrange the plants. "Get away, you fat lizard," the gardener said angrily. "You're ruining my arrangements. When the plants grow, their arrangement will form words that will form poetry." The gardener and the turtle started arguing with each other, both trying to determine how the garden should be managed, leaving Lex standing there with his mouth hanging open. "Close your mouth or a fly will go in," said Mary, who appeared wearing an amused look. "There are no flies in the inn," Lex retorted, but he closed his mouth. Showing some personality, he did not know they could do that. Assistants he saw in TV shows that only do the task they're told. "You should hire the turtle to maintain the greenhouse." Lex's eyes lit up at the idea, but before he could make the offer, he heard the turtle say, oh dear, such a wonderful garden. I can't let a silly human ruin it." System notification. The Galactic Sovereign Turtle has hired itself as an employee. All permanent employees must have a residence. Automatically purchasing employee residence. -1500 MP. Residence purchased. Please allocate residence entrance. Lex's mouth dropped open once again at the sudden events. What the hell was happening? Mary burst out laughing at Lex's impression, but when she received his glare, she stopped laughing to explain. Well, more like she eventually stopped laughing to explain. The Platinum Key is for people you want to employ out in the various worlds. If whoever you want to employ is already at the end, then you can make an offer to them for the job directly. Normally, that would then proceed to the test, but a Galactic Sovereign Turtle, even an infant one, is too overqualified for such a simple position. Lex kept glaring at her. The explanation she gave made sense, kind of, but he had a strong feeling she was just making an excuse, and the system acted on its own because it didn't trust him enough to hire the turtle. He walked up to the turtle and said, "Since you are interested in joining my inn, I would like to welcome you." He pointed in a corner where a giant double door had appeared connected to a massive tree. Lex had spent a little MP to make the entrance look like it was inside of a tree, since he thought the turtle might like it. He was not sure exactly what kind of habitat turtles, especially galactic ones, liked. The galactic sovereign turtle nodded in understanding. Of course, the system hadn't forcefully hired it, and the turtle had received its contract directly in its mind. It didn't bother with the contract, though, and directly accepted. It didn't have complex desires or needs. All it saw was that this place had the potential for a good garden, and the turtle wanted to tend to it. "New innkeeper," the gardener let out a sorrowful roar. "You must not let it touch the greenhouse. It has no style, no sense of aesthetic." The gardener looked like a child complaining to his parent. Well, he was only a few days old, so technically both the gardener and the turtle were babies by their own standards. Chapter 82: Outer Beauty and Inner Peace. While the various new guests were roaming around the inn, Helen was exploring the place herself as well. At first, she was hesitant to move around the inn lest she run into someone who recognizes her. But now with her glasses, she moved around without worry. She noticed every few days some changes would be made to the inn's environment or new buildings would be added, and she liked exploring them. Everything was improving all the time, and the already pleasant environment was getting even better. Previously, she felt that some places of the inn would be too quiet, which would make it eerie. However, one day, randomly more birds and small animals appeared. So if nothing else, you would always hear the flapping or singing of birds. A few moments ago, she had even seen a massive turtle hurrying across the grounds next to the innkeeper. She supposed that was one of the animals from a different planet, because she had never seen a turtle that big on Earth. Currently, she was heading towards a new building she saw appear opposite to the training room. While on her way, she noticed that today seemed to be relatively busy for the inn. She saw William Bentham again, leading a group of followers towards the recovery room. She saw two intimidating men walking beside a woman like her bodyguards. Most interestingly, she saw what appeared to be a mother chasing her daughter with a bedroom slipper in her hand, with Gerard following the pair in a golf cart. The daughter kept screaming, "I'm going to date an Olin." Every time she yelled, she would antagonize her mother even more, which would cause the daughter to laugh. Although the daughter was the one laughing, Gerard, who was driving behind the pair, seemed to be the one enjoying the most. Helen chuckled as she thought about it, and continued on her journey. She was quite noticeable as she was followed by an ostentation of peacocks wherever she went. She received a few glances from the new guests, but the glasses gave her the confidence to ignore them. When she finally arrived near the training room, she was surprised to find that the new building was a barber shop. She didn't even need to guess. The spinning barber's pole outside was very distinctive and telling. This surprised her, as she was expecting something more exciting. Everything at the inn so far seemed targeted towards cultivation. The meditation room, training room, recovery room, and mystery trial were all good examples of this. Compared to their utilitarian purposes, this seemed almost mundane. But she didn't underestimate it just because it seemed normal. She went inside to see a young man, probably around her age, excitedly looking through all the cupboards. When she entered the shop, a bell hung above the door rang, alerting the young man of her presence. He was startled at the noise, but quickly his excitement returned as he looked at Helen. He said jovially as he pulled her in, "Welcome to Harry's." Or wait, Harry's barbershop. No, wait. He became distracted and started mumbling to himself about the name. Helen asked, analyzing the young man. Yes, of course it is. Have a seat. What would you like?" "Oh," said Harry, his excitement dimming noticeably. "Are you sure you don't want to try anything? Trust me, I'm very good." Yeah. Helen suddenly felt awkward. It was clear to her that Harry really wanted her to have something done and was looking at her with longing eyes. She didn't want to offend anyone at the inn, so she reluctantly said, "Fine, why don't you give me a little trim?" Helen's hair was already short, barely reaching her shoulders, and she didn't want to cut it much shorter, but she thought there wouldn't be much harm in trying out the shop. Something at the midnight, and clearly couldn't be normal. She took a seat, and Harry stood behind her excitedly as stared at her face in the mirror. He was deciding what sort of look would suit her most, but he did not realize that his eyes started emitting a purple glow as he did. Under his glare, Helen didn't feel uncomfortable, and instead seemed to enter a trance. She started hearing her own previous thoughts in her head, as if they were being replayed. At some point, Harry decided what he wanted to do and grabbed a spray bottle and sprayed her hair. No one noticed that the spray bottle seemed to just appear in Harry's hand, or that as the water touched her hair, it seemed to wash away some of the thoughts full of self-doubt that she was hearing in her head. A floating comb appeared and started brushing her hair. As if by magic or some sorcery, not only did the brush untangle all her hair in a single stroke without having to pull or tug, it rearranged her thoughts so that they became more organized. Lately, her thoughts would bounce from Alexander to her family, to the assassination attempt, to her unknown future. Everything was full of uncertainty, and she had trouble thinking straight. But now the randomness of her thoughts started disappearing. Harry himself did not notice that as he worked, he started mumbling incantations, or that two pairs of scissors appeared in the air around him. Both the scissors started cutting rapidly, yet very little hair was actually being cut. If someone could peer into Helen's mind and visualize it as a garden, then they would notice that anxiety was growing in that garden like weed. Yet each time the scissors snipped, some of that anxiety was cut away. Slowly and steadily, Helen's appearance started to change, and if this were a video game instead of real life, plus one charm would be seen floating above her head every few minutes. Yet the biggest change was in her mind. Mortals called it mental health, and cultivators called it inner demons. But regardless of whatever one called it, Helen's state was improving. Slowly and steadily, she was receiving a makeover that would change her entire life. She was achieving both outer beauty and inner peace. Lex was chuckling to himself as he walked out of the forest. He had gotten the gardener and Turtle to agree to working with each other. But even as he left the greenhouse, he could hear them bickering. It reminded him of his youth, when he was a kid and used to fight with his elder sister, Belle. Despite her feminine name, she was a real tomboy, and the two used to fight a lot. He had also given the turtle a name, which the turtle completely ignored and did not acknowledge at all. No, he did not name the turtle Leonardo or Michelangelo. He was not about to follow that cliché. He was determined to follow in the footsteps of all the main characters of all the cultivation and system novels he had read before, and named the turtle Little Black. The turtle was neither little nor black, but those main characters never seemed to care, and neither would Lex. He was slightly annoyed when the system didn't reflect that name in the turtle's status, but he would call it by that name regardless. Lex was in an unusually good mood, and suddenly he felt even better when he found out even more guests were about to enter the inn. He teleported to the entrance just in time to see Alexander appearing with two men and a woman behind him. The entire group looked quite young. He guessed they were his friends or class fellows, at least until he read their statuses. Name: Rorik Morrison. Age: 48. Sex: male. Cultivation details: golden core, mid-species. Human midnight in prestige level. 1 remarks: this fellow seems to have accidentally tucked his shirt into his undergarments. Name: Brandon Morrison. Age: 104. Sex: male. Cultivation details: spirit cultivation, insufficient authority. Body cultivation, golden core, peak species. Human midnight in prestige level. 1 remarks: the real OG. Name: Audrey Morrison. Age: 101. Sex: female. Cultivation details: spirit cultivation, golden core, peak. Body cultivation, golden core, peak species. Human midnight in prestige level. 1 remarks: extremely dangerous. Host must maintain distance at all times. The system will not associate with the host if he falls in love with someone 4 times his age. Lex felt his lips about to twitch, but he controlled himself. He could no longer let the system's remarks affect him. Yet as he was ruminating over the system's remarks and the difference between their looks and their actual age, the 3 Morrisons who had entered the inn for barely a second froze. Then they looked at each other with disbelief and excitement in their eyes, as if to confirm what they were feeling wasn't just an illusion. Replied Rorik. Chapter 83, A Light Heart. Alexander asked excitedly. Yes, answered Brandon with gleaming eyes. The environment here is like inside the fusion chamber, except without all the danger and instability. I can feel the bottleneck for my body cultivation loosening. In fact, even my spiritual cultivation is already improving. The Morrisons all shared a knowing look as they tried to process the ramifications of what they had just learned. An environment which would allow cultivators to break through above the golden core was absent on Earth. Even the minor realms that opened up on Earth had a similar environment and did not allow for such growth. The reason for why exactly no one could break through was unknown, but it was generally agreed that Earth was lacking something. It was important to note, only humans suffered this blockage, and beasts were often able to ascend to the higher realm. As for why the beasts never took over Earth since they had an advantage, that was a secret few knew. A secret almost no one knew was that on Earth currently, there were 5 nascent realm cultivators. Each of the 5 had ascended through unique chances or coincidences that could not be replicated. Brandon had made the breakthrough in a specially designed chamber called the fusion chamber. The reason for that name was because the chamber was bombarded with concentrated spiritual energy and radiation from several nuclear reactors. The theory was that the radiation could be treated using spirit arrays and technology to convert it into extremely concentrated spiritual energy, which would create the necessary prerequisite to break through. The idea was inspired by nuclear power plants. Yet while Brandon had succeeded in breaking through, everyone else who had tried so far died instead, which is why it was not an idea that was being widely used. The Morrison family was conducting various types of research on how to stabilize the energy in the chamber or to increase the efficiency of the conversion of energy. Yet that was all redundant now. They then gave them a convenient place to make their breakthroughs. All their current expansion plans, as well as their plans to snub out the little rebellion that was being planned on Earth, had to be put on hold. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves," said the innkeeper, who had been standing there for a while now. "If you want to cultivate or break through a realm, I recommend you try out our meditation room." "Hello, innkeeper," said Alexander, who remembered just realized that they had been ignoring their host in their excitement. "This is my father, Rorik." The family politely greeted the innkeeper. "Welcome," replied the innkeeper. "I hope you find my little establishment to your liking." "How is Helen doing?" Alexander asked, concerned about his friend. Lex mentally swept the inn for her and found her at the barber shop. "She is currently receiving a makeover at our barber shop." Lex started leading the family towards the barber shop at a gentle pace. They looked around where they walked, but with the power of the suit, he could feel them using their spiritual sense to observe the place. "Alexander tells me that you receive guests from all over the universe and not just Earth," asked Rorik. "Yes, of course. The Midnight Inn can be accessed from anywhere in the universe. Even right now, we have guests from multiple planets in our grounds." He was monitoring all his guests with his powers right now, as there were a lot of them and he would need to manage any situation that came up. Will had led his group to the recovery room, so he quickly told Velma to go there mentally in case they needed to use any of the rooms. For the recovery room, but he only had 2126 MP on hand at the moment and didn't want to spend the last of it on another big expense. He had to leave himself some buffer space, especially considering Marlowe was consuming MP every day. Our recovery room is usually a big hit amongst guests. Even Alexander found use for it with Helen being poisoned. We have meditation rooms for anyone who wants to cultivate and training rooms for anyone who wants to hone their combat skills. We have a mystery trial as well that tests the guest's greatest skill, whatever it may be. Anyone who can complete the trial can receive an award, though that may be harder than it seems. It is completely safe, though, so there is no need to worry. Other than that, we, of course, have our inn where guests can stay to rest and recuperate. Would it be possible for us to meet some of the guests from other planets? Lex looked back at Brandon, who had made the request. His request made sense. Who wouldn't be curious in this situation? Yet Lex was slightly concerned. He did not want anyone to get into a fight over anything, since Lex had the lowest cultivation here and wouldn't be able to stop anyone. "I can naturally introduce you to some of our guests. If they are so inclined, you can chat with them as much as you want about the rest of the universe. But if they are not up to it, I hope you respect their wishes." This family wanted to cultivate at the inn, so naturally a ban was the greatest threat to them. "I will make sure my parents behave," said Rorik very seriously. The look on his face was grave, as if he was embarking on a suicide mission. By this time, they reached the barbershop and entered to find Harry working very seriously on Helen's hair. A floating towel would dab Harry's forehead from time to wipe off his sweat, because while all the actual work was being done by the floating utensils, Harry was exhausting himself by simply reciting his incantations. The family looked at Helen curiously, but Audrey was the one who immediately noticed something unusual. She had seen this girl, or at least pictures of this girl, before. Although it could be said that she was a pretty lass, she would not stand out in a crowd. Right now, however, she was radiating charm and charisma that would catch anyone's eye. The strange thing was, she didn't look any different. Her skin wasn't any clearer or fairer. She was wearing no makeup. Her hairstyle was fairly ordinary. The source of a change was her expression. It was as if she was free and happy from the bottom of her heart. It was such a simple thing, but the soft smile of her lips was pure enough to touch people's hearts. Finally, Harry finished and threw himself on the sofas behind himself. He was completely out of breath, as if he had run a marathon and could barely stand on his own. Harry smiled weakly at the innkeeper and said, "Yes, that was more exhausting than I imagined." With that, the two looked towards Helen, who finally woke up from her trance. She felt a strange sense of lightness. For a moment, she felt like a child again, pure and happy with no worry or care in the world. She looked at herself in the mirror to find that instead of her hair getting shorter, it had somehow gotten longer. It fell halfway down her back, but with a natural flow that looked elegant. She smiled, completely unaware that she captivated everyone in the room. Asked Alexander. She hadn't noticed the extra people in the room, but the young man's voice alerted her to their presence. When she looked at Alexander, she found that, curiously, she didn't feel anything. Previously, whenever she looked at him, she would feel love and longing, along with the bitter pain of knowing that they were never meant to be, as well as a little hope deep inside her heart that maybe someday, somehow they could be together. Yet now, looking at him, she felt the same way she did when looking at just another friend. Who could have blamed her for falling in love with him? Or maybe it was infatuation instead. He was a handsome and brilliant young man, polite yet assertive, strong yet sensible. He had achievements people could only dream of and a destiny that eclipsed anyone around her. Naturally, she, along with most of the girls in her class, gravitated towards Alexander. But now suddenly she no longer felt that longing. She simply felt that even if he was the best person in the whole universe, if he was not the one for her, then it did not matter. She would only give her heart to someone who appreciated and loved her. This did not mean that she disliked Alexander or liked him less. It simply meant she could finally simply be friends with him without other thoughts. "I'm great, Alexander. I'm great," the girl replied. Chapter 84, The Bold and the Broke. Alexander was relieved to hear that Helen was doing well. "I had the Sigmund family investigated while I was away. Things are not as straightforward as they appear to be." "Okay," she responded simply. She was curious to know the details of what actually happened and if her parents were involved in the decision to use her in the assassination. Alexander and Helen were catching up, and his seniors were watching from a distance, his grandpa smirking. Lex wanted to help Harry up, as he could not even stand on his own. "That really took a lot out of you. In the future, don't use your new heritage without training yourself first." Harry's eyes were filled with excitement, even if his body was trembling from weakness. What he had done with Helen was only the tip of the iceberg of all the new knowledge he had received. He knew his weakness was a result of him not training his body and soul enough, but the heritage also let him know how exactly he should be training. In the future, what he could do would be even more. He especially couldn't wait to go and try out his newfound powers on Earth, right up until the innkeeper said, "For now, don't use your heritage on Earth. Your planet is more complicated than it appears." Harry nodded repeatedly as the innkeeper helped him to the entrance of his own residence. He stumbled in and collapsed on the mattress, asleep as soon as he shut his eyes. When Lex returned to the Morrison family, he saw the two soldiers and the girl from Vegas Minima outside the shop window and thought it the perfect time to introduce the two groups. "Please," replied Rorik. As Lex led the group out, He spent 100 MP on a one-day universal language translator that applied to the whole inn. Cultivators with a higher level could communicate through their spiritual sense, but not everyone could. To facilitate communication between guests from different planets, Lex would have to buy this translator. A permanent translator instead of a one-day one would cost 100,000 MP. Lex could definitely put off buying it. Blaine, Chun, Lily, it's good that I ran into you. The Morrison family stood behind him and observed their counterparts silently, while the three from Vegas Minima also looked at the family as they immediately understood that they were the ones they were being introduced to. These are some of my guests from a different planet than yours. This is their first opportunity to meet someone from outside their own solar system, so I thought I would introduce them to you. Blaine and Chun exchanged a look. They paid great detail to whatever the innkeeper said, and him mentioning that meeting these people could be beneficial seemed like him hinting at something. They nodded to one another, as if they were both accepting a mission. Just as the soldiers were about to introduce themselves, Lex felt another guest about to enter the inn. It was unfortunate. He wanted to be present when these groups from different worlds met and see what they talked about, but a new guest would take priority. Please excuse me while I go tend to another matter. With that, Lex disappeared. Helen and the soldiers were already used to the innkeeper appearing and disappearing as he wished, but the Morrison family was caught by surprise. But that worked to their advantage as the soldiers relaxed when they saw that this other group was intimidated by the innkeeper as well. My name is Blaine. This is Brother Chun and Lily. Lex appeared at the entrance once again, ready to greet his guest, but before the guest, Mary appeared before him. Lex, you need to listen to me very carefully. When this next guest appears, you will receive a quest. Lex was taken aback by Mary's sudden, serious demeanor. Why? Just trust me, is all she said before disappearing again. A giant golden door appeared, and from it entered a middle-aged man. Intrigued, he selected yet. A pair of aviator sunglasses appeared in front of him, and somehow he knew that if he wore those, his entire appearance and aura would be hidden. After he put those on and exited, his attire had changed from a prison garb to skinny jeans, a black t-shirt, and a leather jacket. Of course, he was wearing aviators as well. The many chains that hung from his body changed their appearance from bindings to jewelry. As soon as the man appeared, true to what Mary said, a new quest appeared. New quest. 20 guests have appeared together at the inn for the first time. Instead of waiting for them to come to you with their needs, it's time you do something for them proactively. Prepare an event for your guests to participate in. Quest time. Start the event in 2 weeks. Quest reward. Subject to change based on guest response. Quest failure punishment. Dash 5,000 MP remarks. Why have you stopped offering your guests drinks when they enter the inn? Go back to college and take a few hospitality courses. Lex raised an eyebrow. This quest was interesting, and it gave him some time to prepare as well. He would have to plan this carefully, especially with Mary's reminder of stating its importance as well. But for now, he should take care of his guest first. He checked the man's status. Name, and percent error percent and age, and percent error percent and sex, and percent error percent and cultivation details, and percent error percent and sealed species, and percent error percent and midnight in prestige level. One remarks, this man is very suspicious. Charge him extra MP. Even with the host attire helping him to maintain his expression, Lex could not keep himself from raising an eyebrow. He had never come across a situation where the inn could not read someone's status, even with Batet and Phallic. Then only told him that his authority was insufficient to view their information instead of reporting an error message. Of course, to the man walking, the gesture of an eyebrow being raised represented something else. He suspected the man had seen through his details, and he was not surprised. The man standing there, as if waiting for him, gave off an aura that even he had never felt before. Welcome, guest, to the Midnight Inn. You may call me innkeeper, Lex said warmly as he readied the self-defense butter knife should anything go wrong. Even the system thought he was suspicious, so Lex had to be careful. Thank you. You may call me John. Lex shook his head. The Midnight Inn finds weary travelers on its own, so that they can come rest and recuperate before they may return on their journey. Of course, we have many other services than just offering a place to stay. The middle-aged man smiled and took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he breathed in fresh air. He glanced at the scenery around him before turning his attention to the innkeeper. The innkeeper was the most imminent threat to the man, and in his current condition, he could not defend himself at all. He had to stabilize his situation before anything else, as he did not want the innkeeper to send him back to the ship he came from. Naturally, Lex, while still wary of the man, was also amused. Who knew that the first bargainer he would come across would be such an enigmatic figure? Well, there's a bit of an issue. You see, I was robbed of all my possessions and don't currently have any money on me. Lex frowned as he looked at the man. He was not expecting him to have no money at all. Don't dismiss him directly, said Mary, who reappeared. While there is no official way to temporarily hire people, can't you just pay for his stay with your own MP? Ask him what services he can provide. Lex put on the face of an intimidating landlord and said, "What can you do for me?" Chapter 85, Slap You with Money. John stood silently as he thought of which of his skills he could offer up. Someone with his life experiences was not lacking in personal skill or ability, but he had to pick the right one. Lex waited patiently for him as the man ruminated. Even if Mary hadn't told him to give John a chance, he would have. He wanted to learn more about this person that even the system couldn't identify. He was more than sure that John was just an alias and was not this man's real name. Finally, the man decided and said, "I have extensive knowledge about various cultivation techniques and styles. I can custom create spirit techniques for your guests based on their cultivation." Lex raised an eyebrow at John's offer. It was tempting and was something he would not have thought of on his own. As a service, it would be a great attraction, but how could he test it out? The system would only conduct a test for permanent employees and did not have a concept for temporary ones. Just as he was considering his options, Gerard pulled up in the golf cart and Vera hopped out. I don't know," she said with a shrug. "But I got the feeling that I would receive some kind of reward if I came to you, so here I am." Lex turned to see Christine, who was still sitting in the golf cart. She nodded when the innkeeper looked at her, as if to indicate her consent. Her daughter was an oracle, a very talented one at that, and most of the time that got their family in a lot of trouble. But one thing they had to acknowledge was that Vera had a keen nose for benefits, and never had they suffered a loss where she said they would make a profit. So when it came to matters like this, Christine reluctantly let her daughter do as she pleased. Lex immediately understood what was happening. Although he did not know the specifics, he could determine from the title of Oracle that Vera could predict things, and right now she predicted she would gain something good by coming to him at this exact moment. This made John's case promising. Very well then. In that case, John, you have your first opportunity. John came to Vera and told her to start running her cultivation technique for him to observe and started asking her what kind of technique she would like. Vera was very cooperative in this regard, and Lex watched silently. After a moment, he turned his attention from John to the Morrisons. Since Vera said something good was coming her way, he was fairly confident that John would succeed, so he wanted to know how the conversation between the groups from those two worlds was going. They were sitting inside the restaurant in the manor, and the Morrisons had just finished talking about Earth. Alexander and Helen were missing, but Lex didn't think it was strange. They had a lot to catch up on, surely. Although they were brief and did not give specific information about a lot of things, everything the family told already sounded like paradise to Chon, Blaine, and Lily. "Our planet's technology seems to be more advanced than yours," Lily said. Although she was the youngest, Lily was actually the previous leader of her settlement. This was not because she was stronger than others, but because she was good at strategizing and managing logistics. Her many years of experience as a leader also made her better at dealing with people compared to the two brutes besides her, so they unanimously decided to let her do the talking with these otherworlders. A few hundred years ago, demons infiltrated our planets and opened up spawning portals on all the planets of our solar system and started using the resources of our planets, as well as our people, to cultivate stronger demons. Recently, our solar system was discovered by the Jotun Empire, and they took back control of the planets, though the spawning portals still haven't been destroyed. Our entire lives, we've been surviving. This was new information Lily learned at the reclamation camp. She had voluntarily joined the Jotun army when she thought her brother was dead. She wanted revenge as she had nothing left to live for and didn't bother to learn much about the actual war. She just wanted to fight. When she found out her brother was alive, he brought her directly here, so she hadn't had time yet to learn more. As their conversation progressed, it changed from the circumstances of each other's planets to the kinds of resources they had access to. The Morrison family was very intrigued when they learned that the zombie cores they took such a liking to in the gift shop could be readily found on Vegas Minima, if one was strong enough to retrieve them, of course. Blaine and Chun shared a look and nodded, as if affirming the benefits the innkeeper spoke of were about to be revealed. "What do you have in mind?" Lily asked casually. She was not at all intimidated by her counterparts' higher cultivation. They were at the Midnight Inn, which assured their security. "We can offer you spirit stones, but I think such a trade would be very mundane. We have various industries backing us up, so we can offer you large quantities of weapons and ammunition. If you find our weapons unsuitable, we can also directly trade in precious ores and minerals. We can also provide you with protective gear and armors in large quantities. Of course, I'm sure that the empire you belong to also has those things, or even better items. But how easy would it be for you to get access to higher-level items at your cultivation?" Rorik was speaking from the viewpoint of a very successful businessman with a massive corporate empire at his disposal, which is why he valued resources more than something simple like money, or in this case, spirit stones. To Lily and the others, however, spirit stones indeed were the best option. That way they could purchase whatever they needed directly from the Jotun Empire. It was true. They could sell whatever resources they took back to the Jotun Empire, but they would have no explanation for how they came to obtain those resources, which could lead to trouble. "Your planet has many resources that ours lacks. Firstly, we'll take all the zombie cores you can provide, whatever level they may be at. Secondly, you are right in saying your planet seems to be more technologically advanced, which is why we're also interested in blueprints. Blueprints of any technology you can get your hands on, whether it be for militaristic use or civil, we're interested. Naturally, we're interested in any technology you can bring as well. We'll buy those too. If you have books, guides, research papers on any advanced scientific topics, we're willing to purchase those as well. Basically, anything you can provide that your planet has that we lack, we'll buy. Don't be shy. Use your own imagination. If you come across anything you think is useful, you can sell it to us, but the first priority is always cultivation resources. Of course, if there is something you specifically need, you can mention it, and we will do our best to meet your needs." The two soldiers and Lily exchanged looks. They all had a lot on their mind, and would need to discuss the details of exactly what they were going to do, but it was evident that this was an opportunity they could not miss. For now, this trade route between planets could be monopolized by them. However, once more people became aware of the inn, they would lose their advantage. They had to make a decision fast. "I think this deal is acceptable to us, but we'll need some time to gather up supplies. How about we meet up after 1 week to conduct our first trade?" Rorik shook Lily's hand and confirmed the deal. Just as they were about to discuss further details, Alexander and Helen walked in holding a massive pile of cards. 10,000 Tier 1 zombie cores, 1,000 Tier 2 zombie cores, 94 Tier 3 zombie cores, and 9 Tier 4 zombie cores all here, Alexander said as he placed the cards in front of his grandparents. Blaine, Chun, and Lily were horrified as they knew the prices for those items. But it was Lex who was spying on this meeting who completely lost his computer and screamed internally in excitement. Fortunately, the host attire helped him control himself, otherwise the mother-daughter duo and John would have witnessed the mysterious innkeeper completely embarrass himself. The Morrison family did not have the resources of one rich family or a single country backing them up, but the entire wealth of the planet Mars. The expense of maintaining a single city for a single day was already beyond what the family had spent at the gift shop, let alone a whole planet. Alexander was a true rich third generation, and smacking people with his wealth was a maneuver he had mastered from an early age. Chapter 86 Party Planner. Externally, Lex looked as calm as still water, as immovable as a mountain. Internally, he was screaming like a die-hard fan of a sports team that had their first win in years. Alexander had literally bought every zombie core they had in the shop. He thought it would take months for him to sell all of them, and his income would be spread out. Who knew that happiness came like a tidal wave and swept him off his feet? Each Tier 1 zombie core was for 200 MP, Tier 2 zombie core for 500 MP, Tier 3 zombie core for 1500 MP, and Tier 4 zombie core for 5000 MP. When Alexander bought them all, he spent a total of 2,686,000 MP. That's 2,680,000 midnight points. That combined with the puny 2026 MP Lex already had, he now had a total of 2,688,026 MP. The euphoria he was feeling was similar to when he first sold his video game and suddenly became rich. Only this time, it was much greater. He was struggling to contain himself. He needed to spend some MP to relieve some of his excitement. But this stupid John person was taking too long in designing his technique. Lex cursed him 100 times in his head, then started looking through the midnight market for things to buy. Later, when he calmed down, he would spend his newly earned MP more strategically, but for now he must taste the lifestyle of a nouveau riche. Dedicated to the recovery room. The name of the new staff member was Nurse Jubilation. Lex completely did not name her that, because it was the first synonym that came up based on the name of another very famous and beloved nurse. If you know, you know. What else should he buy? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to upgrade the recovery room again for a whopping 20,000 MP. This was because he was sick of keeping Marlowe here while having to pay his medical fees and wanted him to recover already. He had quite conveniently forgotten that Marlowe was the one who procured those zombie cores for him. After a couple big expenditures, Lex felt much better, but he needed to vent some more. He directly bought the permanent universal translator for 100,000 MP. But that was not enough, just a little more careless shopping before he should rein himself in. But what should he buy? He looked at Gerard, who was standing dutifully on the side, and an idea occurred to him. Staff like robots, but it seemed to him that they were very lifelike and had personalities. In that case, he hadn't been really treating them well and had them working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He should do something about that. Staff. There was no physical manifestation this time. They were wholly in a separate space, but their residences had windows that allowed them to see the inn as if from inside the manor. Would be able to directly teleport there when they wished. With that, Lex breathed a sigh of relief as he felt much better. After this, he would continue to spend MP, but in a planned manner to systematically improve the inn. He turned his attention back to John, who still seemed to be working, but it was only fair. He couldn't expect him to rush such a thing. He started planning his expansion in his mind as he stood there silently, not paying attention at all to what was happening right in front of him. Around an hour later, John finally completed his task. He quickly explained the technique to Vera, who implemented it directly. It was not an attack or something visually impressive. Instead, Lex suddenly felt Vera's sense of existence diminish. In fact, if he didn't have the host attire to tune him into everything and everyone at the inn, he would directly ignore the girl standing right in front of her. Even her mother, who had been paying close attention to her, started looking elsewhere as if she completely forgot about her daughter at all. Only John and Lex managed to keep looking at her directly. "It's wonderful," she exclaimed as she stopped using her technique. Although she had a bombastic personality, she was not ignorant. She knew how to hide herself, and even when she secretly roamed the earth and played pranks on various cultivators, she made sure to hide her identity. She knew better than anyone else the kind of trouble her family had gotten in because of her identity, so she wanted to make sure that no one would be able to discover her secrets again. It was also due to that desire that she asked for a technique to help her side, but instead of a technique that would aid her in evasion or erasing her trace, John created a technique to hide her sense of existence. "Very well then, John. You passed the test. Come with me. I will show you where you will be working. Vera, Christine, I would like to thank you for your participation." The mother and daughter assured the innkeeper that they would not leave before they saw what the innkeeper had to show them. He led John to the street with the training room and barber shop, and directly spent 5,000 MP to create a building that had a ground plus one floor, similar to the barber shop. The front of the building was undecorated for now, but the interior was very straightforward. The entrance was a small waiting room with a reception and door that led to the back. The room at the back consisted of a few different chairs and sofas, including a reclining sofa he imagined psychologists had in their offices. This was for the customers to sit and relax while they communicated the technique they wanted and then waited for John to finish. There was also another door that led to a staircase that went to the first floor, which would serve as John's residence. This was not like employee residences that were in separate spaces, but was an actual room. "This will be your shop while you work here," Lex said, completely ignoring everyone's wonder at him manifesting a building with a wave of your hand. "You can live on the top floor. You can charge customers according to their cultivation levels, as I'm sure it's tougher to create a technique for higher cultivations." He named Doe. "He will carry out the transactions with your customers as well as pay you your share of the fee, so you don't need to worry about any of that. Think of a name for your shop and let Doe know." With that said, the impatient Lex directly disappeared, leaving John and Doe to get acquainted with one another. Lex couldn't wait to get started on his expansion plan, but first he was going to prepare his event. He wanted to let all his guests know of its details before anyone left, so he could get maximum participation. But he didn't really have a place to host events, and it didn't feel right to create an auditorium or something. The location for his event had to be a little grander than that. He went into the event manager panel and started exploring his options. Other than the venue, he also wanted to see what kind of events he could host. He tried asking Mary for advice on this, but she told him directly that he needed to complete this quest on his own. Eventually, he decided on everything and appeared behind the manor. Visualizing what he wanted, he summoned a giant building with a wave of his hand. Well, to be more accurate, he summoned a coliseum. He was renting this building from the event management panel, as buying such a massive building would cost him a lot of MP that he didn't want to spend right now. But he would not be embarrassed if he held events in such a venue, and it directly suited his taste. A few guests immediately noticed the giant addition to the inn. A building that dwarfed the manor in front of it was hard to miss. Lex made sure one more time, if everything was in order, confirmed his plan of action one more time, then made an announcement directly in the mind of all of his guests. "Dear guests, please make your way to the Coliseum in 1 hour's time." This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Chapter 87, A Talent Show for the Universe. Lex's announcement reached everyone who was at the inn, even the recovering Marlowe. It immediately attracted their attention, and they all started concluding their businesses. Letting them conclude or pause whatever they were doing was also primarily the reason Lex timed the invitation to an hour later. In the recovery room, 3 of the guests who had accompanied were being healed in the recovery pod, RP, but they would be done soon due to the upgrade the recovery room received. Even Marlowe's recovery had sped up, but the root of his issue was not an existing energy, but the unstable nature of his blood. That was something he would have to solve himself, but what the RP was doing was healing his vitality. It would not take long for that to completely recover, at which point Marlowe would be able to leave. John, who was resting for the first time in years in his new office, opened his eyes and forced himself to stay awake. This mysterious inn had given him plenty of surprises, and he couldn't wait to see what else it had in store for him. Hera, who was still overwhelmed by the new world she had just encountered, was freaked out when she heard a voice in her head. That is, until she learned that everyone heard it. The Morrisons, who had concluded their initial deal with the natives of Vegas Minima and were having a discussion of their own about how to proceed, immediately stopped their discussion and moved towards the Coliseum. The mother-daughter pair had already seen it earlier and were making their way towards it when the announcement happened. Harry, who had dozed off, was woken up and tried to pick himself up but collapsed and fell back asleep. Only the galactic sovereign turtle did not care about the announcement and continued to drag a tree through the ground using vines, the previously annoyed gardener now excitedly leading him somewhere. If anyone were to see it, they would see a sight similar to one dragging a stick through the mud. Somehow, the tree did not break as it was being dragged, and the ground remained undisturbed once it left. Lex, who was waiting for everyone, continued to look through the event management panel. Something interesting he learned was that if something significant enough was happening on one of the planets connected to the inn, he could incorporate it into his own events. For example, he learned from the panel that apparently there were a few forbidden zones that no cultivators could enter on Earth, and currently a large expedition was underway to explore the one on Mount Everest. To the mortals, it seemed like a few daredevils were attempting to climb the highest mountain in the world for personal satisfaction or something, but only cultivators knew that there was a legend of a holy land somewhere in those mountains that they were trying to discover. Lex could incorporate that expedition into his event and send guests to join in. He also learned that he could set certain rules or protocols that would be activated if something happened during the event. This could both be to combat emergency situations or award prizes. That was up to Lex. The only things that limited him were his imagination and his wallet. Slowly and steadily, his guests started arriving. The first to arrive were naturally Christine and Vera. They were closely followed by the Morrison family and Helen. When Vera saw Alexander, she whispered something to her mother, who looked over and then whispered something back. Brandon, seeing that they were the only ones there, went up to introduce himself to the duo to try and learn where they were from. Unbeknownst to him, the mother and daughter had an intricate and imaginative yet false backstory ready on hand, though they refused to mention which planet they were from. Shortly after, Will, his 6 followers along with Hera and Hugo, entered the Colosseum. Since neither the Morrisons nor anyone from Will's party were wearing the disguise glasses, they came face to face in their original appearance. Helen quickly whispered to Alexander Will's identity on Earth, along with a few of his followers she recognized. Alexander naturally passed the information along to his father, who looked at the party with interest. Will, on the other hand, immediately recognized all of them and froze in horror and fear. The entire purpose of the Rose Society was to steal control of resources from the cultivation giants of the world, and yet he was now in the presence of one of the greatest of those giants. Naturally, others would not know the purpose of his society, but even still someone at his level would completely be expected to fear the Morrison family. "You seem to recognize us, friend," said Rorik with a sly smile. "Yes, my lord," Will replied immediately, and then gave a bow. Everyone in his party bowed as well, other than Hera, who eventually copied everyone when she realized something was amiss. "Please, no need for such formalities. Here, we are all comrades from Earth. Treat me as you would anyone else." Rorik spoke casually, as if he was used to such behavior. Although his family did not claim to be royalty or demand such gestures, everyone else did not dare to treat them any less. "How dare I, my lord? How dare I? My name is William Bentham, of Bentham Corporation. My father had the privilege of working for your family once. He told me to his dying day that it was his greatest honor." Will had not really adopted Hera, but he long told her that he treated her as his own daughter, so it was not a stretch to tell others as such. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. Come, sit, be comfortable. It's rare to meet someone from home so far away." Rorik was interested in how others from Earth arrived here, how long they had been coming, and how common it was for people from Earth to come to the inn. Will's party was much larger than their own, so there may be a chance that some of them were frequent guests of the inn. As the various groups mingled, John finally arrived as well. His unique appearance drew a lot of attention, but before anyone could approach him, he chose to sit far away from the crowd. Naturally, Vera and Christine introduced the man as an employee of the inn who designed techniques for guests, which attracted even more attention. Blaine, Chun, and Lily arrived at and also chose to sit on their own, as they whispered amongst themselves. Staff made their way to the Colosseum and sat together in a group. They didn't understand the concept of chatting, at least they didn't understand it yet, so they sat in silence and looked at their boss on stage. As the hour closed, and it seemed no one else would arrive, a lean, grinning man strutted in. He roared with satisfaction. Lex resisted the urge to yell at the no longer giant maniac, but suddenly he saw Marlowe's eyes light up when he sassed Brandon. "Take my punch, old man." True to his words, Marlowe hurled towards Brandon and punched him. Yet before the two could continue their exchange, a loud, clear voice interrupted them. It was the innkeeper who was looking at him with an amused smile, as if daring him to continue his antics. "Excuse me, innkeeper. I just saw an old debtor and could not control myself," said Marlowe before he burst into laughter, as if calling the Morrisons debtors was hilarious. Lex looked at his guests as he mentally prepared himself to introduce his event. He hated public speaking. Thanked the inn that the host attire hid his nervousness. "I called you all here to let you know of an event that the Midnight Inn is organizing in 2 weeks' time. The Midnight Inn is a place for guests from all over the universe to rest and vacation, to let go of their burdens and look ahead in life. We provide our guests with the best hospitality and services, but we also like to go above and beyond." Chapter 88, Event Management? More like Anger Management. The guests promptly memorized the names of the other planets mentioned. Although no one seemed to have many guests from Nibiru, it was irrelevant. If the innkeeper said the world was connected, then that's all that mattered. Their attention then turned towards the culture-sharing aspect of the event he talked about. Somehow, a lot of them thought of World Culture Day in schools. Were they supposed to bring food and items from their world? While everyone was staring at him and wondering what exactly the event would entail, Lex was also observing them for their reactions. When Lex was deciding on his event, the first decision he had to make was what kind of event he wanted and who his target demographic were. So far, he had mostly dealt with cultivators. In a sense, they could be called the elite members of society. Should he continue to focus on cultivators, or should he focus on mortals as well? Lex didn't need to think too much. The more people that came, the better his income would be. That meant he needed to plan an event with maximum participation from all worlds, as well as an incentive for everyone to participate. For that, he needed to prepare some sort of prize. But if the prize was for an individual, no one would make an effort to bring more people from their own planets. That meant the prize had to be for all participants from a specific planet, not a specific individual. It was fortunate, then, that the event management panel also had a specific tab for prizes. The only catch was the prizes were pricey. Any guest from any of the 3 planets may participate in the event. Of course, any kind of festivity is incomplete unless there's a grand prize, so whichever planet puts on the best show will. Lex's speech was interrupted by the appearance of the floating golden door right in front of him. Some of the audience recognized the golden door, some of them didn't, but Lex knew a new guest was arriving. The timing was slightly inconvenient, but another guest couldn't hurt. A zombie walked out of the door, its body emitting a putrid, rotting smell. It had dried blood all over its face, and its naked body was covered in mud and dirt. The zombie was at mid-foundation level, and as soon as it appeared, Lex summoned the self-defense butter knife in his hand, but waited for it to attack before he made a move. The guests froze as no one was expecting such a scene. Marlowe and the guests from Vegas recognized the latest guest and readied themselves for any potential trouble, but the rest looked on with interest. The zombie took a few moments to look around its new surroundings, but when it saw Lex, it let out an aggressive roar and prepared to attack. Yet before it had taken so much as a single step, Lex threw the butter knife straight through its forehead, killing it. His actions were swift and decisive, which led to an anticlimactic end to the sudden intrusion. It's a tragedy when certain guests just can't abide by the rules of the inn, Lex said as he appeared indifferent. He mentally instructed Gerard to dispose of the zombie's body, but recover its core. "Please excuse me for exposing you to such vulgarity," he said, looking at his awaiting guests. Only Hera looked bothered by what just happened, and Will was consoling her, which was fortunate. Marlowe asked, smirking, "I don't mind paying them a visit again." "No," Lex said, chuckling. Of course the barbarian wannabe would only think of fighting. Various planets have different circumstances and different combat standards. Having a combat portion in the event would make it unfair to certain planets. Lex was interrupted once again by another zombie, but this time the status of the zombie read mid-golden core. For a moment, Lex froze in fear, but quickly recovered and his thoughts started racing. "The zombie is too close to me. If it attacks, I'll be the first victim. I can teleport away, but that'll expose my weakness in front of everyone. What can I do? The butter knife can only deal with Foundation Realm. Enemies. No, wait, I have MP, I can pay for an upgrade. Just as these various thoughts were going through his head and he was about to upgrade the butter knife through the midnight market, the zombie identified Lex as its prey. This zombie's eyes were more animated than the previous ones, and Lex could see excitement in them. Yet before the zombie could make any actual moves, vines grew out of the ground and wrapped themselves around it. The zombie tried to resist, but new vines kept growing and wrapping it similar to the bindings around a mummy. Once the zombie was completely wrapped, it fell over to the ground. One could still clearly see the zombie struggling within its wrappings, but it bore no results. The grass around where the zombie fell grew and lifted it up and started moving the zombie away from the Colosseum as if the zombie were a celebrity crowd surfing and the grass were all of its fans carrying it. "I told the turtle you brought it some fertilizer," Mary whispered in his ear, as if explaining what happened, but didn't appear in front of him. She didn't want to distract Lex. He was supposed to be presenting in front of his guests and had already been disturbed enough. Once the zombie left the stadium, Lex turned his attention to the golden door, which stayed in the air for a few more moments before disappearing, as if detecting Lex's displeasure. When the vines surrounded the zombie and took care of it, the first thing Lex felt in his heart was relief. Instant, immense relief. Yet right after that, he started feeling angry. This was supposed to be his end, yet he had no control over it because his authority for everything was too low. He was in the middle of presenting, but he kept getting interrupted with intruders and embarrassed in front of his guests. As Lex's internal monologue continued, he did not notice that he had clenched his fists tightly or that even his host attire could not stop him from frowning. He was not controlling the weather directly, but as if affected by his mood, the clear sky started filling with clouds, and his anger started exerting pressure on everyone similar to what one felt when they reached the bottom of the deep end of a pool. Mary said, appearing in front of him this time. Lex immediately snapped out of his thoughts and realized what he was doing. With a single thought, he returned the sky to what it was and eliminated the pressure, as if it was all a dream. Yet none of the guests thought it was a dream. They had all clearly felt what had just happened. The soldiers and Lily seemed the least affected by what they just witnessed. In their minds, the innkeeper was already an extremely dangerous figure. Lex looked towards his guests. 2 weeks from now, the event will be divided into a combat portion and a cultural portion. The combat portion will be limited to the foundation and golden core level for fairness, but everyone can participate in the cultural one. There will be no age or race restrictions. Specific details about both events and how to participate will be released in 10 days, so don't forget to check back in. With that, Lex disappeared, leaving his guests to absorb everything he had just said and all that had happened. The staff were the first to leave, followed closely by John. "Looks like our host has a bit of a temper," Marlowe said with a grin, then looked towards Alexander. Despite having gotten over her feelings, Helen blushed, but made no comment. "Old geezer, it seems to me like you're getting weaker." "Oh, am I getting weaker?" Marlowe waited for Brandon to comment on his increased strength, but it was Rorik who said, "Can we focus on the matter at hand? Does anyone know what that thing was that kept interrupting the innkeeper?" "That was a zombie," informed Marlowe. "And what do you mean, what do we think about it? Didn't you hear the man say there is a prize?" At this point, Marlowe's jolly demeanor changed, and he looked very seriously at Rorik. "But as someone who's seen the zombie battlefield, let me tell you this. If we even want a chance at winning, we're going to need the combined strength of the entire solar system." Chapter 89, insert title here. When Lex disappeared, he teleported directly to his room. He told Mary to let him know if something required his attention. For example, if all the rooms were booked and he needed to create more rooms, but otherwise he should not be disturbed. He realized that he was having severe mood swings and needed to calm down. He sat down cross-legged on his bed and started trying to meditate. It was not a skill he had mastered yet, and it usually took him some time before he could enter a state of meditation. Yet whenever he was able to meditate, it helped his mental state tremendously. Back at the Colosseum, the guests had split up. Will and his party retreated to Hugo's room, although not before Rorik took down their names and contact information. The mother and daughter left the inn entirely despite Vera's best efforts to stay a little longer. Blaine, Chun and Lily also left the inn as they had a lot of things they needed to take care of. The Morrisons, along with Marlowe, left to the room Alexander had rented earlier on, asked one of the members of the Rose Society. This one trip, which was originally just supposed to be about catching up with Will, had turned out to be beyond anything they had ever expected. All the members of the society were very old according to mortal standards, but as cultivators, they were only middle-aged at best. It was not unusual for a Foundation Realm expert to live up to 200 years old, especially when even mortals occasionally lived past 100 these days. So with their long life ahead, they did not want to court death by messing with the Morrison family, even if it was for the purpose of the Rose Society. Their passion to challenge the world had been worn out with age and experience. "We can completely forget about the battle portion of the event," said Will. "But we can make preparations for the cultural aspect of it. For now, we don't know what the details will be. So just organize your forces. Pick out people with various talents and prepare a cultural exhibition. But do not underestimate the impact of this event or the Midnight Inn. If we play our cards right, the Midnight Inn can become a great source for all the resources we need. We can trade directly with the guests here or the inn itself and distribute the resources on Earth. We can form a new company," added Hera. She had little to no knowledge about cultivation, but she had been a business major and had recently entered the workforce, which made her realize that she had a skill for these kinds of things. "The company will be the front, but we can distribute the work amongst ourselves. We'll pool our resources and develop distribution channels all over the world. We will need a list of resources available at the inn and what kinds of resources we can trade with guests. It will take time in the beginning, but if we can establish a stable source for multiple unique resources, we can use them to establish our brand recognition." The meeting continued for a few hours while they all discussed their ideas on how to expand the influence of the Rose Society. Only Hugo stood in the corner in silence, watching the cabal. He did not care about these things. But if the influence of the Rose Society grew, his chances for learning who harmed his family would increase. His fist tightened and his nails dug into his hand, but he did not feel that pain. His entire focus was on revenge. "Why I know these things, or how I was involved, I cannot tell you," Marlowe said up front. Even though he had rejected the job offer from the inn, he had a feeling that he should keep those things a secret. The innkeeper already told him that he would not be persecuted for his choice, but it would not be good to antagonize the man. "What I can tell you is that I have witnessed a battlefield on another planet against these zombies, and they number in the millions. They have thousands of golden core zombies and hundreds of nascent ones as well. In an upfront fight, Earth would completely be decimated with no chance at survival, which is why I don't think the fighting will be directly putting us in the battlefield, nor can I imagine a tournament-style one-on-one with the zombies. Once we return, I'll head directly to Earth and call for a meeting," said Brandon as he played with Audrey's hair. "We will need to organize most of our forces, but we also can't leave Earth and Mars completely unprotected. We'll have to figure out those details. But even so, based on what Marlowe said and what we learned from those kids on Vegas Minima, the chances of us winning the combat portion of the event are slim. Our focus should be on the culture aspect of it. Earth has been relatively peaceful for the past few decades and has developed well in that regard," asked Alexander. Right now, as far as he knew, his family was the only one who knew about the inn and had an advantage over the rest. Even if they lost the events, he thought it was worth it to maintain the advantage of keeping the inn a secret so that they could develop their own family. He expected that the others would eventually also learn about the inn, since even Marlowe had come here somehow, but until then he wanted to maintain whatever advantage he could keep. "Yes, there's no point in keeping a secret," said Rorik. "I've told you this before, but all 5 of the families do not have a competitive relationship. We all have the same goal of maintaining the peace of Earth, and working together on this will be beneficial for all of us." Alexander sighed. The relationship between the 5 families that secretly controlled the Earth was unusually cooperative. Not that Alexander had a problem with that, but in such a cutthroat environment, it simply didn't make sense. But he was not privy to the details of their relationship. In fact, even his father was not in the know. Only his grandparents knew the exact details of why the families cooperated. The discussion continued for a few more hours before the Morrisons left, leaving Helen and Marlowe behind. Helen could not leave yet, as she would return to Egypt and would be exposed. So until Alexander returned to Earth and secured her exit, she would have to stay. Marlowe stayed behind because while his old injuries had been healed, his problem with his blood made him vulnerable, and he did not want to leave until that was taken care of. He winked at the young girl once with a grin, then exited the room. He found Gerard and asked the old man, "I need to cultivate a bit. What would be the best place for that?" "No, we have a better place, especially suited for cultivation. Please follow me," he said cheerily, and hopped in a golf cart and drove to the meditation room. As soon as the former behemoth entered the meditation room, he felt its effects and smiled in satisfaction. Wasting no time, he sat in a meditation pose and started focusing on tempering his blood. He had a strong feeling that when he succeeded, the results would be staggering. After a few hours of hubbub, the inn returned to its usual calm. John took this time to explore the ground of the inn, with Doe following closely behind. Doe was equipped with all the knowledge the regular staff of the inn automatically received, and so served as an adequate tour guide for John. Most of the things John saw did not surprise him, as it was no big deal for someone of the innkeeper's status to be able to provide such services. The array in the forest drew a bit of his curiosity, as although he could recognize the array, he could not break through it. The thing that attracted him the most, however, was the mystery trial. Even though John's cultivation was sealed, his intuition was sharp and well-honed, and he immediately felt attracted to the trial. Once Doe told him the first attempt was free, he did not hesitate and walked in. As soon as he stepped through the ancient door, he felt his surroundings change. He was not standing or walking, but crouching in the shadow behind a rock. The peculiar thing was that the rock was at the far end of a white, rectangular room that was extremely well lit. There was no furniture in the room, no windows, nothing to distract the eye at all except the rock at one end, and a man standing at the other end, looking directly at the rock. The only other shadow in the room, besides the one John was taking a refuge in, was at the feet of the man who was looking at the rock. John smiled as he learnt the condition to pass the trial. He had to kill the man while remaining undetected. It would have been difficult for anyone else, but as his cultivation had somehow been restored in this trial, he found it to be extremely simple. "System, activate perimeter scan and check for traps," John said mentally. "Instruction received. Activating scan," replied a robotic voice in his head. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Chapter 90, Starting Expansion. "Scan complete. No anomaly detected," replied the system. John let out a satisfied smile when he heard that familiar, monotone voice. He asked the system to scan instead of using his spiritual senses because the system was a lot more covert. Scanning the target. Formulating plan of action based on gathered data. Presenting the data now. John looked over the plan and played it out in his head multiple times. Once he was sure he was ready, he took a step back and entered a void. The void existed in parallel to the existing universe, and he could traverse it easily using the system's abilities, entering and exiting wherever he wished. He exited in the air above and behind the target, but when he exited, he was surprised to see the man looking directly at him. Before John could respond, he felt a sharp, painful rip in his neck. The next thing he knew, he was back behind the boulder, as if nothing had happened. In his mind, a countdown started. He had 59 minutes left to successfully kill the target without being detected. Lex found it hard to start meditating, but once he did, he stayed in the state for several hours. When he was done, contrary to what one might expect, he felt mentally exhausted. Stabilizing his overactive spirit drained him, but he felt satisfied as he could feel himself making progress. It was slow, but it existed. He made a resolution to meditate for a few hours every day. But for now, he needed sleep. Sweeping the inn with his mind, once he made sure there was nothing that needed his attention, then went to sleep. He woke up the next day, feeling refreshed, and despite wanting to stay in bed for a bit longer, he jumped out and headed towards the shower while he ordered Gerard to deliver a hearty breakfast to his room. Once he showered and dressed himself in his host attire, he sat down to a breakfast of eggs, bacon, hash browns, sausages, buttered bread, tea, cereal, Pop-Tarts, cold pizza. He had to tell Gerard specifically he wanted the pizza to be cold, as if just taken out of the fridge, croissants, bagels, donuts, cottage cheese, crackers, hummus, grapes, and several other dishes that would make one wonder if the innkeeper had gone insane. No, the innkeeper had not gone insane. It was just that his appetite had exploded with his increased cultivation, and while previously he could eat endlessly without gaining weight, now he felt like if he did not eat enough, he would faint. This was actually an extreme case of what most cultivators went through before they started drawing spiritual energy into their body. The energy requirement of their body would increase. And since his only source of energy was food, he would need to drastically increase his intake. Later, once his body developed the capability for absorbing spiritual energy, he would be able to reduce his dependence on eating ridiculous amounts of food. Not that he was complaining, it was a different kind of pleasure being able to eat so much. While he ate, he opened up the system and took a look at what he could do. Currently, he had 2,551,526 MP, and there were many things he could do. He directly set aside 1 million MP for the event. He was actually expecting to spend around 500,000 MP, but he thought he would leave himself a buffer. While looking at the system, he was surprised to see that the rooms booked by Batet and Phallic were both free now. It had already been a month. Lex took a moment to reminisce about all the things that had happened the last month, then got to work. Lex was expecting a lot more guests at his inn as a result of the upcoming event, so he needed to increase his capacity. Currently, he had 7 regular rooms, so he purchased 13 more for an expense of 6,500 MP. Whose sole job would be to take care of the guests in the manor. They would clean, take care of room service, act as a concierge, or whatever else would be required of them within a manor. He naturally also purchased residences for them, for a combined expense of 10,500 MP. He made Velma in charge of the new staff. Originally, he was going to give Gerard the responsibility, but if he was restricted to the manor, then the old man would be deprived of the joy of driving around the gold cart, so decided to give the old man a different job. That job, as one can expect, was head chauffeur. Staff to be chauffeurs. Of course, it goes without saying, he bought them employee residences as well. His total expense for this was 100 MP. Each golf cart was 200 MP. To be the chef at the restaurant and named him Ramsay. With that done, and no new required alterations to the manor that Lex could think of, he turned his attention to the rest of the inn. The only 2 new rooms he could build at the moment were the patisserie and the guild room. For the patisserie, Lex had something special in mind, so he didn't build it for now. Lex bought the guild room for the cheap price of 1,000 MP and placed it beside the barber shop, and then paused because of how insignificant the amount seemed right now, yet how much it had intimidated him earlier. Yet he didn't dwell on it for long, as the guild room required more of his attention. Come its own room. The guild room, contrary to its name, did not allow guests to set up guilds. Instead, it allowed guests to more easily interact with other guests. They could submit tasks or requests in the guild room along with a reward for completion of the task, which other guests could accept. Both the guests who submitted and accepted the task could do so with their identity hidden or shown, whichever they preferred. On the surface, this looked like a simple place where one could hire mercenaries or adventurers to perform tasks, but it could also serve as an excellent trading platform. For example, if one guest had a surplus of a certain resource, such as zombie cores, they could put them in as a reward for a task that is asking someone to submit a corresponding number of spirit stones. Anyone who is in need of the cores could pay or submit the spirit stones and receive the cores. This eliminated the need for guests who wanted to trade with one another to coordinate timings and arrive at the inn at the same time to conduct the trade. The guests also did not need to be at the inn to receive payments, as they would directly be sent to the relevant guest wherever they were in the universe. Lex really wanted to open up armories so he could sell weapons, which he could in theory, but then he would need to supply the weapons as the system had not unlocked the building yet. He also wanted to build a library to store cultivation techniques, but did not have enough of those yet either. He had an idea to open up a movie theater, but it would be suspicious if he only had Earth's media on it, so he had to delay that plan till he had movies from other places. Then, While he was browsing the midnight market, he saw a tab he had never seen before called Employee Benefits. Intrigued, he opened it and was immediately filled with excitement. Staff employee residences, they also became eligible to receive these benefits. So why was Lex excited about the prospect of his employee getting benefits? It was because the first option under benefits was cultivation. Staff were absolutely loyal to Lex, as assured by the system, so he had no qualms about funding their cultivation. He opened the cultivation tab, which presented him with a list of all his employees and which cultivation techniques were suitable for them. Staffed the most suitable cultivation techniques and told them all to start practicing in their free time. He also told them to write them down and submit a copy of each dim. After all, he had to start his collection for his library from somewhere. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Chapter 91 Leaders from the Universe. So far, on his little expansion during breakfast, Lex had already spent 100 MP. It truly spoke volumes about how criminally understaffed he had been. He should give Velma and Gerard some kind of reward. He'd put it on his to-do list, because for now, he wasn't done. There was one more thing that he had been putting off, one more thing he had been dreading to even look at because of his severe lack of MP. Yet now, he could not wait to explore. He opened up the gift shop tab to look at what else he could purchase, and indeed, a few new items were waiting for him. He smiled as he read through the new items' descriptions. Bath towel. Don't you hate it when you get something disgusting on yourself? Cleaning up is such a hassle. Poison, paralysis paste, petrification, tracking powder, bad makeup, etc. Can affect foundation realm and below travel size face washing kit. Sometimes when you don't feel like yourself, it's good to be someone else. Allows user to change their appearance as they wish for 24 hours. Please note, only physical appearance changes, not height, body structure, fingerprints, spiritual signature, gait, etc. Selfie stick. Whether you're traveling the countryside, shopping in a mall, fighting a legion of enemies, there is no wrong time to take a selfie. Whoever you hit with the stick will temporarily be petrified, as if posing for a selfie. Duration of petrification is variable, but chi training cultivators can be petrified for 10 seconds. Lex smiled, satisfied with the few new additions, and directly purchased them and put them to shop. The bath towel was sold for 300 MP, while the other two were sold for 200 MP, all of them giving a profit of 100 MP. Lex concluded this just as he finished his breakfast. Lex grinned in satisfaction as he stood up. He felt slightly bloated, but the feeling would pass in a bit. Now, he had to focus on where else he could make improvements. He had upgraded the recovery room twice and had reached his limit, so he supposed he could upgrade the other places as well. Lex frowned. Currently, he didn't really need to upgrade them, and though he had a lot of MP, he should not treat it as infinite. He would let the other place be for now, but there was one thing that did require an upgrade. Lex disappeared and reappeared in his greenhouse. Currently, neither the gardener nor the turtle were present, though Lex did not suspect them of slacking. Even if they were resting, just looking at the condition of the greenhouse let him know the amount of work they had been doing. The plants had all been rearranged. At first, they were divided by their use and type, while now they seemed to be mixed. Lex was sure that this arrangement served some kind of purpose, but even beyond that, they formed a strange symmetry that felt pleasant to look at. What pleased him the most was that his vegetables looked almost ready. Admittedly, he did not know what vegetables ready to be picked looked like, but just the fact that from seeds they had grown into sizable plants was enough to tell him what he needed to know. Without any hesitation, Lex upgraded the greenhouse twice, spending 15,000 MP. The upgrade seemed very lackluster in Lex's opinion, as there was no visible change, but he didn't doubt the system, so he disappeared. What he did not know was that the gardener instantly became aware of the upgrade, as well as the new functions of the greenhouse. The gardener almost collapsed when he found out, as he knew that the turtle would want to rearrange the garden once again. With that done, Lex turned his attention towards more selfish tasks. He had given all of his employees residences, but had ignored his own. As the owner of the inn, he too could have a residence in a separate space. though his would be more expensive. Yet since he was going to be spending all his time here now, he didn't see why he shouldn't reward himself. He spent a hefty 20,000 MP on establishing his own residence. It was nothing too fancy, though there were options for those as well, and only built himself a single-story apartment. The apartment had a living room that was simultaneously also the dining room, along with a small kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a study, a restroom, a meditation room, and a training room. Yes, Lex liked to live simply and humbly. The meditation room and training room had the same effects as the ones in the inn, and despite the fact that he still had to pay to use them, they were very convenient. The apartment was, of course, fully furnished. Satisfied, Lex went to his study room and began working towards his upcoming event. Although the event was 13 days away, and the announcement of the details would be in 9 days, Lex had a lot of preparations to do. He opened up the event management panel and looked at a very important tab that read Paid Promotion. Yes, it was exactly what one would expect. Lex could pay MP to promote his event in all 3 worlds. Since he was planning on having a large event, how could he rely on word of mouth to spread the news? The scope of the event would be too limited if only a few dozen or even a few hundred people came. He was running the Midnight Inn, not a small community Comic-Con. He needed attendance, but letting guests come early would not be good, and he needed to establish a premise for his publicity and an incentive for participation. He noted down a few ideas, played them out in his head, then crossed out a few and then worked on them again. When he was finally satisfied with what he wanted, he smiled and paid the 150,000 MP promotion fee. That was 50,000 MP per planet, but considering how he was doing his promotion, it felt cheap. Somewhere on Nibiru, in a large palace underwater, a young mermaid was playing with a similarly young sea serpent. Large, intricate runes formed chandeliers above the playing child and changed colors according to her mood. The mermaid, who was only a few weeks old, was easily entertained. Watching over her in the distance was a much larger and more ferocious-looking sea serpent. If someone from Earth saw this blue-color monstrosity, they would think of a Chinese dragon. Yet despite its power and prestige, the serpent did not have the audacity to add dragon to its title. "They will grow up as friends," the serpent murmured. "It will be a happy childhood," replied a beast that looked like a massive lobster. "It will be best if the child's identity is forever forgotten. She does not need to bear such burdens." The serpent was about to reply, but suddenly it felt a massive surge in spiritual energy. It felt the surge pass through the underwater palace until it reached him, and then froze around the serpent. It felt like it was locked under the gaze of an unknown entity, and though the serpent felt no hostility, the strength of that gaze caused the serpent to tense up. "Have thou..." A booming voice spoke in its mind. "Ruler of the Jade Sea, King of Serpents, your strength is recognized and your reign acknowledged. You are invited in 9 days' time to the Midnight Inn to discuss participation of your kingdom in the Midnight Games. Strength and glory to those who win, a chance to witness history for those who lose." The spiritual energy disappeared along with the unknown gaze, but in their place, a single silver key was left. Somehow, Havel knew that the key would turn golden in 9 days and take him away, if he had the guts to follow it. What Havel did not know, however, was that it was not the only one on Nibiru to hear the voice. All the kings, queens, and rulers of all the nations felt the spiritual surge and heard a corresponding message, the universal equivalent of spam messaging. On Vegas Minima, General Ragnar sat in front of a hologram that depicted the entire planet. Every inch of land, every battlefield, every citizen were shown on that hologram, because it was being streamed directly to him from the several Juggernaut-class vessels in space. He watched, not with his eyes, but with his spiritual sense, every single detail and remembered all of them. Every moment, he was receiving more information than even the best and most powerful computers on Earth could handle. But the frown on his face was not because he was getting too much information, but because he was not getting what he was searching for. Eventually, he sighed and began preparing his report that they were still not able to locate the demon's spawning portals, but stopped when the devices around him reported an unusual surge in spiritual energy. Ragnar Asulf. A voice boomed in his head. Son of the Empire, Hell's Butcher, your ruthlessness is known and your leadership is admired. Chapter 92, Not Welcome Without the Wife. When General Ragnar heard the complete message and received the silver key, he did not act alarmed, nor was he surprised by the sudden event. He knew enough about high-leveled cultivators to know what they were capable of. He simply accepted the key after scanning it for potential traps or poisons, and then sent an emergency communication to the command carrier explaining what he had encountered. The command carrier was like a forward operating base, but for space instead. It was a massive spaceship that harbored the main combat and logistics ships for any space-based deployment. The command carrier assigned to this reclamation deployment of the Vega system was actually hidden somewhere outside the solar system. Not only was it equipped with weapons that could completely decimate planets and shields so powerful that it could protect the ship from a direct collision with the sun, it could communicate directly back to the Jotun Empire's central command planet from anywhere in the known universe. Shortly after his communication, he received some information as well as new orders. Apparently, he was not the only one who received the message. Although he was assigned the entire planet, there were several colonels under him who controlled several bases around it. All colonels with enough power, not cultivation power, power to command, also received the message. It was also suspected that all the commanding officers of the Demon's legions also received the communication. He was ordered to command the delegation that would head to the Midnight Inn. His purpose was to gather intel on the nature of the organization known as Midnight Inn and establish a preliminary relationship with it representing the Jotun Empire. He also had the discretion to make decisions based on the evolving situation once he went to the Midnight, in keeping the interests of the Empire in mind. Ragnar did not hesitate and immediately started preparation. His first order of business: establish a new chain of command on the planet while he was gone in case this was a trap. In the meantime, he did not stop the search for the spawn portal either. Somewhere on the other side of the planet, an especially malevolent-looking zombie stared at the floating silver key in front of it. It took a moment before it made some sort of decision and changed its appearance, retracting its several extra limbs, claws, fangs, wings, and tail. In the end, the zombie looked like a frail, malnourished college student with no features to distinguish it from a zombie. It grabbed the key before retreating through a portal. On Earth, things had finally calmed down slightly after the tense few days following the Alexander assassination attempt. Yet suddenly yesterday, everything changed. Every ICPA on the planet started enforcing a very strict curfew, and mortal armies of several nations were deployed to their borders. Most people did not understand what was happening, and conspiracy theories were abundant. Only a select few knew that the current situation was a result of some actions taken by the Morrison family. Even fewer knew what those actions were. 4 separate families received an emergency summon from Brandon Morrison, who also claimed that he was returning to Earth to hold the meeting in person. This had various consequences, as the 4 heads of those families were immediately informed. All 4 of them grimaced at the news, as such a meeting would only be called if it concerned gravely important matters. While they were preparing themselves for the worst, the situation escalated further. An open broadcast sent out on a secret channel known only to the top echelon of Earth sent out the message that if Brandon Morrison dared to land on Earth without his wife present, his landing shuttle would be nuked. This was the exact message that caused every ICPA, every nation, and every top cultivator on Earth to panic and prepare for the worst. This was because the origin of the message was not hidden. In fact, not only was it not hidden, the person who sent out the message even identified themselves during the broadcast. It was sent by the oldest and most mysterious figure in the cultivation world. This mysterious personage was known the world over only by the title of the Queen, and no one knew her actual name. How strong was she? How old was she? What was her origin? What were her intentions? No one knew the answer to any of these questions. The only thing people knew was that the queen lived in a certain palace in London and that her image was often printed on various currencies across the globe. Although Brandon assured everyone that he was coming with his wife, everyone was still tense. Very few actually knew the significance of him coming with his wife as opposed to without, and this caused everyone to speculate madly. While all this was happening, one of the primary people responsible for the confusion on Earth, the Queen, was sitting casually in her garden sipping a piña colada while her pet corgis ran around beside her. One would expect that a cultivator of such prestige would have high-level beasts as pets. But no, these were just regular dogs. It was raining in London, but naturally none of the rain fell in the Queen's garden. How would the rain dare to fall there without acquiescence from the Ancient One? She did not at all look concerned regarding the upcoming meeting or its contents, let alone the status of the world. No, her attention was towards a TV screen on which a cricket match was being played. The World Cup was going to be held the next year. How could she not follow the progress of her favorite team? It was while she was focused on the TV that she felt a surge in spirit energy, and a booming voice said, "Your Majesty the Queen, your kingdom is prosperous and your wisdom is legend. You are invited in 9 days' time to the Midnight Inn." She heard the whole message, received the key, and then turned her attention back to the match. The timing of the message was too coincidental. It seemed she had deduced the purpose of her upcoming meeting of the 5 families. Lex chuckled to himself as he imagined the reactions of the various leaders on the 3 planets. It was extremely annoying receiving spam emails and messages all the time on Earth, but he had to say sending his own messages felt rather interesting. Yet he could not linger in his musings. Once the promotion was taken care of, he had a few other key things to take care of. He had titled this event the Midnight Games, since he could not think of a better title, but he still had not exactly figured out the content of the games or how the event would proceed. He needed to do a lot of research for that before he made a decision. This was also the reason why he had a 10-day buffer before announcing the details of the event. It would give him time to decide the exact details. But that was not all. How could he not take advantage of such an opportunity to make some more MP? He had to figure out the best way to monetize this event. Fortunately, the event panel gave him a few options there as well. What were these options? Why, limited edition merchandise, based on the event, of course. How could you doubt the business sense of the young man who spent so much time in capitalist America? It was the most amazing feature of America, after all. The only people who complained about it were the ones who could not learn to take advantage of it. T-shirts, caps, drinks, flyers, posters, food, drinks, toys, and more were all options available to him. Even better was the fact that all of these items could be designed and altered at a moment's notice. So if any one person performed well and gained a lot of fans during the events, Lex could immediately create merchandise around that person. Would this affect the prestige of the inn? Lex didn't think so, and even if it did, he could just hire a PR consultant. Why sweat the small stuff when he could pay someone to do that for him? Another, and much more important aspect for Lex to look at was security. He was expecting thousands of participants and tens of thousands of viewers. Most of those would be cultivators. There was bound to be troublemakers, and even if he upgraded his butter knife, there was no way he could handle all of it. Fortunately, the event manager panel provided a solution to this. Unfortunately, the solution was expensive. Yet how much exactly was Lex willing to spend? That was the conundrum he was facing at the moment. It was better to be safe than sorry, but he hadn't even paid for the event yet. He could not blow his entire budget just on security. Or at the very least, he would have to increase his budget and somehow get even more MP. If only the system accepted mortgages. Chapter 93, Leo. For Lex, security was very important, but it was also very expensive. After staring at his options for a long while, he decided to deal with it at the end. How much MP he had left once he'd planned for the event would determine how much he would spend. "Mary, is there something the system can do to help me speed up my cultivation?" There are many things that can speed up your cultivation. Unfortunately, the system cannot provide them to you. Maybe if you get lucky one day, you'll receive something in a quest reward that'll help you. But it's unlikely, as the focus of the system is to develop the inn, not your cultivation. Lex sighed in defeat. Since he had to cheat anyway, Why didn't it let him cheat all the way? He turned his attention back to the event panel and looked at temporary accommodation. He didn't want to build too many permanent rooms right now, as his inn would get cramped. And as someone who spent several years in New York, he'd had enough of that. Another solid 100,000 MP was tucked towards 1,000 temporary rooms that guests could rent during the event. The cultural event would take place in the Coliseum and would precede the combat portion. There were multiple phases for both, and the way Alexa planned it out was that the first phase was similar to a festival with several booths or stalls held concurrently. Guests could view them from their rooms or go and view them in person. Lex was initially planning on having some kind of voting system that would promote the best stalls or perhaps choose them himself, but he found the event planner had options for that as well. Whichever exhibit garnered the best responses could automatically be detected and promoted. Of course, doing it this way turned things into some sort of performance rather than just showing cultural exhibits or historical pieces. For example, if someone wanted to show historically relevant paintings that affected their culture, they could garner interest once by people, but in the later phases, showing the same stuff would not elicit the same reaction. Lex had thought of a solution for that as well. Should an exhibit want to do that? During the first phase, they could show the historical painting or artifact, and during the later phases, they could make new paintings or whatever else to show how the previous ones influenced modern creation. And if some people didn't like that idea, well, tough luck. From a moment the concept of a prize for the winning planet was introduced, the event changed from a pure cultural sharing experience to some sort of competition. Such was the nature of the world, or the universe. Whatever. Lex spent the next few hours fine-tuning the details for the cultural portion of the event and the proceedings. Eventually, when he was done, he prepared to go back and continue meditating, but scanned in once first. Marlowe was still in the meditation room, and Helen was sitting in a lawn chair surrounded by peacocks once again. Yet this time, Lex noticed a difference in Helen. While all previous times he had seen her, she seemed preoccupied or lost in thought. This time, she just seemed bored. She was stuck at the inn, and with her thoughts much clearer now, she felt she had nothing to do. She spent some time cultivating, but similar to extraneous exercise, it had to be done in moderation or she would hurt herself. This left her with nothing to do. Just as Lex was considering if he should do something about that, he received a new notification. Emergency quest. Your guest has stayed at the inn for several days and has become disillusioned by your paltry attempts to seem grand. Provide a distraction or entertainment for your guest. Quest time limit. 3 hours quest failure punishment. Dash 1,000 MP quest reward. Elegant top hat the punishment was almost negligible to Lex now, but he still didn't want to fail. But how should he distract her? How should he entertain her? He quickly looked through the midnight market, but found no new buildings or options for entertainment. He asked Mary. She shook her head and said, I can't help you with quests, Lex. You're the host, not me. Lex frowned as he thought of what he could do. Previously, he wanted to bring in movies and shows from Earth. But then it would be suspicious if he only had content from Earth and not other planets. Not to mention, it would seem strange if he, as the innkeeper, fretted over each and every minor detail, such as providing entertainment for a single guest, so he should not be directly involved as well. He needed to maintain his image as a mysterious and powerful being. It would be so much more convenient. He could create a clone to do stuff, or Lex froze as he felt an idea coming to him. He could feel it. It was right there, on the tip of his thoughts, just out of reach. It was like a word he knew but forgot when someone asked him for it. Just out of reach. Quickly, he went through his thoughts again to see what triggered it. It would be convenient if he could have a clone or someone who could pretend to be an employee to do the things he could not as the innkeeper. Eureka! He had an epiphany. He quickly checked the midnight market to see if he could do what he wanted. It didn't have what he wanted exactly, but he checked a few different things and tested a certain item. He had to see if they worked together, and, unexpectedly, things worked out. Lex grinned and bought a building and put it right next to John's shop that had a banner reading Battle Axe. It was a strange name choice, but Lex didn't question it. Lex smiled as he quickly designed the new building and designed its interior. He had to admit, as he thought of the possibilities of what he could do, he was having a little fun. Helen sat lazily in her lawn chair as she thought of random things. She was bored, but she didn't mind too much. It was rare for her to have so much free time in her life. Even idle boredom was a novel experience. Yet when she heard some noise in the distance and immediately recognized it to be the sound of a new building being raised at the inn, she'd seen enough of them to appear to become familiar with it by now. A new building also meant a new service, which intrigued her. She got off her chair and asked Gerard to bring a golf cart to take her to the commotion. She didn't mind the walk, but she liked indulging the old man. She'd spent some time talking with Gerard, as she had with all the other staff at the inn. Most of them were very simple and pure, and had straightforward personalities. The only thing they wanted was to serve the guests and make sure they were happy, and had very few interests beyond that. Velma, she had noticed, absolutely loved gossip. But because of her professionalism, she never spied on guests. Yet whenever Helen chatted with her, the young girl listened with the eager interest of a child with wanderlust. Gerard was easier to please, as all she had to do was let him drive her places. She didn't envy them, as she was quite content with her own life, but she found it remarkable that they all enjoyed such simple pleasures. When she approached the part of the inn she now called Main Street, she saw the new building, and when she read the name, her jaw dropped. No way. It can't be, she thought. This was the Midnight Inn. How could such a place find its way here? Yet she was even more curious to find out. Without any hesitation, Helen entered the building that wore a banner reading Gamer's Den. The first thing she saw was a relatively young man standing in the shop wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She noticed that he was also wearing the Clark Kent glasses, but so she was not one to judge. When the young man saw her, he revealed an excited grin and said, "Welcome. Wow, my first guest already. That was faster than I was expecting. You can call me Leo, and this is my gaming center. If you give me just a moment, I'm still downloading all the games onto the computers. As soon as they're done, I'll show you this game I think you'll absolutely love. It's called League of Lexes, or LOL for short." Leo paused for a second when he got a notification for quest completion, but then turned his attention back to Helen and started asking her if she'd played any games before. Oh yes, this was going to be fun. Chapter 94, Playing Games to Cultivate. Leo was naturally Lex. He simply took off his host attire and put on one of the glasses to stay anonymous. He still did not use his actual name, though, to avoid even the chance of any suspicion. He was excited because he had finally figured out a way to interact with his guests without having to worry about how he appears. He could ask the stupidest questions. After all, he was just the owner of a gaming shop. It wasn't even magical like the barber shop or the battle axe. It was straight-up video games on computers. It was unfortunate that he couldn't connect the shop to the internet back on Earth, but he could make do. Other than video games, the computers would have an extensive library of movies and videos to watch, but would take time to transfer all the data. How did Lex manage to get all these games and videos if the shop couldn't connect to the internet, you ask? As it turns out, through the fancy monocle. When Lex had connected it to the internet to build up its own database, it had absorbed everything. Lex could selectively upload the data from the fancy monocle onto his computers. Who knew other than its original purpose the monocle could act as a USB? It just went to show that he should not limit his understanding of things according to the system's descriptions. Asked Helen. She was up to try it. When else would she get the chance to game so casually? No, not at all. It's very simple. I'll teach you, it'll be very easy. And if you don't like this game, just wait a bit. The gaming shop was both on the ground and first floor. On the ground floor, guests would be able to rent a chair and desk, where they would get access to a computer along with all the essentials such as mouse, keyboard, controllers, if you prefer, headset, and whatever else you wanted. On the first floor, guests could rent private rooms so that they could game in peace without the distraction of being in public. He kept both options available because sometimes the atmosphere of the shop contributed to the gaming experience, but sometimes during important matches, you could not deal with any distractions. This way, both options would be fulfilled. Also, for anyone who wanted to play VR games, they would have to rent the rooms. Lex took Helen to a seat and started the game for her. He took the desk beside her and booted the game up for himself as well. "I'll help you through a few games while you get the hang of it," he said, as he set up the LAN party. From the counter, a small figure watched the two. Who already had a name upon being summoned. Staff in another important manner. The rest were all adults, even Velma was in her teens. Z, on the other hand, looked like he was 10 years old. When he was sure that the two were preoccupied with whatever they were doing, Z opened the admin computer and started watching an anime called Initial C. It was a racing anime with the main character being an old man who looked somewhat similar to Gerard. Summoning one of the snacks sold at the gaming shop and unceremoniously charging it on Lex's tab, Z started watching anime. Neither Lex nor Helen noticed this, as Lex was walking her through the tutorial and controls. League of Lexes, or LOL, was played using several different heroes, all of whom had different abilities. It was a game where one had to compete for limited resources and equipment with the enemy, all the while attacking the enemy base to keep pressure on them and prevent them from getting those resources as well. These heroes are based on real-life cultivators on Earth, Leo said, once he was done explaining the various hero abilities. Helen asked, surprised. I don't know, probably, Leo replied. By now, he had already selected his own hero and had completely forgotten about Helen. Helen was annoyed at Leo, but also curious about him. He was older than her by a lot, at least by her standards it was a lot, but he was the one acting like an excitable child. He started the game, and they were playing against the computer, and contrary to her. Surprised, he did not abandon her to go play, but walked her through the map and introduced her to the many mechanics of the game. He helped her fight enemies, collect resources, get familiar with her abilities, learn about cooldowns, and more. When enemy heroes attacked them, he helped hold them off so she could practice combat. The speed at which she was picking up the controls was astonishing, and within 10 minutes, she did not need Leo's help at all. At this point, he left her alone, so she could try and get used to playing alone while he went to a different part of the map. Surprisingly, they had good synergy and quickly defeated the computer. Satisfied with Helen's skill level, Leo said that this time he'd play against her so that there was more of a challenge. She was very receptive to the idea, and Leo started a new game. For the first few minutes, Leo almost felt bad for her, as not only was he very experienced in the game, his skill had only increased since he started cultivating. But quickly he noticed that Helen was dominating the game. She was killing off the heroes on his team and stealing all the resources she would need to build her armies. Leo went to block her, but found that he was always one step behind her. Something was definitely wrong. It was then it occurred to him. She was also a cultivator. Not only was she a cultivator, her realm was above his, so her response would naturally be even better. The game shop owner took this personally and started playing without holding anything back, as this was no longer a matter of entertaining a guest, but a matter of honor. The match finally ended with Leo taking a reluctant lead, but Helen asked to play again. The second match was a draw, the third in Helen's favor, and the fourth another draw. Without realizing it, the two had been playing for over 2 hours. When Leo noticed the time, he knew he had to stop as he had other things to take care of, so he left Helen to her own devices. He let her know that other games would also have been downloaded by now if she wanted to explore, and that since she was his first guest, he wouldn't charge her this time around, so she could play as long as she wanted. The young girl was a little disappointed to see Leo go, as she wanted to defeat him thoroughly, but consoled herself by saying she would do so next time. Leo asked Z to take care of Helen if she needed anything, and left the shop. The shop owner disappeared and reappeared in his apartment. He took off his glasses and changed back into Lex. The innkeeper was a little pale as he had exhausted a lot of mental energy focusing on the game. Helen still had not mastered the full mechanics of the game, but her reaction time made it difficult to compete with her. He would get his revenge next time and show her what real skill was. He took a nice, long shower to relax before he went to the meditation room. Lex had decided to meditate every day to increase his cultivation. Just as he was getting into position and about to begin, Mary appeared in front of him looking hesitant and confused. Lex asked, ready to receive some bad news. I can't be sure, but I think. There was a lot of hesitation as she took a pause before finally deciding to state the insane fact she had discovered. Lex asked excitedly as he jumped up. This was too good to be true, right? Meditation was difficult and sometimes boring, while gaming was the exact opposite. How could they be interchangeable? Well, I'm not sure yet, and there's no conclusive proof. You should keep meditating for now, but this is definitely something we can research. Lex grinned. One research paper he wrote in college were the mental benefits of gaming. As a true gamer, one who regularly showered and took care of his hygiene, Lex was strictly against gamer stereotypes. How could he miss the opportunity to benefit the gaming community? Chapter 95, The Five Families. As much as Lex would have liked to go back and play some games, he could not take any risks. He sat down to meditate, and after a few hours of varied success, he went to sleep. It was a rare, peaceful day, but Lex knew the coming days would be super busy, so he needed a rest while he had the chance. Brandon's shuttle landed on a private airfield, yet the landing itself was not a private affair. Various interested parties and powers were watching from a distance. Audrey was the first to exit the shuttle, much to the relief of the viewers. She was followed closely by Brandon and Alexander, who was completely wrapped in bandages. Although he was completely fine, they wanted to give the impression that he had been seriously affected by the poison they proclaimed had affected him. Yet the onlookers didn't have much time to analyze his condition, as the family quickly got into a car and left. What they did not know was that the Alexander who followed Brandon was a decoy, and the real Alexander left the area wearing a synthetic face mask that gave him a different appearance. His grandfather was on the way to the meeting, while Alexander would go and retrieve Helen before meeting up with them. Unbeknownst to the world, for the five nascent realm cultivators of Earth had gathered in Geneva and were awaiting Brandon's arrival. Of the four, only the Queen was a public figure. The others stayed out of the limelight and could not be bothered to put up a public front. A tall yet skinny old man named Sam sat lazily on a lazy boy sofa. In his younger days, he was very active in North America and was the true origin of the term Uncle Sam that represented the government's authority in America. Yet lately he had retreated from the front stage to live a secular life. A rather ordinary-looking Chinese man sat opposite to Sam, dressed very modestly. He also looked rather aged, though no one knew how old he really was. He went by the English name of Richard, and no one here knew his actual name. Behind him stood a young girl dressed in traditional attire. She looked around the room with a lot of curiosity, but did not speak or interact with anyone. While in her normal day-to-day life, she was treated with a lot of importance. In this room, she was the most insignificant, in a stark contrast to all the aged yet physically fit-looking cultivators present. A fat, middle-aged man was sitting by himself munching on chili chips. Although he was not Asian, he was making use of chopsticks to pick each individual chip and eat it to avoid getting the chili dust on his fingers. Wearing an extremely loose t-shirt and gray pajamas, the man looked as if he was lounging. His attention was on a phone screen in front of him that was playing a movie, and he had headphones in. They continued this way for a short while until Brandon finally arrived, Audrey following closely behind. All eyes turned to him when he entered, and then turned to Audrey. Everyone, even the fat man, breathed a secret sigh of relief when they saw her. The couple smiled at the response. They were quite used to it. Compared to everyone else, Brandon looked much younger as he had broken into the nascent realm at a very young age. He was also actually much younger than everyone else as well, so he maintained his youthful vigor in comparison to the rest. That, combined with the natural charm emitted by a high-leveled cultivator paired with Brandon's usual cavalier attitude, gave everyone here a headache. More than one young lady from their respective families had fallen prey to the old man's flirtations, though thankfully he never did anything beyond that. In the entire world, very literally on all of Earth, Audrey was the only person who could control Brandon. Not that bringing her along made things much better. The two were known for their endless shenanigans. There were countless international incidents that the two were suspected of being behind. The only time they had been caught was during an incident when Brandon was going around using the alias D. B. Cooper. They were also the reason that the Mona Lisa was stored behind a bulletproof glass case that actually had spiritual enhancements as well. No one could prove it, but it was also suspected that they were the source of the mystery at the Bermuda Triangle. All in all, the two were a troublesome duo, but they were still much better together than alone. Even Audrey, who seemed so demure most of the time, was not any less dangerous than Brandon. She had once changed the regime in an actual country because she felt the leader was not very handsome. The replacement, who she did consider good-looking, then had a bounty placed on his head by Brandon. "Welcome back to Earth, Brandon. I hope you had a pleasant trip," said Richard politely. "It was long but not bad, Rich. How have you been?" "I've been well. My family is doing well. This is my great-granddaughter, Celine." He pointed to the young girl behind him, who bowed to the youngest nascent cultivator, but had a look of hesitation in her eyes. Clearly, she had been briefed to keep a distance from him. "If you want her to succeed you need to feed her more. Look at how skinny the poor girl is. She's practically anorexic," said the fat middle-aged man. Everyone directly ignored whatever he had to say. Unlike everyone else here, the fat man was not originally a cultivator. He was a mortal who got lost in a forest once and ate some random plant that elevated his cultivation all the way to nascent overnight. Since then, it had become this guy's hobby to eat anything and everything edible all the time. All he did was eat. He owned several restaurants around the world and had even developed his own cultivation technique that revolved around eating that he passed down in his family. "Can we focus on the matter at hand? I have things I'd rather be doing," said the Queen. "Yes, it's better not to delay," agreed Sam, fixing his posture from his previous slouch. "I believe everyone here heard the invitation to the Midnight Games," he said questioningly. Like all the other two planets, the announcement was only made to leaders who were on the planet, so Brandon, who was traveling through space at the time, did not hear it. "I'm not sure how you guys know about it, but I suspect we are talking about the same thing. Richard, since you've already selected an heir, you will also be particularly interested in this." All 5 other people in the room suddenly lost their slack demeanor and looked at Brandon with eager eyes. This was not a joking matter. "Let me start from the beginning," Brandon said, and started telling the group everything that happened, starting with Alexander's assassination attempt. Once they all heard the story, they similarly told him how they all heard the invitation by name to an event called the Midnight Games. It did not even need to be debated if the games had anything to do with the inn. It was already obvious. No, the people in that room were pondering over another question. "Celine, go out for a while." "The following discussion is not for you," said Richard, dismissing his granddaughter. This was the point where normally Brandon would have dismissed Audrey as well, but no one suffered the illusion that the man kept any secrets from his wife. Asked the fat man hesitantly. "Naturally, we don't have any other choice," stated Sam bluntly. The room fell into silence. The Midnight Inn represented a great opportunity for them as well as for all of Earth, but whether or not they could avail such an opportunity was not up to them. After a few more minutes, the Queen took out a laptop from a bag she was carrying and opened it. Instead of booting up, the laptop projected the image of a woman up into the air. She seemed surprised by the call of the 5. "What's the matter? Has something happened? Is it another beast tied?" The 5 exchanged looks before turning towards Brandon. Since he was the only one to have been to the inn, he should be the one to make the report. "Earth has come into contact with other star-level civilizations," Brandon started off. "That's impossible. Up to 1 million light-years of space surrounding the solar system are under our surveillance." "It's not so simple. Let me explain." Brandon started giving his report to the floating projection, giving clear details of everything he had seen and experienced. If anyone else were to see him, they would be shocked. He was one of the leaders of one of the solar system. He commanded the largest cultivator army and had endless resources at his disposal. Who could make him report to them? Yet here he was, along with all the other powerful cultivators of Earth, giving a simple report, hoping for a favorable response. At this moment, he was no longer a commander of legions. He was a simple subordinate. He was even well behaved in front of her. Though, whether that was because of the woman's status or his wife standing behind him, no one could say. Chapter 96 Interlude. When Brandon finished giving his explanation, the woman stared in silence as she contemplated his words. It did not take long, however, before she reached a decision. "Increase surveillance on the guests I've sent to Earth. Make sure they're comfortable, but don't limit them. Try to keep them from going to the inn, but if you can't, then just report to me. Regarding the inn and the Midnight Games, You may do as you see fit, so long as it does not compromise the safety of Earth. With those instructions given, the woman's hologram disappeared, and the people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. With that out of the way, they now needed to decide their own actions. Brandon, you're the one who's been there. I've already put a considerable amount of thought into this. I'll let you know how I plan on deploying my family's resources. What you decide to do is up to you. The meeting continued for the better part of the day, and by the time they dispersed, it was well into the night. Silently, all 5 families started preparing for the upcoming midnight games. But what they did not know was that shortly after their own meeting finished, another one was held in a bunker deep underneath the Sahara Desert. Our opportunity has arrived, said one of the people sitting in the bunker. It's a lot earlier than expected, but we'll never get another chance like this again. Ready our forces and start moving our assets into place. When Lex woke up the next morning, not only was he feeling extremely refreshed, he also felt extremely motivated. Today, he needed to do some research on how events were held and what format to keep the combat portion of the games in. The original reason he wanted to avoid having a combat portion was because he did not want the death of multiple people on his conscience. When he kept getting interrupted and lost his temper, he spontaneously decided to fight against the zombies. But even so, he didn't want to host an upfront war scenario, as that would result in many deaths, and he would feel responsible since the only reason they died was because they participated in his event. But what exactly was the format going to be? He did not know yet, and that's where the research aspect came in. After having a hearty breakfast and scanning the inn once to make sure everything was in order, he promptly returned to Earth. After turning his phone back on and responding to his family's text, he found his way to the nearest public library. He hopped onto a computer and started looking up every famous competition in history. He checked out everything from the Olympics and Commonwealth Games to World Championships and municipal tournaments. He looked at high school and college events to small cultural ceremonies and competitions in various third-world countries. While he was researching, he got a notification for quest completion and checked to find out that he had completed his quest to grow spiritual vegetables. He received 3 seeds for rare plants and directly transferred them to the gardener and had him plant them, along with instructions to plant a lot more vegetables as he was expecting a lot of guests in a couple of weeks. Lex returned to his research, treating the interaction as an ordinary interlude, but what he did not realize was how important those seeds would be to him. When they were titled as rare, they were not rare on a continental or planetary basis, but instead they were rare in the whole universe. He would later learn that, in fact, he would not even have been able to successfully plant them without the aid of the galactic sovereign turtle. He stayed there until one of the librarians came to tell him that the library is getting ready to close. Lex exited, but before he returned to the inn, he sent Larry a text asking if he was okay. Lex was expecting to have messages from him waiting when he turned on his phone, but there was nothing. The silence was unusual, and Lex was slightly concerned, especially considering the circumstances when he left. When Lex did not receive a reply after a short while, he decided to return to the inn and check again tomorrow morning. If he still didn't hear anything, he would consider what to do. Maybe he would kick Marlowe out of the inn to go clean up his mess. When he returned to the inn, he was surprised to find that at some point Helen had left. It was worth noticing that Hugo's booked room had also been freed up recently, so after Ellen in time the inn was once again without any guests. If it weren't for Harry, who was practicing his sorcery in his shop, and John, who was actually playing video games in the gamer's den, intrigued, Lex checked up on him to find him playing the AAA game called Hit Mail, about a man who was raised his entire life as an assassin carrying out multiple missions. Lex himself had never played the game, but it was popular for how broken the game was. Yet as long as people found it entertaining, who cared? Lex was tempted to don a Leo persona and go interact a little with John, but he had work to do. Lex returned to the study in his own residence and started working on the event. He started determining the distinctions between each stage, how guests would come, where they would stay between stages. He had to make a distinction between participants and viewers. He also needed to prepare for the announcement meeting he had called. For that meeting, the invitations had gone out to all the various leaders on the 3 planets. Such a meeting could not be taken lightly, and he needed to have all his preparations done by then. After working for a few hours, Lex retreated to the meditation room before eventually heading to bed. The next few days went by in a similar, peaceful manner. Without any unexpected surprises or interruptions, Lex slowly felt his state of mind improving. His fast progress was surprising not only to himself, but to Mary as well, though she did not tell him that. At the current pace, he would undergo the procedure right before the midnight game started. Finally, 3 days before the meeting took place, a new guest entered the inn via the pro bono program, alerting Lex. If that's all there was to it, Lex may not have been concerned at all since he had a well-trained staff and system now. What really threw him for a loop was the notification from the system that he did not have adequate facilities to cater to the guest. Confused, Lex scanned the inn to investigate the situation and was alarmed by what he discovered. In the small lake he had built next to the recovery room, a baby whale was swimming in circles, full of confusion and alarm. The lake was too small for the baby whale, and it kept getting trapped as soon as it swam, even slightly close to the edge. Lex asked as he looked at the calf. Expanding the lake and establishing a different biome for other types of guests is definitely a good idea, but that way you'll have to duplicate all the buildings in each biome. There's an easier solution. You could buy the multi-environmental subsistence facility. Without hesitation, Lex went to the midnight market, searched for the multi-environmental subsistence facility, and bought it for 300,000 MP. It must be noted, this facility was focused and would only allow marine-based guests to survive in the open. The change was immediate. A thin layer of water surrounded the baby whale and allowed it to swim directly out of the lake. The water followed the whale wherever it went, giving rise to the unique sight of a baby whale flying around the inn surrounded by a kiddie pool worth of water. The whale was freed from its immediate conundrum of being constricted to a tiny body of water, but it was not relieved yet. It was apparent to Lex from the way the whale flew around frantically that it was still confused or scared, maybe even both. "I guess it's time for me to go to work," Lex said to Mary with a smile, and disappeared. Lex reappeared right in the whale path, as if he was standing on thin air. "Please, guest, be at ease." Lex's voice carried with it a calming effect, soothing the distressed whale. The whale did not question why it could understand Lex, but once it understood that it was safe, it stopped swimming haphazardly. Then it started crying. Chapter 97, Good or Evil? Lex was dumbfounded by the crying whale. He looked towards Mary for some advice, but the hologram looked confused and defeated as well. Lex tried multiple times to console or question the baby whale, but it would only cry without saying anything. He checked its status to see if he could discover some details that would help him. Name, age, less than 1 year, sex, male, cultivation details, mortal species, whale. Midnight in prestige level, 1 bloodline, ordinary remarks. The whale suffers from a broken heart. Lex learned that the whale was less than a year old and had no cultivation at all, but that did not help him much. For once, the remarks were not snarky and only said that the whale had a broken heart, but Lex did not know what to do about that. But Lex did not need to do anything, as very soon the galactic sovereign turtle appeared on the scene, softly saying, "Oh dear," repeatedly. It grew out a vine from the ground that softly wrapped itself around the whale and brought it down. The turtle made a hand out of grass and used it to softly caress the crying whale as he whispered things to it. The whale seemed immediately fond of the turtle and continued to whimper as it listened to the turtle. Eventually, the turtle led the whale towards the forest, pulling its giant body with the vine. Lex watched the two leave in silence, relieved that the situation was handled, yet strangely concerned about the whale as well. He decided to check up on the whale in a little while to see what had happened. For now, he turned his attention to the inn. Employees. Harry did not seem at all disturbed by the lack of guests lately, and could always be found practicing his sorcery in his barber shop. Lex had handed him a new cultivator's guide that he downloaded directly from the Bluebird online platform. The young barber had already registered himself as a cultivator back on Earth and had attained a legal status. In fact, he had also joined a rather loose organization of beauticians who happened to be cultivators. They were all low-level, with the highest in the organization being peak chi training realm, but the focus of all the cultivators in that group was fashion and style. Or at least that's what Lex understood they did. He did not look too deeply into it. Lex had also used his identity as Leo to get some information out of the young barber about sorcery. Unlike cultivators who grew stronger using spirit energy, sorcerers channeled their abilities using the strength of their soul, as well as external artifacts. Cultivators grew stronger inherently, which then raised the level of their souls. Sorcerers directly strengthened their souls, which then reflected in the growth of their strength. Harry did not explain in too much detail, but Lex understood that a simplified explanation for one of the main ways to grow stronger in sorcery was to constantly practice and use your abilities. A result of his constant practice was that he would not completely exhaust himself after giving a single haircut using his abilities, like before, although his stamina had not increased by much. Something interesting that Lex also learned was that Harry also received mini quests of his own from the system that he fulfilled back on Earth, which helped him raise his strength. It seemed like the system was grooming his employees well. Lex turned his attention to John and found him once again in the Gamers Denver. This time he was not playing games, but watching anime with Z. Lex did not know how to feel about John. He would never practice or meditate or do anything productive. He would always only be found in the Gamers Denver. Using his Leo identity, Lex had asked him some details as well. It seemed like the only thing John was interested in was going into the mystery trial. Yet since he had had no customers, John had no MP to go to the trial. This intrigued Lex. Apparently John had gone into the mystery trial, but did not gain anything. He did not learn any new skills or discover any flaws in his existing ones. He was only beaten up, and that too quite terribly. That was unusual, as the trial was supposed to be very helpful, but if it was John was not willing to mention it. Lex decided that once he was done with the midnight games, he would try the trials as well. For now, he didn't want to distract himself. Speaking of distraction, a couple days ago, Lex had wasted the whole day because he was slightly careless. His latest quest reward was an item called Elegant Top Hat. As is usual, Lex had forgotten about it when he completed the quest and only looked at it much later. It had a very useful ability. While wearing it, it could enhance the capability of his brain by up to 100 times, depending on how one used it. Lex put it on to try it out. He only elevated his ability by 5, and at first he felt no difference. He thought he would be smarter or more enlightened or something. It turned out the wording was not clear about what the ability of the hat was. It sped up his thoughts so that anything that was happening in front of him seemed to be happening in slow motion. The event wasn't actually slowed down, just his perception of it had increased so much that it appeared to be happening incredibly slowly. Lex played around with the hat a lot, but a side effect of using it was that it would drain you mentally. Lex quickly discovered that after using it for only a short amount of time, he was so mentally drained that he slept for 18 hours afterwards. Suffice to say, he got no actual work done that day. Lex continued to check up on all aspects of the inn. Marlowe was still in the meditation room, with no indication of when he would come out. Staff had mostly entered the body-tempering realm, which Lex was happy about. Everything was as it should be. Finally, Lex went to the turtle to inquire about the whale. What he did not expect at all was that when he arrived at the forest, the whale's status had changed from a pro bono guest to the turtle's pet. How had the turtle taken one of his guests as a pet? Not only had the system recognized the whale as a pet, its name had been changed to Little Blue. Lex cursed 100 times in his head. Why didn't the system care when he was naming the turtle Little Black? Whose system was this anyway? He finally managed to ask, looking grim. All jokes aside, he couldn't allow his guest to be scammed. He needed to learn the details, or otherwise wouldn't his reputation be ruined in the universe? Little Blue's family was hunted down and killed by fishermen, answered the gardener, who looked at the whale with pity. The turtle and the whale were practically stuck together right now, and although the whale did not look sad at the moment, the turtle was not taking any risks. Lex silently listened to the gardener explain what he had learned. The whale was not from any other planet. It was from Earth. It was completely ordinary and had no cultivation whatsoever, and neither did any of the whales it grew up with. His family had been hunted by fishermen, and Little Blue had either escaped or was let go for being too young. That point was a little unclear. Lex grimaced as he heard the story, then let out a sorrowful sigh. The whale's story was tragic, but he understood the perpetrators probably weren't evil. Although whaling had been reduced in recent years, it was not completely banned, and some countries still partook in it. Suddenly, Lex had a bitter taste in his mouth. He was reminded of Nibiru, where humans were the ones who were at the bottom of the food chain. In either case, could the perpetrators be called evil? It was just how the natural food chain set them up. For the first time in his life, he understood the saying he commonly read in novels. Weakness is the original sin. No one was inherently evil, usually, but it often happened that one person's interests harmed another. Lex's mood started fluctuating, so he quickly retreated back to his residence and started meditating. He was probably going to see a lot more situations like this across the universe. He needed to get used to it or figure out how he was going to deal with it. Chapter 98, spoiler title at the end of chapter. It took some time for Lex to stabilize his emotions this time around. His mind kept slowly inching him towards feeling guilt towards Little Blue for what had happened to it. He had to constantly stop himself from having wandering thoughts and focus back on meditating. Eventually, when he finally stabilized his mood and meditated, when he was done, he discovered that while it was harder for him to meditate this time around, the benefits had also been greater. With his mood calmed down and his thoughts clear, he firmly came to the conclusion that he cannot take ownership of guilt on behalf of others, even if they were from the same race as him. He only had to focus on his own actions and act according to his own conscience. Even if others were saints, he would get no credit, and if others were devils, he would get no blame. With that out of the way, Lex turned his attention back towards his event. He was feeling a little excited now, and it was only a couple days away from the arrival of all the leaders. He looked at his MP and had around 2,100,000. Originally, he kept a budget of only 1 million MP for the event, but with the scope of what he was planning, it was not enough. He had been waiting till the last moment to spend his MP, as he did not want to rent stuff for too long, as each day would cost him more. But now it was time. First, he had to get the big stuff out of the way. He had already decided on the awards for both portions of the event, so he spent 250,000 MP on each. The amount might seem like a lot, but considering that the prize was for a whole planet, it was actually very cheap. In fact, it was one of the cheapest options available in the event management panel under rewards for an entire planet. Before the prize was actually awarded, he would be able to upgrade them if he wanted, but Lex would only do that if he earned an enormous amount during the event itself. Right now, it was difficult to judge the earning potential, so he would have to wait and see. His next expense would be the extra staff for the event. This cost him only 50,000 MP. In this package, he would not get any actual new staff, but each individual guest would get a private hologram assistant when they arrived at the inn during this period. The assistant would be able to answer all their questions regarding the inn or the event, and if they needed any actual service, they would be able to use the power of the system to automatically provide them. His next two expenses were the ones that strained his budget the most, but were ones he absolutely could not do without. The first one was event security. He was expecting a lot of guests to attend the event, not only because he would tell the various leaders who were going to attend to bring as many guests as they wanted, but he was going to distribute silver keys throughout the 3 worlds that would automatically activate when the event started. Due to the massive number of guests, he was absolutely sure that someone would disturb the peace. Parents fought each other during their kids' talent shows, let alone crowds during such a large event that would be representing worlds. So Lex put a heavy hand on his heart and spent 450,000 MP on security. This would get him 200 peak Golden Core guards, 50 peak Nascent Realm guards, and 10 guards at the peak of the realm above Nascent. Lex found it slightly humorous that he could hire guards at that cultivation level, but his authority with the inn was not enough to view the name or learn details about that realm. Still, he felt that these guards should be adequate to maintain the crowds. He wasn't sure what the highest cultivators on the other planets were, but he was hoping none of them were on the same level as Batet, as he was sure she was much more powerful than even his strongest guards. Though, based on public knowledge of cultivators on Earth, His guards should be more than enough to handle any trouble. All the guards that appeared seemed to be wearing suits, fashioned after the style of his own host attire. Lex absolutely did not mind having tough but well-dressed guards keeping the discipline. In total, the two awards, the extra staff and the event security, cost him exactly 1,000,000 MP. He had already spent his entire original budget. Keep in mind, so far he had not purchased any event-related items to be sold, any decorations, any consolatory prizes, not to mention keep an emergency fund for unforeseen expenses. Still, he had 1,195,526 MP left. That should be more than enough to cover any unexpected expenses. Or so he originally thought. Although Mary did not give him any advice whatsoever, he would often tell her his plans while he was drafting them. The holographic assistant, unbeknownst to herself, had a terrible poker face, and Lex would often find it easy to read her thoughts. So when he saw her hesitant and worried look after he finished his plans, he realized he was missing something. After a little trial and error, he came to a single conclusion. He was missing a private bodyguard. A private bodyguard was different from the event security. Their attention would be divided amongst the entire crowd all throughout the event. His private bodyguard would focus solely on defending himself. Still, considering the great deal he got for 450,000 MP, it should not be a problem to get a good deal on a private bodyguard. He mentioned the amount he was planning on spending to Mary, but discovered that while she still did not say anything, her appearance did not get better. Lex frowned, thought about it a bit, and decided his own personal safety was worth splurging on. After all, if he were dead, what was the point of saving MP? So he resolutely decided to spend 500,000 MP on a personal bodyguard. Just as he was about to make the expense, he noticed that Mary still looked worried. That stopped him in his tracks. This was no longer a simple expense. The fact that such a large amount still did not assure her meant that he was clearly underestimating the strength of his incoming guests. But it did not make sense. All three planets were 1 star, and it should have had the same level of cultivators. He was not expecting cultivators on the level of Batet, because she clearly stated that she had been put on Earth as punishment by her father, meaning someone of her level should not have been on such a planet. She was an anomaly, not a norm. In that case, 500,000 MP on a single bodyguard should have been overkill. But the fact that it wasn't meant that he was missing something. Lex thought about it a little and went back to everything he knew about each planet. It only took a little contemplation before he remembered something incredibly obvious that he had overlooked. When Blaine, Chun, and Lily had come last time, he had spied on their conversations just a bit. He had learnt that the Jotun Empire was reclaiming their planets. Lex did not know the Jotun Empire, but clearly an empire that could colonize other planets from completely different galaxies could not have been simple. Since he invited the leaders on Vegas Minima, they would have learned about the inn. It was completely possible for them to send some very powerful cultivators to investigate. Realizing his mistake, Lex no longer hesitated. It hurt his heart to spend so much, but he ultimately decided to spend 1 million MP on a bodyguard. That left him with only 195,526 MP, but Lex could make it work. Somewhere on the opposite end of the universe, far beyond the reach of simple entities such as the Jotun Empire or demons or Batet and Phallic, a cultivator was practicing a new attack skill. He needed to practice only once to learn an attacking skill to its highest level, but for all other types of skills he would require extra effort. Yet he did not mind. He firmly believed that offense was the strongest offense, and had learnt various attacks that ranged from physical to spiritual to even soul attacks. He could attack using elements. He could attack using dreams, beliefs, thoughts, and most recently he had learned to attack even with loss. He was blessed when it came to his combat capabilities. To be more exact, he had Mo's Blessing, a cultivation technique that could destroy the universe itself when he reached the highest level. Yet what he was practicing right now was not an attack, but a stealth technique, so it would require some time. Still, he did not mind as he had all the time in the universe. Host, you have a new limited edition quest. You can choose to accept or reject it. You have 5 minutes to decide. He heard a feminine voice in his head. A limited edition quest. Checking host authority. Host authority insufficient to learn details. Using special bloodline clearance. Host authority partially accepted. A limited time quest is one that comes with certain conditions. You have the option of accepting or rejecting without any consequence. However, if you accept the quest and fail, you will be punished heavily. You have to act as someone's bodyguard for a week. The man smiled in amusement. Interesting. Can I decide the reward for the quest? I want to change the quest reward to simply raise my authority as much as possible. Negative. The reward is fixed. Using special bloodline clearance. Reward changed. 5 bad hair days while you are in public. The man's smile grew. The system was too amusing. If he didn't know better, he would say the system was in love with him. Chapter title, Mo's Blessing. Chapter 99, The Bodyguard. Lex had to wait a few minutes before his bodyguard finally showed up. Emerging from a bright light, Lex saw a handsome man walk out. He had long, silky blonde hair and sun-kissed skin. At first glance, Lex assumed the bodyguard was human, but after looking at him for a while, something started to feel off. While he had the appearance of a human, something about him told Lex that the being in front of him absolutely wasn't human. What Lex did not know was that he was being protected by the natural aura emitted by the bodyguard. If he could have felt the aura, he would have been even more assured of his guess. "Welcome, you can call me the innkeeper," Lex finally said. While Lex had been observing the bodyguard had similarly been observing the innkeeper. He was unable to determine the innkeeper's cultivation, and was surprised that the innkeeper remained unaffected by his natural aura. This had nothing to do with cultivation. His natural aura suppressed others on a biological level, so even those with a higher cultivation than himself would be affected. The only exception the bodyguard had seen was when he suppressed his own aura consciously to prevent it from affecting others. Lex took this time while they observed one another to check the bodyguard status and was surprised by what he saw. Name, and percent, error percent, and age, and percent, error percent, and sex, and percent, error percent, and cultivation details, and percent, error percent, and species, and percent, error percent, and midnight in prestige level. His status was almost identical to John's, which was unusual. Lex had to figure out what exactly it was that caused these errors in his status. It didn't feel good being left out of the loop. Finally, the bodyguard nodded in acknowledgement, but did not say anything. After that, the bodyguard disappeared, as if he had teleported somewhere, but Lex knew he was still close by. The system had informed him of the bodyguard's duties. The bodyguard would protect him anytime anyone took action against Lex with malicious or hostile intent, but was under no obligation to listen to Lex's orders. To assure Lex, the system also told him that the bodyguard was incredibly powerful and had a strong incentive to protect Lex, otherwise he would suffer a strong punishment for failure. If only Lex knew what that punishment was, he would not have been so assured. With that out of the way, Lex returned to his preparations. A little something that irked him was that Marlowe was still in the meditation room. Despite his inner voice telling him to save his MP at the moment, Lex spent 10,000 MP to upgrade the meditation room so that whatever Marlowe was trying to achieve would be done sooner. Something worth nothing was that he eventually managed to contact Larry on Earth, but Larry was behaving strangely. Lex assumed it might have something to do with Marlowe's disappearance, so he really wanted the old geezer to return. Lex started changing the appearance of the inn a bit, putting up lights and adding sky lanterns in the sky so that the inn would look more festive. He even spent 10 MP to buy a suit that could be worn by Little Blue. Despite his large size, the baby whale looked adorable in the new costume. It was during this time that Lex started receiving some guests. Naturally, it wasn't the guests invited for the event, but those that already had golden keys. It was Chun and Lily, who arrived with several bags in tow. Literally, they were covered from head to toe with bags, and as soon as they arrived at the inn, they collapsed, dropping the bags on the ground. Various cores, papers, and other gadgets fell out of their bags, but the duo quickly started cleaning up. "Please, allow me," Lex said as he summoned Gerard and his subordinates, who loaded all the stuff onto their golf carts. "That's quite a lot of luggage." "Thank you for your assistance," said Lily, handing her bags to the staff. "These are not actually our luggage, but some things for your guests from Earth that we met last time, Rorik and his party." In that case, you should have. Then bring your stuff to the guild room. Thank you. We will, she said as she sat in the golf cart and allowed Gerard to take them away. Lex was curious about why the duo came without Blaine this time around, as he had always accompanied Shun, but they weren't talking about it, so spying on them would not change anything. He took a back seat on things and watched as his staff handled the two guests to see if there was something he would need to correct. Having a well-trained staff that didn't always require his supervision was extremely important. And now that those two had arrived, he expected more guests would start arriving shortly as well. He was correct, though he could not have guessed who his next guest was. It was Aisha, one of the few guests that Lex had completely missed. She arrived at the inn, looking a little forlorn. Lex was quite curious about this guest of his. Not only did she leave a surplus of 10,855 MP at the inn, she and her counterpart were probably the ones who enjoyed the inn the most. Lex had watched a playback of them flying around the inn, enjoying themselves. Such youthful spirit was something Lex greatly appreciated. He checked her status once before approaching her. Name, Aisha Shezid. Age, 15. Sex, female. Cultivation details, none. Species, human. Midnight in prestige level, 1. Welcome guest to the Midnight Inn. I am the innkeeper, owner of this humble establishment. Aisha was surprised to see the innkeeper and for a moment forgot about her worries. So this was the mystery man behind this mysterious dating spot. It's a pleasure to meet you, she replied politely. Lex chuckled at Aisha's strange focus. He had seen how Aisha called the inn a dating spot last time she came. It seemed the teenager's mind was completely focused on romance. Alas, even with such romantic places to visit, the heart is left cold and hollow without his warm embrace, Aisha said as dramatically as she could manage. She even turned away from Lex, as if to hide tears in her eyes. The act would have been quite convincing if Aisha hadn't caught sight of Little Blue, swimming slowly across the sky. The turtle was using Little Blue's tie as a leash to walk, swim, no fly. The turtle was using the leash to lead the whale across the sky, and anyone would be stuck in a daze at such a sight. That's Little Black, our gardener, and Little Blue, its pet. Why don't I introduce you? Lex said, leading the young girl towards the two animals wearing a smug smile. Lex had forgotten that he was being silently observed by his bodyguard, who was taking everything in with a lot of interest. He did not understand what this place was, or what the innkeeper's purpose was. Was he just playing around? But the innkeeper did not seem like a simple person. There had to be a deeper meaning behind his actions. From what he could tell, he was running some kind of hotel. Maybe this was a kind of cultivation, or maybe it was some kind of organization. But what was the goal? So far, he had only seen the innkeeper interact with low-leveled cultivators. Admittedly, the bodyguard was surprised when he saw the galactic sovereign turtle, but it was still young and weak. It would be tens of thousands of years before the turtle had any kind of real strength. System, scan the inn for anomalies, the bodyguard said in his mind. Interesting, the bodyguard said once again. He scanned the inn himself with his spiritual sense, but found nothing out of the ordinary except the mystery trial. For some reason, he felt a slight attraction to the trial, but the attraction was so slight that it clearly meant it had no significant impact on his strength or cultivation. Intrigued, the bodyguard continued to keep watch over his new client. The bodyguard was patient and didn't mind waiting to learn more secrets. After all, since the quest would forcefully erase his memory, that meant that at some point the bodyguard would be exposed to great secrets. He was very curious to see what those secrets were, and if they were worth having a bad hair day over. Chapter 105. Lex walked Aisha to the turtle, entertained by her amazed gaze. The young girl had already forgotten that she was supposed to be sad, or maybe she was hiding it. Lex wondered if he would see her counterpart, the young man. The last time they came, the inn was comparatively bare. This time the couple would have many more options for their date. Lex especially wanted them to row the small boat on the tiny lake he created. He did not know why, but Lex was looking forward to it. Little Black, I'd like to introduce you to a guest. The turtle turned his head towards the little girl, then slowly brought its head down to her level to get a better look at her. Hello, little human, she gasped in surprise, and then looked at the flying whale with eager eyes. "Little Blue is shy," said the turtle, looking up at it like a proud parent. The turtle lowered the whale's tie and offered it to her. Aisha grabbed onto the tie instantly and was about to speak when she was whisked off her feet by the whale. The turtle was too heavy for the whale to pull up, but the girl had no choice but to get pulled into the air. At first, she let out a surprise scream, but that quickly turned into laughter as the whale pulled her around. She yelled out to purchase another pair of Icarus wings, and a card appeared in her hand with a picture of the wings on it, since her previous ones had been used up. She quickly equipped it and started flying around with the whale, challenging it. She flew in front of it and did a loop-de-loop as if showing off. The whale, not to be outdone, started swirling its body as it swam through the air. The pair flew in between the sky lanterns, using them as obstacles. Lex smiled as he watched them in the air. He immediately took a liking to Aisha. She was a good kid. Turning his attention back to the turtle, he said, "Little Black, we'll be having a lot of guests coming soon. Make sure no one gets into the greenhouse. It would be a waste if someone ruined all those plants. Also, I'd like it if you could plant vines of Tiffany's treasure all around the inn." The turtle looked at him once before turning away, murmuring, silly human," as it went. Lex didn't mind. He knew the turtle would do as he said. The past few days, the turtle and the gardener had done tremendous work, and Lex had gathered a large supply of spirit vegetables ready to serve as guests. Naturally, anything they ordered that was spirit food would cost more than normal food, but he never doubted that they would order it. Only a short while later, Hera and Will entered the inn along with her son, Jimmy. The young boy did not look too surprised to be appearing in a random new place. He was hiding behind his mother and holding her hand, focusing on staying close to her. Lex's eyes lit up when he saw them, more specifically when he saw Hera. He noticed the last time she came that she had a keen eye and sharp mind. She was helping Will in expanding his Rose Society's operations, but Lex felt that her talent was being wasted. This was not a decision he intended to make quickly or lightly, but he kept an eye on her as a potential employee for later on. Eventually, when the size of the inn grew, he would need someone to help him manage certain portions of it. He had to observe how well she managed the Rose Society, and if she performed well, it would help his decision. "Welcome back," he said, approaching them. "I see you brought along a new guest today." Lex smiled and handed the young boy a piece of chocolate. The chocolate was wrapped in a golden and silver wrapper with the initials MI on it. It was a little something he added to the inn earlier, so that he could have the system leave chocolate on the guest's pillow after the turn-down service. The chocolate would automatically taste like whatever chocolate the guest preferred. There was no other benefit to it, but Lex liked the idea. Jimmy hesitated, but when his mother encouraged him, he took the chocolate and nodded at the innkeeper as, "Thanks." Lex smiled at the shy boy before turning his attention back to Hera and Will. "Congratulations are in order. I see you've restarted your cultivation journey," he said to Will. Looking at Will's status, Lex could see that he had once again entered the Chi training stage. "Thank you. I could not have done it without your help and guidance," the old man said sincerely. Only he knew how truly grateful he was to Lex for freeing him from the pain he'd been feeling for the better part of his life. "It is my duty to help my guests the best I can. Speaking of which, I think you should visit our guild room. I think you will find it very interesting." "I definitely will. I would also like to rent a courtyard for a week." "Of course, you are most welcome." Velma appeared in the signature Midnight Way, which was out of thin air, and led the trio towards the manor. The system naturally charged with a 1,400 MP cost, and Lex was not bothered at all by the details of how the transaction took place. He had to say, that was one of his favorite parts about the system. Will and Hera immediately noticed that the environment was different this time around, as not only did it look more festive as compared to its usual peaceful appearance, suited guards could be seen walking around in the distance. They were not sure how strong the guards were, but it was easily apparent that they were much stronger than Will's bodyguard Hugo. It seemed the inn had undergone a lot of changes for the upcoming meeting. They were also more curious about the guild room now, since a suggestion by the innkeeper himself could not be simple. The reason Lex had guided them towards the guild room was because he knew they wanted to trade and so would find the features of the room helpful. More importantly, Lex would receive 1% of all transactions that occurred in the guild room, so he was completely shameless about promoting it to his guests. It appeared as though some of his usual guests were arriving a little early and would wait here for the meeting, but Lex did not mind that at all. A short while later, Alexander and Helen also entered the inn. Lex was a little surprised to see him without his family, as he was expecting them to come. Perhaps they would join later. "Welcome back," Lex said warmly, smiling at Helen. It must be said that he had gotten so used to her being at the inn. The past few days almost felt strange with her gone. "Thank you. It feels good to be back," she responded. Her response was not perfunctory either. After spending so much time here, she had forgotten how dilute the spiritual energy and polluted the air on Earth was. She almost felt suffocated there. "We'd like to rent a courtyard for the next couple of weeks," Helen said. Although in all technicality Alexander was the one who needed to rent a courtyard for his family, he had achieved prestige level 3 with his previous transaction at the gift shop. He felt it would be better if he got others to carry out the following transactions, so everyone could raise their prestige level, as the perks were very useful. Staff members to lead the duo. "They're earlier than we were expecting. I will go see them soon. By the way, my grandfather will be joining us later, but he had a question he wanted me to ask." Lex was surprised by the question, as he had never considered guests wanting to buy a permanent room. But he supposed the Morrison family's vision was naturally beyond that of ordinary guests. Before he could answer, though, he heard the familiar sound of a system notification. "Iding quest activated." And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.